Hey, Bacon. A good morning to you, friend. What? Oh, hello. How goes it? Hey, it's pissing cold in here. Let me put a... White balance be damned. Let me put my hoodie on. Orchazini, a good morning and a what-ho to you too. Hello. How goes it, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Yeah, let's get warm and comfy. Going to the Arctic. I'm sure just this flimsy hoodie and t-shirt will be enough. You know what, Bacon? Same. I definitely had the I'm not sure I can do this moment, and then I trundle into the kitchen and Fiona's already made like a pot of coffee and I'm just like, oh. I think I did like the Grogu grabby hands at the coffee, even though I'm pouring it myself. Yeah, Dex! Oh, you mean dogs? J Post, thank you for 100, friend. And good morning. Hello, hello. Yeah, I was not sure I had it in the tank this morning, friends. And then it was just like grabby hands at the coffee, like. Oh. What the hell is a dog? Is it like a type of cat? And Numbers, a good morning to you, friend. How goes it? And on the subject of cups and filling, Bacon, thank you kindly. Yes, Kestrel, we are playing with Sled Dags today. It's gonna be real cute. Like, I didn't expect us to be doing a second day on this, but I looked at everything we had in the lineup, and I didn't want to do another emotional narrative game because, like, when we had both Hoa and Far Changing Tides, which were both bangers, and I didn't want to do a big group game because we've done a few of those in the previous weekends, and they'd be a lot of fun. But you know, they don't leave a lot of time for me to chat and hang out with all of you lot. So I wanted to do something super cool. And there's been a lot of additional content added to Arctico since we last played it. So I thought, you know what? Feck it. Let's take the sled dogs out. Let's go have a trundle. Let's have a good time. So yeah, Alnus, Sheepsternia, Kestrel, what-ho, friends. Hello, hello. I was just telling Bacon and the others that today's stream was brought to you by Fiona's forethought. Because I definitely had the I can't do this moment, and then I kind of tottered into the kitchen in my boxers and saw a pot of coffee and did like the little grabby hands towards it, and now we're here with a little dusting of Jazzy Moo to spice it up. Who I might actually get to see. I think in late April. Yeah, me and Deus are going to see Value Select and Jazz Emu, so it's going to be right good. When you need exactly more than 6 Vikings, 7. What-ho, good morning, hello. What is good? An excellent question, friend. And in these times, I find the answers are trickier to grasp, but we got coffee, we have a lovely game to play and hang out with today. And you know, like, focusing on the positives right now, I've got to admit, watching how both people in and outside of the industry are taking to Elden Ring as almost like a group experience is really making me happy. Like, not being able to play it at the same time as everyone's a little sad, but I'd much rather go through it with you all in a couple of months where we can kind of like enjoy it together. You lot could enjoy like invasions and murdering or helping me kick ass or what have you. Or we'll do a no help run, so it's just me on my own like with Sekiro, because I fucking loved that. Though I will say, if they'd offered another Twitch bounty like they did for Sekiro, then I absolutely would have gone hard on that. Because yeah, if Mr. Twitch wants to pay me an additional $40 to play something I was already going to play, then yes, fucking thank you. I think I shall. Twizlight, a good afternoon to yourself. good morning or good time to imbue coffee. How's it going? What and welcome one and all. How are you? Yeah, I was just saying to these lovely Mother Hubbards, we have a gorgeous game to just chill with today. Hey! Flip, you lovely Mother Hubbard, how are you doing? What ho and welcome! How are you doing? Okay. Sadly, this game is not on Humble. But yeah, this is the title. This is the title we're going to be playing today. It is a non-combat survival game where you head up an Arctic research. Is it Arctic? Okay. You head up an icy research base that's just you and your 4 sled dogs, and you explore the varying wonders of this place and try and unfurl what it was that your predecessor found. So Lizzie's building a nice NPC character for D&D. Might never play, but I don't care. Oh, there's a lovely catharsis in character creation in tabletop. It's kind of like creative writing exercises. Puppies. Puppies. Amos. Amos. Don't use your sister as a climbing frame. I saw River run past and then saw Amos airborne. Wee! Fucking wee! No, there's just a lovely catharsis in the creative writing process of coming up with NPCs. Because like coming up with NPCs mechanically is fun. It's fine. You can do some curious things with it. But when you're trying to write these people's stories, God, you can get into such fascinating spaces, you know. Kestrel doing some farming in Farming Sim 22. God, I think the last Farming Sim game we played was like 2014. God, I'd have to look at the feckin' YouTube video of it. Me and my buddy Christian. You know what? Feck it. Let's go into the vault. Let's go into the vault. And you all can look at a very malnourished Will. Caffeine, hello, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Like, I'm having the constant conversation with myself at the moment about, because obviously I want to start doing more YouTube stuff. I've been talking about that, and 2 months have passed, and you'll notice there has not been new YouTubian things.
You're going to see a very malnourished Will. Yes, your cam is on.
Hey, Shackle, like, okay, now I definitely have to bring up this old video, because, like, to look at the Will of old versus the Will of now. Yeah, for Mario, no, 2013, 7 years ago this video's from. Alright, so, this is going to be slightly less chill. Oh, and Kimball, good afternoon to you. Yeah, Kestrel, YouTube stuff. Editing's hard. And it's a lot of work where you can't really be doing other things at the same time. But, alright, so a little context for those of you who have not, I guess, who haven't hung out here too much. So, way back in the day, I used to make YouTube videos for work. Primarily a series called Rally Point for the Creative Assembly, and it was good fun. But the thing is, like, I don't have a formal background in editing. I did work in post-production, but like all of my editing and production knowledge is just practical, like shit I learned because I had to. And so for YouTube, what I would do is like little let's play experiments and little feck arounds and vlog stuff and whatnot as a way of testing out how to learn how to do my job better. In fact, one of my earliest experiments is a Warframe video, which cracks me up. I also went through a phase of wearing sunglasses when I was making videos, because I was not in a good headspace back then, and I really did look like some kind of horrified, pre-makeup skeletal cosplayer. I was a gaunt skeleton wrapped in ham with bags under my eyes that could have been used as additional carry-on luggage, and so the shades were just to hide how fucking haggard I looked. God, that was a time. Yeah, this is... Alright, hang on. So this is from 2014. Jesus, Majiminy. Kestrel says the first time he saw us was watching the So You're Being Hunted playthrough with Little Bear. I'm still real proud of that. I just, you know what? I need to DM Dan. I haven't spoken to him in feckin' ages. Came around somewhere last year. God, it's been way too long. But yeah, so
it says language option.
Oh wait, shush, me of the past. It's alright, so look at this chiseled, clearly well-kept visage. And now observe the will of 1,000 years ago. Look at that itcher. The person in shot with me is my good buddy Christian, and the person in the back was my flatmate Dan. Yes, our telly was on milk crates for a while, and our coffee table was a lawn table that we cleaned and liberated. Kessel's like, wait, was this before the wheel was invented? It's on the way. Lizzie, there's always a Dan. There's always a Dan. Dan was a excellent flatmate, and I do miss hanging out with him. So yeah, I'm not going to play you the whole 5 minutes of this, but...
No, inbred's not going to be one of them. It's really Cornish. Cornish? Where they go... We could be
Ooh, upgraded from the spoon?
Indeed.
Never finish first.
Oh, such dogs.
Details.
So yeah, since then, look, I've actually gained some weight. I'm real happy about it. I've got a belly now. It's great. It no longer looks like you can see my skeleton through my back. I mean, oh god. Oh yeah, Lizzie, I'm still a monstrous dog. This has been well documented. That's why when people say lovely things like, "Oh, you're not a dog. You're a cool kid." No, I'm a massive dog, mathematically proven dog. Anyway, if you wanna see the will of old, if you wanna see the will of old, there you go. God. But yeah, I've been wanting to do more video stuff, and I keep butting heads with. It's not. I always want to call it Da Vinci. It's not Da Vinci. It's Da Vinci or Da Vicky or what have you. Da Vinci. Da Vinci Resolve, which is a piece of editing software by Blackmagic. For those of you that haven't done like film and television stuff, like the company that made Da Vinci Resolve, their main business is selling grading software, grading suites, that kind of thing. What a grading suite is it's color correction, but on a super duper high detailed level. So if you've ever wondered why certain films can have like a certain colored tint to them, or how they make certain shots pop like they're almost comic book-esque, and yet the same shot can then feel very muted and flat, that's grading. Those suites cost sometimes millions of dollars. And their clever maneuver is, rather than copying companies like Avid, who sell very expensive editing software, they've gone, nah, just have the editing ship free, spend money on our super expensive stuff. It's kind of clever. Okay, so Shackle wanted to ask you all something. Oh, also, Sheepstonian, did I say hello? I hope I did. Shackle would like to ask, grab your hands, more coffee please. What folks' first introduction to my dumb face was? Was it So You're Being Hunted, Sega Bass Fishing? Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to know as well, like, where did you all find my dumb self? I know Kimball found me hanging around the office, probably flailing loudly. Well, I guess, Numbers, did we meet in the real before I started doing this? Because, like, my timelines are screwy. Oh, Kimball was like, a pub. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it was probably Thursday after pub. Yeah, Numbers, I'm still sorry. Okay, so Numbers is saying Rainworld because I was supposed to go over to Numbers' place and play Gloomhaven because they had a spare slot. And I was so hungover from the night before, I couldn't go. I do feel guilty about that. Orchazini was saying that their brother introduced shortly before I left after credits. Left is a strong word. Hey, I am glad I got to work with Dan and Soraya and Peeps, even for a little bit. Like, that was totally worth it. And if I hadn't taken that job, I wouldn't have ended up out here. But, oh boy. Shackle, I do think involuntarily escaped is an accurate description. Yeeted from, also valid. Alna says before times, but specifically during the Ace of Seafood stream. Yeah, we should go back to that. Oh. Yeeted doesn't even describe it. Yeah. But, you know, it is what it is. Puppies. Vacant. Don't make me seem like a bad dog parent. But yeah, I mean, for all that went down, I got puppies. I will get the squirty bottle, so help me. Oh, the squirty bottle is being deployed. Yeah, yeah. Where's the... Yeah. Yeah. Kill your shit. I love you with all my heart. Kill your shit. Yeah, that wasn't quite dad voice. Dad voice is very serious, and it comes at a great cost, because when I bust it out, Amos looks at me like, I'm so sorry! I'm like, fuck. Oh, but yeah. The thing I find really interesting is we don't actually have that many people who found me from the Total War days, which is fascinating. Like, from what I can tell, most of your lovely selves, either I met you in the real, which is feckin' cool, and I love the fact that we get to hang out like this, or you found me through, like, you know, EC-flavored nonsense, or, like, Floydo nonsense from, like, after the fact. And I find that kind of fascinating, you know? Because, like, industry-wise, I was known for the Total War stuff for a long time. The dog attack video, definitely. I didn't realise quite what I had done when we did that. And then the Pepper video, fecking out. That I'd basically set this precedent for community managers throwing themselves into the line of fire for their jobs. Bacon says, remember when met in the real, which was PAX Prime EC booth? Yes. Oh. Whoa. So Bacon, no, I do remember that meeting, and that's one of those, like, those good memories of the before times, you know. I always felt bad when people got stuck talking to me, because I was like, I know you'd rather be chatting with Floydo. I'm so sorry. And Shackle, thankfully that trend kind of dropped off with, like, Hot Pepper Gaming changing, and, like, how community managers operate now is somewhat different. Like, a lot of teams have moved away from having front-facing individuals, which I completely understand. But yeah, for a time, a lot of people were being asked by their bosses, like, yo, how do we do what this guy's doing? And I still feel bad about that. No, it's a very curious thing, you know. Oh, but yeah, my YouTube as a whole has just been like for experimentation and jokes, and I do want to do a little more with it. I keep bumping into people's musings on video games as a whole, and 9 times out of 10 I end up just groaning, rolling my eyes, and closing the video. I tried watching one on punk video games, and it hurt. Now, basically, the individual in question was using air quotes punk games as an excuse to talk about Killer 7, which is an incredibly punk style of game from back then. But like, the industry's moved on now. Like, you can get full-on underground, nigh-on impenetrable when it comes to video games. And it's very hard to hold up AAA titles with the same reverence and go, no, that is a punk video game. Do you know what I mean? So that's a thing I'd love to muse about. I definitely want to support Friendo's games a whole bunch more than I have been. Shackle says, I'd love a discussion at some point on how very non-standard the Final Fantasy XIV community management is. The sure openness and strong communication from the devs and the community is a massive oddball in the industry. Yeah. Also, the direct openness and conversation coming from a Japanese dev, who in the past, like, Japanese devs have been very, don't talk to me, look at my art. You know, Yoko Taro's, is it Yoko Taro? Who worked on the Nier series. I mean, he has his fun kind of Emil mask, but he's a bit of an oddball for being as outspoken as he is. And as much as we keep shining a spotlight on Mr. Metal Gear himself, he's not, or at least back in the day, he wasn't one for, like, as much front-facing conversations as is attributed to him. So yeah, Shackle, the thing that's so incredible is that it is a Japanese company talking internationally to their whole group. But the thing with MMOs is that the community managers operate in a very different space. See, here's the thing about being a CM is that it changes wildly from project to project. You got to kind of be what the project needs you to be, or see the places where the game's not doing its best. Again, this is why I keep pointing to Victoria Tran as one of the people to look at when it comes to CM work, because they saw a space within Kitfox where they weren't really engaging in a space that would traditionally have been considered social media marketing or traditional marketing, and they went, nah, I'm gonna do fun community shit in this space, and it worked. It worked great. Kai was saying that they think the industry as a whole has matured a lot in the last 13 years, be true, since they started, and CM is more of a career now. It is. I'm seeing people staying in the space for longer. But what's interesting is that, like, there aren't that many MMOs that survive. And so for a lot of them, the CMs are kind of locked into whatever those companies considered community management to be when they started. So, like, I know people who are working on some long-running MMOs, and they're still mostly focused on forums and almost like additional customer service, you know what I mean? There's not much articulation in those spaces, because if an MMO becomes successful, they kind of get locked into a certain way of doing things. Again, which is why Final Fantasy XIV is so fascinating. Like, there's an army of CMs across multiple languages operating in that space. But it's the devs who are discussing things directly and openly, so the CMs aren't having to fight to get info to bring to the players. It is interesting, again, like, I was on the cusp of the previous wave of CMs. So basically, community managers for a long time were glorified forum moderators. then the advent of social media and YouTube and things like that resulted in personalities having weight. So suddenly CMs were put in this position where, like, how much time do you dedicate to social media? How much time do you dedicate to creating videos? A few teams experimented with turning CMs into front-facing individuals with wild success and at great cost. If you all ever get the chance to natter with, like, Nika Harper at an event, Nika was a CM over at Riot, and started doing a show called, I think it was Summoner's Showcase, and that exploded. It became a huge thing. Now, when I say it came at great cost, like, this was a huge gold star, like a sphere of community engagement that no one had tried before, and it worked great. But over the course of like 6 months, Nika went from being just a CM to being a huge internet personality with none of the support or backing. Like, at that time where we didn't know what it was to be big on the internet. And yeah, Nika had a real hard time with a lot of stuff. I mean, we understand better now, and they're not all disaster stories. I believe her title is like Director of Community over at Hi-Rez, the team that makes Warframe, was another CM that started doing like front-facing stuff, and then that took off. But there was more of a care, more of a studio support there. Now, obviously, I'm a straight-looking white bloke on the internet, right? Yes, 'twas like Rebecca. So from doing front-facing things, you know, we had a few hate campaigns against us. It's digital extremes. Thank you, Sadler. Yeah, like Craig and I got targeted a couple of times, but you know, the internet is what the internet is. I dislike it wholeheartedly, but because neither of us are femme presenting, we didn't get any shit. A lot of the struggles that I faced was the external expectation of producing a lot of content and also doing traditional CM stuff at the same time. Like trying to produce a, 20 minute to half hour video every month on top of being on the forums, being where the team needed was a lot of work. And definitely towards the end of the Rome campaign, like, I was sleeping so little and so much was happening that, like, yeah, you could definitely see it was taking a toll. Sorry, I'm kind of waffling on into strange points, but, like, these days there's so many different ways to engage on the people that give a shit about your game. And what is a community has changed drastically. You even have spaces like ours, which is to say, us as the Longship as a whole, we're kind of a disembodied, from a community management standpoint, we're kind of disembodied, because I'm not a personality, right? Like, y'all didn't find me on fucking Instagram or some nonsense, not tweeting bullshit positivity posts every day. You all have found me from strange places, and I hope that I do a good enough job to be entertaining, but yeah, we're not based around a personality, and we're certainly not based around any single one game. If you look at the tastes and titles that we're playing as a group, wildly different. So, by virtue of finding each other, we've kind of formed our own little flotilla, if you will, on the internet, which flies in the face of a lot of community management theories. But if I look at the parts of my day that are looking after us as a group, they're drastically different than what they've been in any of my, let's say, previous roles. You know, well, the irony, of course, being I probably do more community management stuff now than when it was my official job title, but that's another story. Anyway, I'm sorry, Shackle. I took your point about asking about the Final Fantasy XIV community. I just drove that off-road. I didn't even make the promise that we were going to Wendy's. I just took the wheel. Anyway, How was your Saturday, friends? Watto and welcome. I guess I'm kind of having a bit of a reminisce and a nostalgia. Oh. Oh. I'm also very much looking forward to hitting the ice again. Sorry, playing Arctico again today, and it's gonna be lovely. Biggs, you haven't missed much. I was nattering about community management stuff and I guess like industry stories. And we haven't started the game yet, as you can see. And I guess I've been reminiscing a lot because, yeah, GDC's coming up, and it's like, it's strange to be going back there. In previous years, I've kind of, like when we first started doing this as a whole, I still had some games industry stuff that I was doing on the side. So I was doing some consulting, I was doing like press releases for like indie peeps and stuff like that. I was trying to help independent developers find funding, because I had a couple of companies I was working with that would pay me bounties if the companies got signed, which was real cool. But like all of that, due to plague and nonsense, has pretty much dissipated. So yeah, I don't know what it is to be myself professionally right now. And I probably shouldn't be posing that question to all of y'all. Sorry you have to be here for basically me thinking out loud. Kestrel saying, can we take a detour to Dairy Queen? Kestrel, considering where that ramble went, the best I can offer you is like gas station ice cream. Like a cornetto in Spanish is about the closest I think we'll get to anything there. Oh. But yeah, back on the YouTubian stuff, I guess. Despite the fact that we get to discuss and deconstruct so much about games, the art medium that I love, I still feel like there's a lot I want to talk about. And I don't feel I do enough to help support the games that my friends are making, you know? Okay, so here's an example, and I guess this is what got me on this conversational think track. So I did the games industry gathering last night, which, if I haven't mentioned it to you, it's a closed Zoom call once a month by games industry people. Originally, it was meant to be like a fake GDC bar to go and like meet people and drink and hang out, but it's become its own kind of entity. That's real cool. And I got thrown into a room as is custom every 15 minutes. And it was a gentleman that I hadn't seen since the last physical GDC, who worked on, not Tunic, oh god darn it, the cute fox game where you've just moved to a new town, you have to play like an arcade MOBA with your friends. Oh god darn it. Super cute. Wow, I'm gonna need more coffee because apparently I cannot remember what video games are. Oh my word. To start scrolling down in Steam to find it. Kestrel, sadly it was not Metal Gear Solid. Oh wait, no, it might have been on Epic, that's why I can't remember. God, 3 fucking launches. Why are you buzzing at me? Don't he buzz at me? I'm gonna find the name of this game, I'm sorry. Okay. Alright, I can't get into Epic right now. Feck. I need so much more coffee. I'm just gonna do the old-fashioned cute Fox arcade game. Booth Button City. There we go. God, that was a long drink for a very small glass of water. Although this is sadly kind of proving my point a little. So yeah, this was the game. Now, it is a lovely, cute, cozy vibe kind of title where, yeah, you are a kid, just moved to a new town, you make friends with a bunch of other kids who are all obsessed with this kind of like arcade game that's a MOBA, where you collect little like fruit-based warriors, and it's real fun. It's real fun. I think it's just the general vibe and style of it reminds me of the best things about like both the fighting game community and like arcade culture. Even though the gameplay is very MOBA-esque, I didn't get that esports vibe from it. But the thing is, we did a stream of this, and unless you're a desperate, desperate's the wrong word. Unless you actively go out of your way to watch the backlog of VODs that we've put together over the last like almost 4 years, like if we go through here, man, I don't think Button City even made it over. Yeah, shit. See, Button City didn't even make it over as a VOD. There were quite a few that ended up getting lost to the annals of time because I'm one person.
No full damage!
Oh, shush you. Shush you. Nobody asked you. Me. I have been getting help with VODs and uploads, which I am so grateful for. I'm so grateful for. You have no idea, friends. But the thing that keeps striking me is, aside from that one stream, and unless you were there for that one stream, there's nothing else I've been able to do to help support these titles, you know? And I really like that game. I don't think it's one that necessarily streams well, but it's sure as shit fun to play, and the combination of its thematics and its art style making something really fresh and unique. It doesn't ask you to have a huge command of esports or fighting games or whatever, but it gives you the feeling of being in that space. Does that make sense? Anyway, I told the person that, you know, we'd done a stream of their game and I feckin' loved it. And they were like, oh, cool. And just kind of offhand was like, oh, I'm sorry I missed that stream. And I'm like, shit. Like, how would you have known? So, I don't know, I need more hours in a day. I need more hours in a fucking day. I don't have an immediate solution to... I mean, honestly, right now, all I can think of is doing is just writing like a bullet point style script, just getting a box of wine and just getting arty-farty when talking about games that I love. And who knows? Maybe it'll help.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Of all the things, Jackie, of all the things you could have done, you decided on this, the auspicious Saturday of my guinea pig's wedding, you have decided to gift a sub to literally a shark.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Back off! Stop it! We are playing a sharkless, calm, cozy as fuck game. And of course, Katastro's clipping that one. Look, you know what? Clip to your heart's content, friends. I get to be warm and fuzzy from making the best shot last night on Sea of Thieves. Like, yo, if you didn't see it, because it's rare that I have something like this where I get to just flex. Mistakes were made. Yeah, it's... Okay, the one thing I will say that's very strange is how... Sorry, we've been experimenting with the moments feature on Twitch, and the things that seem very strange are, one, I don't seem to be able to easily point to a moments page for you all, and the other thing is, when you create a moment, you can't rename the clip. Like, I don't seem to be able to edit, but there we go. Anyway, if you didn't see it last night when we were playing Sea of Thieves, check out that shot, because I'm incredibly proud of myself. God, I'm honestly thinking about just spending the rest of the weekend just playing Sniper Elite 4. Except for Sniper Elite 4 is... you don't get to kill as many Nazis. Jackie, am I having a moment? I don't know. I feel I'm beyond... I am beyond nonsense. I have become Will, merchant of stupid. Yeah. You know? But no, I don't think there's a moments page. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Sniper Elite, the game where the enemy did not see that coming. Ah. Look, I'm still warming myself on the memory of murdering 2 Nazis at the same time in the junk with 1 bullet. I'm still proud of that. Sadly, not one that happened on stream, but the memory makes me happy. Yeah, I cannot find like a moments page or anything like that. But yeah, so friends, when it comes to stuff like moments and Twitch features that we're experimenting with, do let us know what you think. Oh, Caffeine, do you need me to pin the clip or the list of ship names for Sea of Thieves? Alna says, a Newton's cradle of testicular torsion. Oh, that's a sentence. No, if you haven't heard the story, it was just sometimes the stars align, and sometimes it's the crotchal regions of multiple Nazis. This, I was aiming to shoot the junk out of someone, because I was having a bad day, and I decided to take it out in the Third Reich. And so I line up the shot something perfect. But it wasn't a straight-on to crotch shot, it was at an angle. And what happened is, as they stepped forward, the bullet goes through the twig and berries, and then hits the big chunk of the hip. I want to say the femur, but I might be... I don't know skeleton bullshit. Anyway, it hits the bone. The bone shatters like a shotgun and comes out the back side of like the hip and buttocks region, impacting the second Nazi right in the junk. I basically made a bone shotgun out of one person's body and used it to murder the other. And so when I'm having a bad time, when things get tough, when seas get stormy, I think about how I murdered those 2 Nazis. I feel okay. God. Catastrophe, I did not see that. I haven't had the chance to even watch anything Markiplier's done in like 1,000 years. Oh, and Voltipony, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Asari, a good morning to you. How goes it? Sorry, I've just been inflicting long, ambling, rambolic conversations on the longship, and apparently that's just the mood I'm in today. How are you all doing? Hey, and sorry, it's no worry. I mean, PUBG's it's next Saturday, so you're all good. But yeah, it is a bit of a behemoth when it comes to PCs. The Hotel Shipio for a Sea of Thieves ship name. Oh yeah, and Catastros, like, Who Killed Markiplier was brilliant. I kind of... Again, I'm not a man who envies, but the idea of having the cash and the time to be able to do stuff like that. Like, I'd love to be able to be like, hey, Deus, here's a big fucking chunk of money, let's get weird. And do something along those lines would be amazing. But yeah. Anyway, so friendos, we're going to be taking out to the ice today. Let's get the game going before I end up being all over the place. Now, I think it was Arctico we had to play with a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I believe so. So, friends, if I start whipping the camera around a little bit too much with the mouse, let me know. I don't want to give anybody, like, fucking motion sickness, you know what I mean? Oi. Okay. Okay, I need you to... Currently you're being OBS, and I need you to say OBS. There we go. It's our little base. Yeah, they calm down. Dad voice came out.
I heard.
Well, okay, it was a little bit of dad voice. Also, in my insane ramblings, Jackie's being a terror this morning and has nominated another shark as the current Jarl. Through the medium of supporting my dumb ass, has lifted a shark up to a position of power.
I am not sharked.
Fiona is not sharked. Oh.
I'm gonna run a couple of errands while they're calm.
Okay. Oh, Jackie says this is my own fault. Yeah. Oh, Sheep's Tony, I ain't even joking. We have a shark Jarl. Or a Sharl, if you will.
No.
Busting out the bad puns! Oh. God, this game is just gorgeous.
With the hoodie, Fiona is the shark with the toothy hugs.
Bacon Avenger, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. But thank you for the 200. No, Bacon, the long-suffering pause was, okay, both due to, like, shark hoodie flashbacks, but also, whilst Fiona was in the hospital, well, trying to be in the hospital, I was just working through all the laundry and washing and cleaning of this place, and I came across the shark hoodie, and I bundled it in a towel, but I didn't throw it out. That was the thing. I had it in my hands. I could have just chucked it in the bin and feigned ignorance. I could have gotten away with it never coming back. I didn't. Campstep says, help! I'm stuck in a D&D rules! Oh, I'm stuck in a D&D rules and playing rules lawyers. Look. Okay. I am very confused, I won't lie. But hopefully it's not bad. Oh man, did we find an Arctico GIF? I should tell the internet that we're doing the thing. Could have sworn we did. Could have sworn we had like a real pretty thing going. Or was I a dingus and didn't save it? Also, yo, what up, chill music? Where have you gone? I need you. Just the whistling of the wind past everything else. Oh, there we go. There's the winner. So sorry for the wait difference. Oh, okay. No, they did the. Sorry. I'm just trying to find an image to add to our little adventures. So when we tell people where they should come hang out with us, they have a very good reason, which is super cool. Except for, I'm trying to get just a GIF to go with what we're doing today. However, there's a trick you can do on Steam where you basically cheat the Steam store page into letting you put GIFs on your store page by pretending that they're PNGs. So you make a GIF and then you just rename it as a PNG and then upload it to the Steam store, and it just works because, I mean, what is Steam if not just a glorified web browser with a payment system bundled in? And so it means that when you're trying to find images to then share or use on media or stuff like that, can throw you off. Oh god, it was one, because my friend Pedro is still the best Steam store page I've ever seen, but somebody else showed me another that was fucking brilliant, and now I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, that's going to haunt me for the rest of the day. Woo! I can't remember. Yeah, I wonder if it's socially acceptable to just make another pot of coffee. Oh. Right, should we get back to it, friends? Guess it was save slot 1. I hope so. Otherwise, we'll be starting again. I kind of got a better understanding of what we're doing, so it should be fine. Alright, so day 6. Okie dokie. Oh. Alright, we've got our little dog sled. We've got our little power farm. No idea what time of day it is. Jobs are good. Alright, Bacon, I hope I said thank you for filling the pint glass there. Alright, so we're back in. And we could just have a feckin' nap. Exciting, action, pulse-pounding gameplay. So, friends, what is your weekend looking like? Tell me your tales. Because I don't have any interesting plans. And I'm currently having the discussion with myself as to kill them. I'm currently having a discussion with myself as to... There we go. As to whether or not I want to... I guess bite the bullet on picking up some paid editing software to make my life a little less troubling, or if I want to keep doing battle with free serve, but if I want to keep doing battle with free software. Oh no! Okay, well, Velamachi, I hope your RPG ends up being an absolute banger tomorrow, and I'm so sorry to hear about that. Like, that feckin' sucks, yo. If you need a place to vent on it, we've got the human maintenance channel over on Discord, so... Capsep is drinking and watching Victorian Farm and Knitting. Oh, that sounds lovely. Twizzlight's going to be on the road for the next week for work, so this weekend is just hanging out and packing for it. Oh, that's cool. Favor 6, Watto. The only shark is our current Jarl. That is the only shark we have to contend with. Also, Caffeine, thank you for handling that. I will admit, maybe not drunk on power per se, but it was nice to be like, kills him, and then watch that bot just get murdered. To Shohata, or Shohata, sorry. Hello. Good afternoon to your good self. How goes it? We are playing an exceedingly relaxing game. Alright, so... Try to remember how to... Oh, there we go. So we've got food for the puppies. This is our big old map. Oh, the cool elevator which we need to power somehow. I guess we've got to build like a little power station. So I guess we're just collecting resources and exploring today. I don't know how far out we got. But the map area to explore is massive. And I'm in no rush to go through it all. Oh, well, I had to... I had to put my hand up and say, like, this was a recommendation from a good friend. No, we're not building things. This was a recommendation from a good friend, and they actually found this game via GIFs on Imgur, or Imager, or whatever you want to call it. Linda. So, yeah, we've got Cerberus, Zeus, Linda, and Cat. Cat the dog. Kimball, we did find the telescope. I don't think we got the chance to use it because it was still pretty dark. Sorry, the software you're talking about, that's the DaVinci, I believe, which is the free software that you're talking about. And that's the one I've been kind of fighting with a little. I spent so long using a specific editing software that I just kind of got into, I'll say bad habits, but bad habits. Yes, Flip, that's the one. And it's good. It's alright. But there we go. It's learning all of the new weird quirks of a new software, and like I resent the idea of having to pay Adobe money, really resent it, but the Adobe Suite's an environment I know better, and so it's like, do I want to be vomiting up $20 a month for software? But as I'm not really producing much of anything at the moment. Yeah, you can see Will's teeny tiny dilemma on the subject. You know, spending money on things that Diego Propi? Diego Propi. I'm so sorry I butchered that, but hello and welcome. Yeah, so that's my little personal conversation. Kimball, I'm going to head to the telescope because we've got enough food and resources to keep the doggies fed if we want to stay there overnight and look at stars. The dogs' names are Zeus Cerberus, Linda, and Cat. Yeah, see, Twizzlight, I agree. And it's that problem of... Hey, and thank you for 100 there. Keeping my dumbass alive through the medium of bits. I'm very grateful. I mean, in terms of subscription-based models, I'm in two minds. Because on the one hand, you know, charging someone for the same thing month in, month out is a jerk move. On the flip side, as someone who's had to use the old model of, you know, make it, update it, and you just have to buy the new version. So there's been a few, naming no names, but there's been some professional software I've had to work with in the past where it's like, oh no, we fixed all the problems you've got. It's like, great. In the new version, that'll be another $200. And it's like, grumble, 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 grumble. It just... Adobe's monopoly stranglehold on everything is infuriating, to say the least. And giving them money for it feels like encouraging the VBads. I mean, as moral quandaries go, it's very, very mild, I understand. Okay, so there's the telescope, I believe. So we'll pick up a few more of the goodies and resources. We'll do a big old loop around. You can, so not this little dome here. Not that little dome there, but up on top of the island. Just Twizzlight saying, can't steal from big corporations. Called reclamations. I mean, there's shenanigans afoot with Adobe. Things like how they left a larger portion of their old variants unpatched. So the variants of Photoshop that you can download the trial version and then verify, obviously not condoning piracy in any way, but I've heard theoretically one could verify through systems without having to spend money. Those earlier versions contain a lot of bugs that are solved in later versions, with the idea being to get specifically students and less affluent individuals locked into their platform so that later on they're guaranteed to get them for the subscription-based model, which is high-flying shenanigans. Oh, way cool. Sheepstone just saying that they bought Affinity Designer as a cheap substitute for Illustrator, and they're really happy with it so far. Yo! Yes. I mean, Ehrman, big hard agree. Like, the subscription model for software, if it went to the teams actually making it, allowing them to kind of improve the software overall, that would be grand, but for the most part, it's just to make more cash. But yeah, one of the hard things right now is knowing what it is I need to do to help the Longship grow, the Longship succeed. What I need to do to help find more people and, you know, not just not just attract new peeps to our little crew, but also to help keep everybody here together and happy. Knowing what needs to happen and not having enough hours in the day is definitely my big stressor at the moment. And I don't mean to put this all on yourselves. I'm kind of just word vomiting at you all. So thank you for letting me just ramble right now. You know, I'm really hoping I can, as Amos is getting better, as he's getting a better understanding of, you know, being a happy dag, and it's getting close to the point where it's not going, where having him about isn't as disruptive. Like, that's going to mean, like, more hours in a day to work on stuff. And trying to do the old work smarter, not harder maneuver, you know? Alright, so evening's coming. I'm gonna try to see... Alright, let's hit this little area here for an explore. Maybe get some more gems. And we're gonna basically camp up here near the telescope. Because we came by this way before, but we didn't have enough... it wasn't nighttime, so we couldn't use the telescope. I think we can build a telescope at our base now, which is kind of cool. Favor 6 is more shark, more state. We've still not come up with a shark storage solution for all the shark toys that you lot have sent over the years. They are in a industrial-sized cardboard box right now. Sorry, you're allowed to send more shark toys for the dogs. They will certainly thank you. And if you did want to, I can't stop you. Hey, and Catastros, I'm happy, friend, to just be some background banter while you're chilling and illin'. So do nay worry. So what is this? Wait, where? There's fish here. Very strange. Didn't say this was a fishing spot. Huh. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Bacon Avenger says we knew they would be popular, seeing as River ate the two they sent a month after. She took great personal joy in deconstructing those sharks. Bacon Avengers sent 2 singing sharks, the ones where they had like a little voice box in them. That was like... And for some reason, River took personal umbrage with those sharks. Destroyed the first one in like a week and change. And then Bacon sent another one in, which was also obliterated. And the thing is, River will take personal... no, that's the wrong way of putting it. River makes it her business to deconstruct the toy. I don't know why she chooses some toys and not others to be the ones that she pulls apart, but she'll just sit there and over the course of an evening just pull it apart. Ooh, what's this? Dearest Maria, the wind is always leading me back to you, to our nights of stargazing while you whispered the sweet little things. It never ceases to amaze me how skillful you are at the arts of happiness, of love-giving, and you are my best friend. You've forever healed me. If you could heal me of hypothermia, that would be great. Bacon, I have no idea how Amos would react to a singing shark. Oh yeah, and yeah, for about a week, Bacon, yeah, you'd hear that in the background. Though what would be kind of disturbing is in the wee hours, because like sometimes River would have not finished pulling the particular shark apart and just bring it to bed, and you'd hear like a roll over and then a bit. I'd kept the voice box with the intention of jokingly using it for something, but it puts River on such high alert anytime that I do. I was like, yeah, you know what? That's not fair. You know what? Catastros, I want to say you're wrong, but on more than one occasion, I have looked at a box of wine and gone, well, I'm killing that. I couldn't explain to you why, friends, but sometimes you see a box of wine and it's got to go. All right, the puppies are doing all right. We've got enough food for them, so we're good. All right. So I think we've got a little while until nightfall here. I wish I could stay watching the stars through my telescope forever. Oh, I guess we didn't explore here proper. Because there's a whole bunch of data. Oh, nice. Ooh, pretty. Oh, wait. So we can adjust. It's a kaleidoscope, innit? Kill a box of wine. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't think I won't do it. I'll do it. Oh, so we can collect data from the stars. That's cute. Kind of rewarding us for sitting here and playing with our little kaleidoscope. I like that. I mean, it's something in games we've all talked about a lot, but I don't know if it necessarily gets discussed, which is when to reward players. So I saw a meme doing the rounds, which is if your D&D campaign only rewards XP for combat, that means that every wizard, every intellectual type in that world learnt their trade and craft by murdering things. So it means, like, you know, if a person shows up to their first day at wizard school and they're like, okay, cool, welcome to Wizarding 101. What I'm going to need to do is pick up your textbooks and throw that shit away. Let's go murder some goblins. Which continues to make me smile. Impromptu dissection class, every class. I cost mass XP! I mean fireball! Yeah. It's one of the things that I compliment Baron so much on the campaigns he's been running, because it's... The XP is rewarded for embracing the story and the characters, not just for the murder. And in games, if we only ever reward players by doing a murder, that does mean that the only valid interaction method that they have in the world... Yes, I'm a pet Linda. Alright, Linda. You have some fish. Cat. Fish. Zeus. Fish. Stop turning into things. Cerberus. Only the one fish. Yeah. Take your textbook. Use it to beat the living shit out of some undead. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No full damage. Alright, I'm going to try and get us back home. I think we got to, yeah, head to there and head round. Get some research points for what we've been doing. Catastros, because Longship. I let everybody here name the cat. Name the cats. Name the dogs. Fuck my life. But yeah, so in games, if we are only ever rewarding players for doing murders, if we put gorgeous things in our games, we can't get mad when players don't take the time to find them. Now, I would also argue that the Ubisoft mentality goes a little bit too far the other way. You know, with achievements and collectibles and rewards being based on, you know, collecting a gajillion feathers, which rather than making the user focus on the environment and how beautiful it is, it makes them become hyper obsessive about seeing those sparkly little white feathers. Rewarding players for taking the time to stop and observe and enjoy is a really, really good way of, like, tempering play. This game is a really, really nice hyperbole example because there's no combat. So the game has to find other ways to encourage and reward us. And it does so by primarily based on exploration, but also on observation. And Hatter, thank you for the bits. It's just one of those things to think about. And I'm sorry I keep picking on Destiny 2. I've not had the brain power to play anything clever or smart in the evenings right now. So my 3 have been like Vampire Survivor, Destiny, and God, I've even kind of dropped off on 7 Days to Die. Even that's getting a bit complex for my poor addled brain. You'll get to talk to me when I'm at my best. No joke. But the amount of time I've been putting into Destiny, the disambiguation of systems definitely leads to a very strange experience. And it's hard to paint the Guardians as the goodies, considering that the only thing that they are rewarded for is doing a fuck ton of murder, right? Wait, no, that's my base over there. Let's go get these. Let's go get the poppies all warm and snuggly for the night. And tomorrow we'll do some building and some research. Catastrophe was just adding that seeing an Assassin's Creed game map spew the map with full of tiny little dots, and knowing that they have to find them to make things neat and tidy is demoralizing. Yeah, rather than inspiring you to explore, it presents you with a shit ton of homework. And I understand that's mostly in UI and presentation, but games live and die in their UI and their presentation. Games are
reactor online. Sensors
they are
online.
a reactor online.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hello! How goes it? Hindle, and on top of that, thank you for 41 months, friend. I hope it's going well with you. Sorry, I'm glad you've been enjoying Hades. And sorry, if you need any like tips or tricks or advice, like I know there's tons of people here that have played so much Hades. Twizzlight says they wish games had a toggle for the icons. Yeah, but it's very rare that those games. Hang on, let me get the puppies in. It's rare that those games. Oh yeah, and I can press the button to... Alright, call your dogs. Dogs are already here. Yes. Good puppies. Sorry, it's rare that those games will present you with a clean map first. You know, there tends to be a lot of information thrown at the player. And the reason I bring that up is because for the user it can feel like by turning the icons off they're missing things, rather than discovering them. I mean, this is why, you know, UI and UX end up being so hotly discussed in game spaces, because the difference between the same information presented in two different ways can be night and day for a game. Ikoa says they really enjoy it when there are no icons, when the dev trusts the player to explore. Yeah, well, if we have a look at the map on this... Hang on, how do I bring it up? There we go. So if we have a look at the map on this, the map in this game is very, very open, but it gives us a little bit of what we need. That is to say, here's fish. We know we need to make food to feed the dogs and keep ourselves alive. All right. And then it throws in little things like this, like a big old question mark, telling us to go explore. But those question marks aren't across the entire map. So it's enough to get us to be curious. You know what I mean? But what this map's not filled with is the teeny tiny collectibles left, right, and center. Oh, which reminds me, I need to go pick up my power. This is my little solar farm. Yeah, user experience. UX is talked more about in non-gaming spaces, but I think it's a valid thing to chat about in the gaming space as well. Because, I mean, games do not serve a functional purpose. They're all experience. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, cook us up some fish. Delicious. Alright, so first things first. Study some samples. Samples turns into data, and data are things that we can use. Alright, let's build some hardware. Boof. It's alright, River. Catastrophe, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, it's a very stark way of putting it, but yes. If you do not take your user experience into consideration when you're making a game, then you have failed, because a game is a collaborative experience. Without the user, there is no game. There is a start menu screen and fuck all. And so if you're not taking them into consideration, like, what are you making? You know, are you just making kind of like a self-congratulatory simulator of sorts? Like... So let's sell some data. How much data have we got? Oh, we got loads. And that was a really good idea, going and hitting the observatory. Don't have enough samples. No, okay, no, we're out of samples. We've got about 2 gig of data. We can sell that. Alright. And yeah, we've got a fair wedge of goodies, though I am going to need more power. And Mal, what ho friend? Hello, hello. We're having ourselves a lovely, calm little day, and we were just chatting about like user experience in games and a lot of like how it's presented. I can't afford to make any more raw materials. These are my dogs. This is our little operation. We've got to start possibly growing some coffee, because...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Look out for that Lancia. I mean polar bear.
Camille, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. I hope it's going well with you. Currently, there is a shark in the Jarl's chair, so I can't really grumble, even though I want to. Oh yeah, didn't we build one of these? I guess so. Wind turbines keep generating power at night, and anything within this this person's radius, this little thing's radius, will end up getting hoovered up, which is lovely. Where was my brain going with that previous conversation? Oh yes, with big open world games, how we present them to the user is so important. And letting people feel like they are the first ones exploring it. Feeling like if they don't go do all the things, don't worry about it, you know? I'm just going to build some more solar panels. Like, okay, yes, it's great that we have a wind turbine that keeps making power while we're at night, but, you know, fake it. We'll just brute force a large amount of power. Like, I try and think of the open world games that I've really enjoyed, and very few of them have been the Tom Clancy shoot gun face bang, which vomits icons at you from the very moment you dive in. The ones I've really enjoyed have been the ones where it's a sense of exploration and not a sense of obligation that keeps me going through them, you know? I don't know if sorry is the right word, but it took me a long time to really get into and understand 7 Days to Die as a game, and I'm sorry that you all have had to listen to me talk about it obsessively since then. But yeah, I think we can pop another couple of grids down. So I think we can do another row. But the thing that I've really enjoyed about 7 Days to Die isn't so much the zombie survival. I definitely enjoyed the solitude of it, certainly. But the thing that keeps me coming back is I'll generate a map. I have no idea what's going to be where or how it's going to go. I don't know what a day is going to look like in that game. And there's no pre-constructed achievos that I must desperately be hovering up. It's my world. It's my story. I'm really looking forward to when they start getting a sense of endgame with it. You know, that you can feel like you've done it. Alright, so that's also a valid place to put. And Baron, good afternoon to you. How goes it? We're doing another day on the title you recommended. I think that should be good. Getting my solar farm going. Alright, that's just... Thank you. I worry sometimes that my my nattering can get a little self-indulgent. Hey, Anasari, lurk away, friend, lurk away. Oh. Anasari, if you had problems with Black Wake, I wouldn't worry too much. Like, Black Wake is a great game and I love it, but it's certainly... how to phrase it? It's certainly a unique challenge of a title. Oh, yeah, our character hasn't eaten in like a day. God, we've still got a lot of blueprints to find. We need one more blueprint to be able to build our own telescope. Baron, I wasn't aware that this was set to just chatting. It should have been set to Arctico. And of course, that's my bloody luck, isn't it? I guess I am talking everyone's ear off. My character is definitely going to need a snooze soon. Oh yeah, I was working on making like a little rooftop space. Oh god, yeah, I forgot how much some of this stuff cost. Like the chair costing 5k. Okay, you know what? You can just stay there. We are going to start building our little... farm. I reckon we'll have it over here. Actually, no, that's a bit too rocky. Just have it out here. And yes, this is the game as it was the game recommended. So we're going to need... So a crop collector and a... Alright, so that's your space for crop collecting. And a silo. And then we can start just building up some... I mean, the first temptation is to start building a whole bunch of coffee plants. But there we go. For you, we need a crop silo. And the crop silo is much larger, so that's cool. And how big is the watering space? And the water sprinkler is pretty good. Alright, so we can grow a few. What's most useful? Coffee's very, very tempting. We can get a seed trading terminal in a second. Potatoes, so tempting. We do. Okay, let's get a little bit of everything. So let's get coffee, because otherwise shit is not getting done. And let's get some wheat. Oh, not enough seeds. Piss. Well, it was a lovely dream while it lasted. Where can we put our little seed selling terminal? Here we go. All right, so sell.
What ho, Vikings? Coffee for the coffee gods.
How goes it? Lyris, thank you for 200. And coffee is literally the only thing keeping me from expiring. I had that, I don't think I'm going to make it mode this morning. And then I tottered into the kitchen and there was coffee waiting and I nearly cried. I was like, oh, it's finally some coffee for me. I don't know what I'm doing. You know, it was very, it was an emotional moment, I won't lie. God, so there's a few things we still don't have. I mean, we've already got a lab, the wind turbine we learned how to make, but there's still so much. We can't build a glider launcher yet, or an elevator. The sled garage we built with the advanced heated facility, some foundations. But I guess that's one of the other things I like about this game is that it's about being in the space more than it is about maximizing the amount of cash you make. Oh, so Lyris, what was your experience with Sea of Thieves post-tutorial? Because we'll get a squad together. One of the interesting things that has come up since I got really into Sea of Thieves, which I have, is the amount of people who've been like, I love this game, but I can't find people to play it, or I love this game, but I can't seem to find anybody to back me up. And I don't know. I want to try and help as many peeps as possible get into it in the same manner that we are. Sorry, jumping back in, Favor6 says they've got 14 days of abundant gaming time left, but it feels more and more like they're forcing themselves to game rather than wanting to. Is this growing up? No. What you are probably doing is doing battle with what you think you should be playing versus like what inspires. Because I've very much had that. It can happen when there's a particular game which is kind of commanding the zeitgeist, or when you're trying to re-engage with games that you love, but they don't have the content or the engagement to get you into it, if you know what I mean. Actually, speaking of which, I'm gonna cook us up. About some mushrooms. Oh no. Missing the wheat. Alright, more grilled fish for dinner. So Lyra says, after they finished the tutorial, they got to the main island, and were just running around looking at the gold hoarders. In less than 5 minutes, a couple other players ganged up and killed them. It kind of killed the fun. Oh, I can understand. Like, I can understand why that would be an exceedingly unfun experience. Actually, we'll have some mushroom soup for dinner. That'll help offset the diet of just fish. Fiona always gets worried at me because the rate at which I can ingest fish is probably way less. Well, it's definitely not healthy. But that's not a story. Yeah, I mean, so far, Loris, the things that have allowed us to have a really good time with Sea of Thieves is, one, turning off all in-game communication and playing with friends, and definitely going at it with a, you know what, if we die, we die. I will say, last night was very funny, and finding 2 other players and just following them around and just playing, basically providing them a soundtrack while they were selling their hoard, and then once they'd sold all their cash and got all their goodies, they then tried to steal something of ours. Then we started a fight. But it's just having that piratey decorum. Though our character definitely needs a power nap, so let's get one of those in. And Dustin, how are you doing this lovely Saturday? I do feel that while Sea of Thieves gives you the option of playing solo, it's a very, very subpar... Oh, sorry. It's a very subpar experience. And it's certainly not one I would wish upon people. Because while it's fun to pilot a ship, like a sloop solo, and have a good one, it can be really brutal, especially if, you know, if the world turns. And I have not upgraded these. So Dustin is sadly on day 3 of chest cold discomfort. No. Subsisting on hydration and cold medicine. Well, remember the old adage: starve a fever, feed a cold. You're, I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to remind myself that when sick with a cold, you need to be ingesting a lot more because your body's going through calories like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, so Lyris, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with you. The fact that no place is safe in Sea of Thieves is a curious idea, to say the least. You know? There's no area you can be in where you cannot be attacked by other pirates. Which kind of feels like an, alright, you know what? I guess that makes sense, but... Mal says, so you're saying I need a permanent cold? Now, does this auto... So the storage silo, does this auto pick it for us? So, like, are we getting coffee beans per day? Oh, requires 1 power to use. Oh. Alright, right. So we need to get a wind turbine here. Oh wait, is there a more advanced way of doing like power storage and generation? Because we've got a lot of power over this way. This is absolutely not what's the term? Cost effective, but feck it. We may need to. I may need to work out how to do power systems. Alright, so what have we got? We've got energy collector, water tank, camera with lots of zoom, boat helm. Doesn't seem to be any kind of like traditional. I forget, we worked out how to pick stuff up. I could take pictures of the dogs, which is absolutely the right thing to do. Oh, there we go. So it was that. There we go. Okay, so it requires 1 power to use. How do we get you power? Mal was saying cost effective, getting Factorio flashbacks now. Yeah, if I just rearrange this entire thing, it'll be more efficient. New thing unlocks. New way of making it more efficient. Buckle up, kids. We're going in. These are my dogs. They're having a good time. Now, Mel, I am absolutely the worst person to play Factorio with, because what I'll do is I'll keep my old inefficient nonsense and then try and build in the other stuff. Okay, so what are we learning so far? This doesn't have power. How do we get it power? Produces energy, location marker, hardware welder we've got. Yeah, working with technical debt. The project manager simulator, I wish I could get them to play. Yup. What I tended to do was have like small interlocked facilities where I'd just be like, alright, I can't tell you how this works, but we're just going to leave it doing its thing. And Wolfcrad, you know what? We're doing good. I mean, the game is chill and calming. Should probably take the dogs out and go get us some more resources in a bit, but I'm just trying to work out how to power this system. I feel like we need like a battery or something, or like, so this little robot arm is saying it needs power. Requires a nearby silo. So there's the silo. That's good. This also requires power to use. So how we're generating power here. So how do we get these across? That's what I'm trying to work out. Ikoa says if you're good at Factorio, you're doing it wrong. The fun is being frustrated with your past self. Yeah, if you're not doing battle with your own personal technical debt, are you even playing Factorio? But yeah, I still remember playing Factorio multiplayer, and as I'm sure I've talked to you all about this a lot, I'm actually quite digitally antisocial. When it comes to games like Factorio and stuff, I kind of like to do my own thing a little. And so we play this big multiplayer game. I'm getting into mischief. Later on, one of the other players kind of gets frustrated with the main group who are doing a very, very try-hard build and decides to come over and help. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, sure, come check it out. And they come and see what it is that I've made. And the audible distress at trying to, like, unpack my fuckery in Factorio. Oh boy. They were like, can we just get a bunch of drones, strip it and start again? I'm like, if that is what you feel that we need to do. I know, Mal, like, joking aside, I do agree with you. Like, Factorio is a great example of software programming in abstraction. That moment where you think a part of your build is completely useless, so you take it out, and suddenly everything shuts down, and you're like, oh crap. What bizarre leftovers did we have? You know, what absolute feckery was this one piece of the factory doing? Alright. Dark matter detector. Study dark matter. Oh shit, is that a thing I need to build? Lab. I used to collect data from samples. Oh shit, that is actually something I think we need to build. Oh no, that's a thing we've already got. Alright. We've got the lab, we've got the hardware welder. I think that's the thing. Wait, is that the thing we've been working with? Oh, sure bloody looks like it, doesn't it? Ikoa says that this conversation is making me want to install Factorio again. I am a bad influence. Look, we have demonstrated this time again. Don't talk to me if your goal is to play less video games, or acquire less video games, or drink less. Okay, yeah, this is what we were going to be working on. We need to make cash so that we can start expanding some of these areas. So we need the workshop to be able to start creating upgrades. Alright, so when I blew all our money on other nonsense, I could sell a lot of... I could start selling fish. Kestrel says, while they don't own Factorio, this conversation is making me want to play Satisfactory again. Yeah! Now, I will say this. Personally, what I do with Factorio is I turn up the amount of alien bugs on the planet, but I turn off the aggression via pollution, because I like to just take my time with it. Like... do you not have power? There's got to be an upgrade I just don't have yet. So I'm going to leave those as is. So I kind of turn Factorio into this kind of calm experience. You still have to do battle, because eventually you expand to the point where you've got to fight them. But they don't throw themselves at your factories. So... that time I blew all my money on nonsense and other tales of faffing around. The Will Overguard biography. I'm not that bad. I'm actually surprisingly fiscally sensible these days. Honestly, the times where I've been mad spending has usually been when I've been super miserable. I forget who I was talking about this with, but like especially when I was towards the end of being at Improbable and other roles, I basically just use rampant spending as a coping mechanism, which is not healthy. These days I'm pretty good. I love games with all my heart and will recommend you bangers until I am blue in the face. Pet the dogs, give them some food. Pet the dog, give him some food. Indeed. River, would you like some fish? Would you like some fish? River is nonplussed to that offer. River! Wolftrad saying cat is best dog. Now, can I build upgrades in here? No. This is our first starting area. Alright. I'm learning. So what do we need? We need to hit like a research bay or something. Currently, we can't bring power to anything outside of ourselves. So I guess we need to just work on cash and upgrades. It's $1,000 for fish. But really, like, let's try hitting over here, see if we can find some areas where there's just research data that we can get. Go through there. There's a nice clear path through this way, and we'll start hitting this area here. Maybe get ourselves a summit. But oh, we hit the observatory again. Now let's experiment in the other direction before we hit the observatory over, because we can do runs back and forth on the observatory. But yeah, tomorrow calls for adventure. But tonight, our character can cook up some fish and have a proper good night's sleep. The most fictitious thing that video games have ever presented. The fact that we can just go, it's nighttime. I'm going to sleep a healthy amount. Anyway, what were you talking about before we trundled over to Factorio? I forget. The calming nature of this game does mean that occasionally my thoughts just drift off onto the wind. Oh, we're talking about, like, open world games rewarding players. Like, Breath of the Wild's another one that's very good as a hyperbole example. But I also know is vastly over-discussed. But I do feel that it succeeded in making the act of exploration feel fun. To make the discovery your main kind of focus, rather... Though, I guess the little bloody... what were they called? The little leaf imps. Those did create kind of a bit of a super focus on looking for tiny collectibles. The Kokoro seeds or whatever they were. So definitely not perfect, but I did feel that, like, going out, finding new foods, cooking them up, that whole experiment was really, really fun. Look at our little base, it's glowing. It's growing. God, with enough resources, we could build a very, very fanciful fortress of happiness. Alright, so let's get our morning resources in. But yeah, I definitely want to focus on its reward of exploration. And I know, like, we keep pointing to the Assassin's Creed games, but again, I do feel that the Tom Clancy series of their, you know, insert series of words after the open world ones have become the most egregious for just packing the world full of fluff. You know, the old, for a shooty gunbang game, there sure is a lot of nonsense. Lyra is saying, well, they do love open world games. Sadly, they tend to be very long. I mean, we're getting to the point now where, like, open world's more, as more of a constant and less of a descriptor. Which I find rather fascinating. Alright. Come on, puppies. Going for a ride. Alright. Oh! No! Why do you even exist? Sorry, Sticky Keys was like, hey, what's up? Remember me from the 90s? I'm like, no. No, I certainly do not. And I would sincerely appreciate it if you would also very not. Alright, I see some... Is it just regular rocks, or are we looking at samples here? Ooh, okay, this is kind of the stuff we were looking for. So these little pieces of meteorite are like little samples we can take back to the. We can take back to base to research. Fearless says, you said there was a non-combat game, but wait until they release the Thing update. Yo. List of games I'd love to show with you all, but is, I believe it was released on, at very least, the Xbox, possibly more, was a third-person action game of the Thing, and it was fascinating as a title. I think that actually might have been our path through the ice. Yeah, I think I just led us astray. Oh wow, yeah, no, I am drastically off course. Oh, and Lucums, a happy Saturday to you. How goes it, friend? How goes it? Oh, Lyris, the music and everything about this is gorgeous. So yeah, Phyllis, that's one of the reasons why I've kind of... We haven't done it in a while. Like, let's be honest, due to the current like release schedule of most of the indie games we've been playing and the fact that they're mostly all bangers. Like, it's been a while since we went back to a game that tried for something and didn't quite make it. And that's why I'd really like to sit down and show everybody that the Thing game, because it styled itself as a sequel to the OG movie. It came out before the prequel with the weird CGI additions and stuff. And considering the technology that we have and the kind of games that people are really into these days, you know, it's a much more viable experience. Yeah, alright, so we're going to follow this round through there. Cool. Katastros, I hope you sleep well. I hope you feel good. And thank you for the conversation and the hangs. To be continued, friend. Lucum says it's going well. D&D fell through. No! But we've been playing Sekiro and actually getting better. Yeah! Alright. Let's... Don't get me talking on Sekiro, because I love that game. And it is a whole heap of something special. Ooh, what's that? It's red and fancy. There also seems to be like a geyser or something over there. No, sadly we can't get to whatever that is. It seems to be on the other side of the water. What is it? No, I might be able to swing round. Alright. Yeah, I think the puppers can make it. Yeah, I think there's still a lot for us to learn. In terms of gaming as a whole, we have a whole new generation of creatives coming up that haven't had to struggle against the limitations of old, which is great. Like, I'm not trying to romanticize the old grind. I'm trying to romanticize how feckin' difficult it used to be to make a game. But there's a lot of creative decisions and choices that we've made as an industry that are remnants of those without the understanding, and that there's a lot of old projects that failed. Well, okay, failed is a strong word, but there's a lot of old concepts that could have had more, and now that we have the technology and the know-how, could definitely be revisited. Oh, yo, this is actually a valid sleep cabinet. Cool. My work is a total failure. I've disappointed a lot of people. When I began dreaming about the snow cruise, my idea was to build an unstoppable research base for scientists and explorers. I ended up building the most inefficient snow vehicle. Our development timeline was short. We never got to test the wheels on snow, and it turns out the wheels have not enough traction. The whole thing is too heavy. It's a total disaster. Now, after advancing merely 90 miles short of the 5,000 goal, I'm forced to abandon my creation and accept my failings. No! You built a cool tank! Well, you're not as cool as 4 dogs, but we'll always remember you, big truck. We'll always remember you. You know what? There's a bunch of stuff over here, so let's go have a look. Yeah, I love the idea of a little base on wheels. Mal says they know they had and played the thing, that they remember next to nothing about it. It's understandable. It's understandable. I mean, these days we have, like, social deduction games as standard. When things are a bit better, I'm hoping to get a squad of people together to play Dread Hunger for an evening. Because that's going to be an absolute banger. But it's also like $20 a pop. So I don't want to ask 5 or 6 people to come together and be like, hey, I've got a great idea. It's going to cost you money. That sure does look like a spaceship. That sure does look like a spaceship. Let's go space friend it up. And that looks like an ice cabinet. Alright. So what have we got here? Ooh. Seeds. Very useful. And Tanari, well, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. How's it going? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. These lovely Mother Hubbards have been very kind enough to put up with my pontificating over things both personal and professional. And we're exploring this snowy wasteland. This is Arctico, which is a gorgeous non-combat survival game where you have like a little sled team of dogs and you go on expeditions. And it's real cute. Okay, Tanari's settling in for the evening. Got a full day of work tomorrow. I'll check you out. Oh no, this game is exceedingly pretty. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off into space for a second there, friends. Let's find out what the heck this is. This is some cool sci-fi nonsense. Also, friends, if you're considering picking this up for yourself, this is designed for co-op. So you can play with a friend and with 2 teams of sled dogs. Which I think is feckin' marvellous. And it's definitely easier said than done. Hey!
Humble Bundle Streaks just purchased Humble RPG Bundle, 5th edition fantasy by Goodman Games for year 15,83.
Well, whichever of you lovely Mother Hubbards did that, thank you kindly. You'll have to let us know if the RPG book bundle is a good one. The Humble Heroes or Heroines bundle is very good. Retrieve space station log. Author unknown. Floating over the world. Floating over everything I hold dear.
Humble Bundle Streaks just purchased Humble Book Bundle, The Joy of Coding by No Starch Press for year 26,42.
And if that was the same person or otherwise, again, thank you. Someone did not like being in space. Ooh. That's like a fancy lamp. I love it.
Humble Bundle Streaks just purchased Humble Software Bundle, Best of Polygon Game Dev Assets for year 22,40.
Fucking yo. And whoever picked that up, thank you kindly. I know a few friendos have been using the game dev bundles for a bunch of different stuff. Ooh, some data we can work through. What a couple of friendos have been doing is picking up like the RPG 2D assets and using those for like RPG campaigns and for D&D and stuff. All right, we've got a blueprint for the elevator. Wonderful. Though it does seem like these people were on a space station and it very crashed and they had a bad time about it. I can sympathize, certainly. Our little power farm's doing well, so like we've still got 3K's worth of jolts should we need them. And we've got enough food to keep the puppies happy. The puppies happy? Yeah. Alright, let's continue on. There seems to be a structure or something up this way, so let's go investigate. Wolfgrad's pointing out continuity errors. That the icon for driving the sled is a steering wheel, which is non-factual, because in fact, it does not have a steering wheel. Well pointed. Oh, cool! It's a big dead skelly. And what are you? Just some more raw materials, which we'll probably need. Process them up.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Art thee congregating in joyous broadcast? This mere Danished hath been playing too much Elden Ring and has thusly had their language reduced to the patented From Software tongue. Are these frigid lands a pleasing experience to thee?
Indeed they are, unkindled, or unhollowed, or unbroken? Untragicked? Whatever your current designation is. This way, weary hero. Compliment Cap, thank you for 41 months. Yeah, no, we're just enjoying this very, very calm exploration. I know I said this earlier, but it is making me very happy to hear how much fun everyone's having with Elden Ring. Like, legit. Ooh. Getting samples from a mammoth. Selling it for money. Getting money from a mammoth. Yeah, the mammoth face. Oh, and some veggies around here. Feckin' wee. Man, we found a great little spot. Plus, it's real feckin' pretty. Wolfgrad, that's understandable. Sorry, Wolfgrad was saying that they're skipping Elden Ring for the time being. They're very busy with work and things like that. No, I can totally understand that. Like, we as a group have talked about this, but it is not something that gets talked about in the gaming space at all. Is that sometimes it's better to wait. Like, video games media, that is to say the video games marketing style, has never been about play it when you want. Because, you know, day one sales, week one sales, there's a momentum to video games, at least in terms of traditional marketing, that you really have to adhere to. Oh, cool, there's an observatory. Let's not go off a cliff, but let's go check it out. Yeah, you see the orange observatory in the distance. Let's go have a look. And that appears to be a cannon? What the heck? Alright. But yeah, games like Elden Ring can command a lot of your time. Yes, I'm going to check out the cannon before we go to the observatory. Which is fine. But if you're at a time in your life where that's not something you can dedicate to it, or that amount of time might be detrimental, we never talk about saying to people, you know what, just wait to get stuck into it. It'll still be there. Some titles you do have to play I say have to play is strong, but for some titles, if you want the full experience, you do need to play them as close to launch as possible. Be it through the way the progression is done or the multiplayer or what have you. Yeah, no, somebody left their cannon here. Cool. Free cannon for all. New object unlocked. I know I said this was non-combat, but we found a cannon. The end of everything. I hope I leave some light behind. The light of a cannon barrel! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It is day 12 in the snow, and Will is losing it. We're good for drill bit resources, but I'll try and remember. Yeah, love you just demonstrate the Elden Ring experience of I gotta go shiny! Yeah. But yeah, so when you are marketing video games, in the traditional sense, the week of launch is usually the biggest amount of sales. The more sales you can get on week 1, the higher your chances are that the game will continue to sell or will garner an audience or what have you. I'm not saying that is the only method, but that's one of the few methods in game sales that you can, okay, not guarantee, but it's one of the few methods that you can work towards directly. You know, you cannot make your game go viral. You cannot make it have that pop moment, you know, a year after launch. It can happen, but it's not something you can action upon. So we push so hard to be like, game's coming out, get hype, hype, hype. Game's coming, you want to get on this, like, don't miss out on the FOMO, don't be FOMO phased, don't miss out. Whereas there are games that waiting for the right time, the right experience, the right group is absolutely the best way to play it. And we're having a lot of discussions again about accessibility and nonsense like that, but what we're not really talking about is the player, their involvement. I don't want to say their responsibility, but the understanding that playing the right game in the river, God darn it! I'm trying to make the good points. Playing the right game in the wrong way. That is to say, like, you know, it's 11 o'clock on a Sunday night. Don't start a big, massive open world RPG because you're going to be there for a while. Or, you know, you've gotten this great co-op game to play. Don't just jump in immediately with randos. Find a good friend you can play with. Well, that's cool. What's this? Solitude, silence, and stars. I have not seen another face, but the one I sometimes catch in the eyepiece of my telescope. An old and unfriendly face brimming with grey hairs. Yet I do adore the solitude, this slowed time. I love silence. I've always loved it. My want of being alone has made me a patient man. I feel right at home in this frozen island, where patience is the law and the land of the stars. Man, they are getting arty all up in this. When I adjust my telescope, I do so leisurely. I rotate every knob of my dear tools tenderly, knowing I have all the time in the world. It's, didn't get an internet past that one. Okay, interesting. So this one is just like an ambient telescope. We don't have the ability to gain data from this. All we can do is watch the stars. But yeah, the one I think about a lot is cooperative experiences. You know, games that are designed for, you know, people together, and how quite often when you look at Steam reviews of cooperative games, you'll see people posting like, oh, how do I play the single player? How do I do random matchmaking? And I'm not trying to diss on people that have those experiences or trying to say that they are wrong. It's more that I think a lot about trying to rush to an experience that needs to be handled in a certain manner, that you can end up having a detrimental time. Like, I mean, I've spoken to you all at great length about this. Wait, Camille, pirate ship? Oh yeah, we did see a pirate ship. We can go say... I think I've got enough food that we can just go see the ship before. It'll be cutting it a little fine. We'll have to spend a day or two after this run just getting our... Ooh. We'll have to spend a couple of days after this run just fishing. But yeah, we can go check out the pirate ship. For a second there, I was like, wait, what's Thor done? What's Thor done now? Oh. Alright, can't get up on there yet. Maybe I'm not supposed to. Okay. Back to the seas. Oh, yes. With Elden Ring, like, I do take all of you lot into account. It's not a game I feel that I would be able to play wholeheartedly without you, as a group. And I also understand the want to experience it first without having some loud ginger numpty be like, oh, look at that! So it's going to be a while before I do it, but... I mean, feckin' hell. One of the best times, even though I didn't manage to beat the boss, one of the best experiences I've been lucky enough to have, and Camille, you were there for that, was at GameWorks, playing Sekiro, and having a crowd of people cheering me on. Like, it's memories like that that definitely help with the current solitude a lot. And for Elden Ring, I think the open world nature, the sharing stories, the little weird quirks and the nooks and crannies of that world that you all have discovered and found. Like, I think trading of those stories is going to be one of the best parts of playing through that experience. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm still learning myself. Again, I've been a very digitally antisocial individual for a long time. So even with games that ask you to team up with others, I've often been exceedingly reluctant to do so. Oh, piss. Oh, I don't... Camille, I don't think we can make it. Yeah, even with the dogs at full tilt, that's a long journey. Oh, crud, yeah. Alright, so, I mean, we've got the whole day. We can head back to the pirate ship. That can be our goal for today. Yeah, reluctant to team up, happy to nail faces from 300 away. Yup. Well, see, in that, Mal, like, back in the DayZ days, I was the person who would just go out by themselves, get a long rifle, and just snipe people's faces off. Like in that movie, Face Off. I did just realise that I don't know where we're going. Okay, so we need to follow the water around through to there. Alright. So we're on track. We're on track to head home. I just need to make sure we've gotten enough additional fish in the ilk so that we've got the resources aplenty to make the trip to the pirate ship. Wolfgrad's right. I do also snipe pirates on boats. Mal, I don't know if you saw it doing the rounds, but it turns out that all that time we spent on Sniper Elite makes me fucking lethal at Sea of Thieves. Last night I made a shot that, frankly, we made it one of our Twitch moments because it was that good. From the crow's nest, at tilt, capped a skeleton in the face as they were manning one of the cannons. And honestly, I could retire from the pirate's life because, yo ho, I'm not beating that shot. Dustin says, how did the SS Nautikult get here? Scurvy McRunfast. You got your Arctico into my Sea of Thieves! Ice Nine Wills. You got your Sea of Thieves into my Arctico! Oh man, there's the truck of sadness. So I'm gonna make a Sarnie soon. Captain Snipebeard. Captain Snipebeard sounds like a title I should need to formally apologise for. Alright, let me just make sure I'm actually heading us back to where we need to. Oh no, I've gone wildly off course again. Damn it! Alright, so we've got to head a hard left and head through the... This is what I get for being a talker. Yeah, we're going to head across the ice fields that way. And then once we hit the mountains... See, you can see the loop... Yeah, you can see the looped ice structure in the distance. That's where I should have been heading for, but I kind of fucked it up. But yeah, Mal, I'm so proud of that shot. And I'm very much looking forward to Sniper Elite 5. Although... I was talking about this... Okay, I guess, friends, I talk about a lot of the same things on loop. But I do value your opinions, and we have different people in. Sniper Elite 5 is coming. I'm very looking forward to it. And it's adding an invasion mechanic, which should make it spicy. But I don't know yet if you're going to have to play as a German sniper or not. And the idea of kind of shooting for the baddies makes me feel weird. Because Sniper Elite is a game I take great joy in doing horrible things to Nazis about. You know, the thematics for me is part of the relaxation, if you will. Mal's just busy enjoying the long snipes in Battle Cry of Freedom. 100 meters with an officer's flintlock is a great feeling. Yeah! Unless you're the person on the receiving end. Mal, we did a couple of sessions of Blackweight, which I know you saw Chad's video of that. But yeah, my ability to... Oh, actually, I think we can make it across here. My ability to pop domes in that is brutal, bordering on mean. Because it's the thing of the quick ships that are arguably better for ship-to-ship combat are also really easy to pop in the face. So there's been more than a few times where I've managed to clack the other captain in the gob. Did we already get... Oh no! Fucking hell. More research material. Hook me up. But yeah, there's something really satisfying about making a matchlock shot like that, because the sheer amount of time to reload. I didn't get my my sugary sniping fix from Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2. A terrible name. Because it... God, it was buggy to heck on PC. Still grumbly about it. Still grumbly about it. I mean, I guess I can go through the Hitman series again, doing the suit-only sniper, which is always good fun. One shot, one kill. Alright, let's get the puppies in the pen. Alright. Because hopefully... There we go. Alright, don't worry about it. That's obviously Cat. How you doing? One of these dogs is not like the other. You know what, Cat? You do you. You do you. Yeah, Mel, I haven't found I haven't thought of a way to do co-op run-throughs of Sniper Elite in a way that would be interesting for these lovely mother hubbards. Well, and for yourself to watch as well. So that's one of the reasons why I haven't really done any like sniper campaign stuff. We tried doing a balls only run, and that ended up being a lot of resets. But that's another story. Alright. Now, friends, let's get paid. Get those on the go. Start putting together some stuff. Lovely. Oh, and Lyris, I mean, I completely understand like the historical discussions and stuff, and I don't mean to dismiss those. It's more because I personally... Oh, look at the bugs, aren't they neat? Wonder what they're doing with the little feet. Collect data. Looking at all the data. Oh, these ones are red. I'm going to assume that's bad. But it's so as Lyris, it's more from my perspective. So if you take games like Wolfenstein, the newer ones, you know, they are a glorious celebration of doing horrible things to horrible people. Like, it is... I'm trying to think of the polite way of putting it. But it is something that is entirely okay to... how to phrase it? It's alright to kill Nazis, and it's alright to kill Nazis in a bad way. And I've taken a certain level of that mentality with me into the Sniper Elite series. Like Mal and a lot of people, I enjoy sniping in video games. I find it calming, and I really enjoy it as both as a role in multiplayer titles and as a single-player experience. I don't know what it is about sitting up on a hill and shooting the lock off a tiger cage and watching a bunch of... hang on a sec. Hupperchar? I'll be back in a second. God darn it. Hold that thought. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. The disadvantage of our current abode is the buzz door. I should probably have paused it though, so that our poor character doesn't end up starving to death. Soviet, I'm not sure what you're going for there, though I will say that so far the best game that deals with like footage of conflicts has been Umurangi Generation, and that's definitely the one to look at as kind of like the gold standard of. We can sell this data and get paid. So much data get paid. Oh, Lyrus, not only thank you kindly for the bits, but also you took the feckin' Yaldum while I wasn't looking. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for unseating that shark. I'm glad it's gone. Yeah, I'm gonna get paid. We'll get the upgrades workshop going. Cat the dog's still being weird, but you know what? It's fine. We've got enough power to make it happen. God, I also need to make myself a feckin' sarnie in a second. I got up to buzz whoever it was up, and then realised I'm ravenously hungry. But I have all the components I need for a sarnie, so I'm doing good. Oh, Lyrus, you wanted to remain a sneaky Jarl. Curses! I ratted you out. You've been rumbled. Alright, I think we've gotten through all our samples. Yes. We've got 13 gigs of data to sell. Let's do it. Yes, please, give me money. Alright, we've got exactly 7k. Oh. Time to blow the cash. Let's see what an upgrades workshop gets us. Expando size. Okay, here we go. So you're a real jammed in there. Okay. Pop you over here. Alright, so upgrade. Wait, we can have a parachute? Oh, I forgot about that. Sled will be lighter and quicker. Kayak makes moving faster. Fishing will be more efficient. More efficient. That is useful. We definitely don't have the fish to sell, though. Alright, friends, I may need to ask one of your lovely selves, if you wouldn't mind looking up how in the bloody hell we can power our farming equipment. Because we can sell farming stuff if we can get it going. And we're collecting enough power to get it going. So it's like, how do we combine these? I don't think we've made any more. We're up to 24 coffee beans. Are we slowly getting them through? Perhaps it's working and I just don't know. Our poor character definitely needs a cooked meal and a snooze. Which we still have plenty. Lovely. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, friends. I'm going to give our character some food and a snooze, and then I'm going to make myself a sarnie, and we can keep going with this. But, and Lyris, I didn't mean to glaze over what you were saying about, like, you know, historical representation and the people involved. It's always a massively complicated topic, and it's not that I don't think it's important to talk about. I don't think I've got the mental chops to go through it. Like, I'm an individual that worked on an Age of Sail game. Like, admittedly, it was only the tail end of it, so it's not like I could have changed anything, but, you know, I worked on Empire Total War, which is a game involving a lot of very heavy subjects. So, like, I completely understand there. Favor 6, I have not unlocked DACA mode yet, but perhaps we can find enough investigations to get our character, I don't know, like a laser gun or something. And my personal philosophy when it comes to history and video games is that video games puts us in a very unique position where we can start to understand people's choices. Like, I would talk about this with Soraya a lot, about like the difference between like great man history and like facts and dates history, things like that. That a lot of the ways in which history is taught removes the person from the discussion. Games put us in a place where we can experience and understand. And there's so much of history we still don't touch upon. One of the movies I watched recently with Fiona, because it's up on Hulu and stuff, is The Kingsman, which can be best described as British people fan fiction. Cat's still having a freaking time over there. Castro, we're working on it. I'm going to make a sarnie in a second, but I wanted to finish my thoughts here. And the interesting things about The Kingsman was that it was set during like the start is at the Boer War, which is where the British Empire invented concentration camps. Yeah, that's a British invention, that one. And I was fascinated to see that reference, and I realised there's so much of just British history alone that's never talked about, because it's the Brits doing horrible things. I should say, I don't know if I can recommend watching The Kingsman, because yes, again, it is British people fanfic. The superhero fight in the trenches was the worst representation of World War I have ever seen, and that includes the hell scene from the original Darkness video game, and Rasputin's ballerina ninja fighting style. Sorry, that I should apologize. Ballet ninja fighting style was bizarre. Truly bizarre. But the thing to take away from it was there's so much of history that we don't talk about. And when it comes to video games and fiction, I do believe that we should be obviously taking the care to represent these situations as accurately as we can, as properly as we can. You know, thinking of the empathy of a larger portion of these situations rather than just throwing them in willy-nilly. But I do think it's something that we need to unfurl more, you know? There's so much to history that, if ignored by art, will just go ignored. Sorry, I'm lacking the big, clever, big words. I'm going to apply bread, meat, cheese, and salad to my noodle to hopefully unfurl it. I know, and so Phyllis, it's not like a who did what. There are almost no nations that have a completely clean history. And I'm trying to think again. I apologize that I shouldn't really have started down this conversation topic because it is a gentle one to discuss and it does require care. But we shouldn't shy away from getting involved with difficult parts of history lest they be forgotten. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Kestrel, I think the apply food to self needs to happen. Lyris, you have nothing to apologise for. I love talking about this. And I really do mean it. That, you know, games are of the mediums best suited to get into the more difficult topics because it asks us not to observe but to be. And it gives us the possibility of creating situations where one can affect change. You know? I'll never deny someone the power fantasy of going back in time and fixing great, you know, atrocities through badassdom and, you know, shooty gun bangsmas. I think we've all had the what if I could just take a battle mech back in time and fix shit conversation with ourselves. Perhaps not in the giant robot-y sense. And video games can let us explore those spaces. But we're also, games are so well equipped to show us what it is like to be a person in those spaces, to show us a style of empathy that other mediums have to bat a lot harder to show us. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm going to go make a sarnie. I shall... hang on, let me make sure the dogs are fed before I fuck off. Cats. Still having a moment there. Just make sure everybody gets fed. I think we might need to take Cat for a run, as Cat seems very excitable. Nyaki Stucker was saying that as a child, there was definitely a fantasy of, what if I went back and told them what they were doing was bad? Surely they'd listen. I think there's a lot of merit to be had in those kind of spaces. I mean, obviously the challenge is acknowledging the realities of the situation and going from there rather than trying to represent a time in history that didn't exist. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyway, friendos, I'm going to make a sarnie. If you've not had water or a leg stretch or anything yourself, I recommend doing the same. And I shall leave you with this. Where's the best view? Oh, I can go up onto the roof, can't I? I'll leave you with a nice... There we go. Lovely view of our works. And I'll be back in just a second, friends. My name is Will Overguard. I went to go make a sandwich and I came back with dicks. Fiona just got back and now I got the good stuff. Yeah. I got some fries and I got some burgers. And apparently, while Fiona was getting us burgers, she got bullied into getting a plain burger for the dogs. Because apparently, you know, with Amos being a baby, he's never had a hamburger. So it's like, yo! So I get to stuff my face with hamburgers while we look out upon the Arctic sunset. Which, as a way to spend one's afternoon, is pretty good.
Amos, come here.
Yet, Favor 6, here I am, gobbling dicks on stream. Oh, speaking of hamburgers, I almost said something else. Should have been it. Alright, so, this is plain hamburger. Look, it's plain burg. Let me angle this down and across. Forgive the mess.
He got to try a French fry. All right, hey bud, do you want to show everybody what you've been doing? River, no, River back.
You'll get yours, don't
You'll
worry.
get yours. Trust me, River. You have part of yours waiting. Amos. Okay. Amos. Give me a sit.
God, this area is too small.
All right, good boy. There's a good boy. All right, Amos. Amos. Sit. Give me the paw. No, give me the paw. That's the good boy.
Good boy.
Okay, down. Down. No, down.
I know you know this.
Down. Down. Oh, that's such a good boy.
Yeah.
All right, you want to show the good one? Maybe you can do it. I don't know if you can. Not maybe in this way. Up. Come here. No, River back. You'll get one. Trust me. Hey, Amos, come here. Spin.
Yeah, there's not enough
Spin.
space for it.
Yay!
Yay! I take it back. Full spin from the boy.
All right, can you give me a spin? Spin.
Yay! Good lad.
Oh, that's a good boy. All right, give me another. Give me a spin. Come on, spin. Amos. Oh no, you're losing steam. Spin, dude.
Nah, we got 2 good spins out of him.
2 good spins.
That is a happy puppy.
That's a good boy. All right, River is gonna go get hers in a different area so he doesn't steal. Nope. That was your special treat for the day because you were so good this week.
That's my boy.
That's a good boy.
Good puppy.
What's all happening? Yay! Lyris, thank you for throwing in 100. Amos is a good boy. The puppy has learnt well. He's doing good. He's doing real good. See, River already knows the glories of hamburgers, so she knows what's coming. Oh, I'm glad we got to share that with you, friends. That was his first taste of the burgs. Now for mine. Oh, good. Oh, alright. So we've made a fair wedge of cash. But we need to start making more so we can sheet. How much did we have in the way of coffee beans before? We had 24 coffee beans. Let's keep an eye and see if we end up with more. Because I managed to collect some from here, which is pretty good. You're up to 33, and we can sell 30 for a K. Like, it's 1,000 for some Arctic grown coffee, which is pretty good. Bacon's like, darn it, now I'm thinking of Five Guys. I told you, friends, I'm not the person who will help you get less tasty food in your life. And yes, Ikoa, thank you for asking. Amos is getting better. It's getting much better. Which definitely gives me hope for the future, you know? Like, the real challenge is going to be for Fiona when I go away from GDC, because I'll be gone for the week. So, fingers crossed, you know, friends. Did you have some burger? Was it good?
I had to break it up in teeny tiny pieces so she would eat it.
Of course. That's hard.
I gave it to her in one whole bit, and she was just like, bleh, and put it on the floor, and I was like, really? Did you just?
He's searching for more burger.
He had like mini burg and fries. He got to try the whole Dick's experience. Proud little man. He was gently taking them too. I was taking, like, I'd take a fry, then I'd hand one back to him. And he's just like, oh, thank you. And he takes it all nicely. Oh, I'm then he'd stare at me through the rearview mirror.
I'll have the next one, please.
Like,
God, we've got a doggy divider. So when we take them in the car, they can't, like, leap from the back into the front. And somehow he managed to get in between the back and us, between the divider, as we were coming back yesterday. It was so funny, because his face was this complete picture of, I have fucked up now, and I don't know how to undo this.
He had, like, accidentally landed in the upside down.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna wander around until somebody helps me out of here, I guess.
Right? Wolfgrad, there's been a tiny blip on this side, but that was quite a while ago. And Ikoa, yeah. I mean, he's a lovely brick. He's a lovely stupid. He's just very time intensive. And at least for the short term, we've had to be a bit more... We've had to rearrange our lives a fair bit. But he's showing a lot of progress. We're doing a lot of work with him. He's going to start the next round of... So I think he's got one more session of Doggy Boot Camp, and then he starts doing, like, Doggy Advanced. And he's doing real well. Yeah, and I've also noticed that Pup Time is being very, very choosy about how it engages with this. Kestrel, he can start doing doggy calculus once he's done his doggy entry to trigonometry. Once he's cleared trig, then he's allowed to start doing calculus. I know it's a bit backwards, but that's just how they do the dog teaching in the Seattle region. Why do you lot put up with me? But yeah, I'm a little worried. The cat's still vibrating. Yeah, we need to go fishing tomorrow. Where's the nearest fish spot? Okay, the nearest fish spot is just due south of us. So we'll have a snooze and go catch a crap ton of fish. So I know we were joking about like squirrel hunting, but Amos is surprisingly non-fussed by squirrels as an entity. Don't ask me why, but for whatever reason, he's like, meh, whatever. Yes, and Amos, you are correct that one semester for us does count as 7 dog semesters. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when I go away for GDC. And the worry is real. The worry is real. But, like, hopefully the more time he spends, the better he's getting. Like, right now, his big pain point is the separation anxiety from Fiona. He's social with other dogs. I wouldn't say he plays too rough. That implies that he, like, chucks other dogs around. But he wants to play like a little dog despite being 70 pounds of muscle. Like, he was sitting the other day before we were going outside, and I could see his muscles, and I'm like, fuck. Why did we get a dog that's so hench? Why did we get a dog that's ripped? Yo, I think the coffee beans are actually working. So I'm going to grow some more coffee. You... I'm going to move over to here. Of course, now he starts being a little terror as soon as I'm saying nice things about him. And we'll pop another... Because the range of you is here. So in crop silo. No, we want water sprinkle water tank. Oh darn it, how did we do that again? Oh, it's not a random feature, it's a build thing. Amos, I love you with all my heart. Puppy playtime has become loud. Yeah, I'm just gonna grow Arctic coffee. That's gonna be my business model. I need you there. Puppies, I love you. But what the heck? Ooh, okay, so a Sabina plant, if watered, will produce more seeds for us to grow more crops. Colour me intrigued. Oh, there we go. Alright. So we haven't seen the anims directly, but it is happening. Alright. Make some more coffee. Thank you, please. How far does your arm go? Oh, we can get one more over here. Jobs, hey, good un. Friends, we are going to fund this entire operation through the medium of coffee. Okay, Wolfgrad, Go sleep well. Thank you for the conversation and the good times. I apologise you're having some internet troublies. Maybe one day when we get that magical purple tick, it'll solve all our problems. Transcodes are plenty. Solutions rain down from above. Be great. Dustin was reminding me of when I made the joke about how wet burritos become threat burritos. Mainly in reference to just how much food there is. Yeah, Miyagi Sakura, there's also raft. Oh yeah, we need to take the dogs to go get some fish. Because that's what we're kind of lacking at the moment. Alright. Let's go fishing. Okay, so what did you do to craft the threat burritos, friend? Well, I will say the tavern burgers down at Starbrass are still my favoritist burger in this town. Dick's continues to be a treasure and a joy. Oh, Naokini Sakura. Sea of Thieves yesterday was very funny. We made friends. We made enemies. We haven't encountered. Okay, we've encountered, and we encountered Anne Shark, but for the most part, it was just a fun little adventure. I made some cracking shots. We're just learning the game. Yeah, we did have our first encounter with a pirate ghost vessel, which was more than a little spoopy because they just came straight up out the water at us. It was fun. We haven't encountered the Megalodon again, so who knows if it'll happen. I will do my darndest to avoid it. And there was one bit where Kyle shot me out of a cannon, lol, to try and get me back onto the boat. Overshot, and I was suddenly in deep water, and I got that thalassophobia feel big loud. Okay. So Dustin's threat burritos is egg cheese leftover Bob Evans sausage gravy, and it's escalated to a wet burrito, or like a breakfast burrito. That's kind of rad. But Alanis was like, "What makes it a threat burrito? Ghost chili and gasoline." But yeah, Miyakiri Sakura, I am enjoying Sea of Thieves so much. We're decorating our ship up and everything. Kyle bought what looked like an In Her Teeth themed hull. So we've got this cool black and red thing going on. Okay, officially, Lyris, they're shark teeth. But they look more like the In Her Teeth logo, so I don't feel too bad. Good old Fin Her Teeth. Which is absolutely going to be the name of our next ship. Alright, we fished this place clean. So I think we can find another spot. But Sea of Thieves has been a lot of fun, and we've actually met a few new internet friendos through that, which has been really, really good. And I think it's the pacing of it that's what's working for us so well. Actually, yeah, we'll head to Cool Elevator. We'll do a couple of rounds of fishing today. That way we can potentially... Excuse me. That way we can potentially like limit the amount of fishing trips we have to do before we go out and try and re-find the pirate ship in Arctico. And Dustin, it would be freaking funny if they suddenly unfurled a bloody ghost ship midway through smooth kayak fishing in this game, but... And Dustin, that doesn't... oh, puppies, you are fine. That doesn't ring a bell, but also it would be very difficult to know if we'd encountered someone specifically. We've got voice comms turned off just to avoid someone bit... What the heck is that? What the heck is that? This is new. Oh, and Bacon Avenger, yes, I did spend a large amount of time resisting as much as I could due to sharks. Oh, way cool! Friends, Ortrazini and Caffeine were out doing a bit of treasure hunting last night. We got attacked by players, and by the looks of things, those players will certainly regret it. Fearless to be continued, friend. Have a lovely rest of your evening. We're going to the Cool Elevator. Yeah, I don't think we've worked out what to do with those fancy gems yet. I think later on we can process them either into money or into research, but I think I need to build something fanciful. But either that crystal outlay has been there the whole time and I've just missed it, or there are new things popping up on this map, which is intriguing. Audrey says they were booking it for port. Hey, not too shabby. I mean, the two situations we encountered was there was a player who tried using the sea guns on us to stop us from. Well, tried using the I should say some coastal cannons on us as we were heading to go look for treasure, so they had to go. Kyle went and set their ship on fire, and then the second one was the pirates that we serenaded as they were handing in their loot. And then after they'd handed in their loot, they decided to try and steal some of ours. And all we had left was a magical scepter that spits out like a great big watery Hadouken. Anyway, suffice it to say, that did not end well for them. Okay, so actually, I meant to say on the subject of rowboats, are they a thing that one can acquire, or do you just find them out to sea? Like, I've seen people using them, and I've found them intermittently, but I don't know if it's something that you can attach to your boat and bring with you, or use later, or what have you. I'd be very intrigued to know. All right, let's go get some fish. Agonatic said, "Do you mean in-game or real life?" In-game, in-game. Okay, so Twizzlight's saying you find them and you can attach them to the back of your boat. Alright, see, that was the thing I couldn't work out yesterday, was how to attach them. Okay. So you do just find them on islands, but you can attach them to your ship. Cool. Because being able to bring them back with would be a huge boon. And certainly would have saved us a ton of time when we were selling all our goodies. Okay. Agonadiki says what we need is a daisy chain of boats pulled by sled dogs. Is that not the best idea already? Oh, okay. So Bacon's saying that from March 10th, when the next season begins, which is next Thursday, so next Friday we'll have lots of exciting things to get stuck into. The next season starts and activities, those ghostly sea fortresses. Yo, I'm gonna get a lot of mischief going. I might have to go so far as to pick up the, whatever the season pass is or what have you. Because I'm really looking forward to playing more of it. I feel like we got into it at the end of a particular season, because whatever was the thing with the ghostly lady on the Isle of Baja Blast, the Isle of Dank Kush, if you will, I feel like that was a storyline that had been going for a while, and and we got at it just towards the end. I saw a little bit of someone playing the Pirates of the Caribbean story, and it involves going underwater a lot. Don't know what that noise was. Not going to question it. So I'm trying to avoid that for as long as I can. Oh, here we go. But yeah, now I know I can hook the boat up to the back of the ship. I'm definitely gonna be keeping them, because for my shark-fearing self, like so far when we've encountered sharks, we've been able to just wail on them until they ceased to be a problem. All right. And I'm becoming a pretty darn good crack shot from the sea, so I'm not too worried. But there will come a time where I'm going to have to go to shore, and I'm not going to wanna. Like when we went to go see I think it was the Hunters or what have you. All right, so we did that. Cave systems. The cave's elevator system must first be fixed. What do we need? Oh, we need a lot more. Okay. So what we need to do there is process enough resources as to be able to repair this elevator system. I thought we had to power it, but yeah, it just needs sorting. And from there we'll be able to. Alright. I am learning. Twizzlight, just on the subject of Sea of Thieves, was saying that they recommend keep going with the current playstyle. You go hard, you can burn out fast. No, I can understand that. And again, kind of going back to our previous topic, going back to one of our earlier topics, like rationing out a game like that is not a bad shout. A lot of people had a similar thing with the Blackout Club, and I honestly think it was the combination of like weekly setup and actually how are the puppers doing? 69. Nice. Oh, excuse me. I do think that with the Blackout Club, it was because we didn't go constantly hard, is why we were able to keep playing it without basically coming to hate the game. Because I do know a lot of people that played it very hard early on, had a great time, and then burnt out. And sadly, the Quiet War was a difficult time to be into that. Indeed. Oh, and friends, I've been nattering off and on with Null. Null's been up against it with a lot of work things, which is why we haven't had our kind of like our Blackout Club follow-up. But I'll keep chatting with him. Like once he's got a bit more bandwidth, I'm really looking forward to just having an evening, cracking open a couple of glasses of wine or cans of beer or whatever the mood requires, and just letting him talk freely about his plans with the Blackout Club, you know, how it felt to see us all hurtle through it. Actually, as a quick, is there anyone here who doesn't know what I'm talking about when we're discussing the Blackout Club? Because you know me, I try to make sure that, you know, everybody's included in the conversation. And I forget that, you know, there are some friendos that have only found us very recently who didn't put up with 2 years of me and Kyle screaming. Because if so, I'm more than happy to talk about it. God, and there's certainly a happy melancholy to it, you know? Okay, so Twizzlight, the Blackout Club is a fascinating game. I started playing it with Kyle about half a year after it released, and on the surface, it's a very simple game, right? You and 3 friends play kids in this little town of Redacre, and your goal... your goal is to find out what is happening under the town of Redacre, why all the grown-ups get up each night and sleepwalk around, and try and escape whatever's going on. Now, the special hook of it was that the gods of Redacre were played by live actors or the developers of the game and kind of messed with you in real time. That whilst there is a base story to Redacre... Ooh, that looks like Fancy Planet. Back it up. Oh, that pat. Guinea pigs have strong views on our collection of the Stolasars. Sorry, yeah. The gods of Redacre were played by live actors and developers. So the story was told closer to like an ARG than in a traditional kind of like narrative sense. So where you still did missions, solved problems in the immediate, it was a lot of repeating the same quests as you leveled up your character, and the more time you spent in the world, the more was kind of unfurled. And we didn't know this going in. It was originally going to be a charity stream for one of the companies that Kyle had worked at previously, and Speakers One came in and fucked up our day sideways, and it was phenomenal. So we kept playing, and we kept playing, and we kept getting into it. And as we became more and more embroiled in the story, as we got more and more into it, oh boy, it was the gift that kept on giving. I actually have a tattoo from that game, which is this big old one here, when I became a chosen of the I Dare, who was not initially one of the gods I was going to work for, but he popped up. I asked him for a thing, and he gave it me, and I'm like, you know what? My loyalty is pretty affordable. And it was feckin' brilliant. We would actually go on to find out that the gods that we were talking to were played by, like, Critical Role cast members. So that was a big one to deal with. Like, finding out that I was there for one of Matt Mercer's character's deaths is something that has definitely stayed with me. God. Yeah, Jackie, time travel's weird. I'm going to pick up some more fish while we're here, so might as well. Do a little bit of pond fishing. Well, I mean, Dustin, we knew Ashley Birch was in because Ashley Birch has a very distinctive voice, and the character from the prologue was played by Ashley Birch as well. But yeah, so that's how me and Kyle ended up streaming on Fridays together, and we rotated it in and out, friendos. The team we kind of settled with was Ems and Fiona joining us, and like Fiona was following the kind of the comedy trickster god Laughs Last, who did a complete heel move at the end. Ems was following the Measure Cuts, who a very very scientific, very focused individual. I was the Idea, and Kyle was In Her Teeth, or Tooth Mother, if you will. A god for whom many thirsted, which I cannot count myself out of those leagues, who was Redacre's essentially death god, but not in the way you think. Rather than being like I'm coming to get you. In Her Teeth is about the natural end to all things. And in her mind, the gods extended their lives beyond what is sensible. Well, yeah, and then Burn Thy Path ended up... No, not Burn Thy Path. It was... Oh, god damn it. What was the idea became? I kind of... It's dropped out of my head already. I know, I'm a terrible follower. But yeah, we became... Find Thy Voice. Thank you, Orchazini. We became massively, massively into this. And we've been trying to find games since then. And it's been hard. Like, finding games that are as engaging to watch, difficult. Finding games that are fun for a group to play together and can share a conversation. But we'll never find one where we have such an impact on the story as a whole. I mean, I'm not saying it won't be done again. It's just, that's not something we can just jump into. So... Sea of Thieves has definitely been very welcome. The pacing of it certainly has been feckin' grand. And the reason why I talk about this is because, like you were saying, is like it's very easy to burn out. And see, with the Blackout Club, the thing that's important to think about is you could go for weeks without encountering any gods. Some people didn't encounter them beyond maybe once, possibly twice. And we were lucky because we got embroiled in the story proper. But burnout is real, and a lot of people who are very, very involved in it did end up, well, burning out. You know, they went so hard that there were no more puzzles to solve. There was nothing more to unveil. One of the cleverest things they did is, you know how all games have emotes and dances and things like that? The Blackout Club was no exception. And when you first start playing the game, you're like, oh, we can unlock this silly hand gesture or this silly little dance and this wiggle. it would turn out that these gestures would become what was known as the Old Tongue. The oldest language, that being body language. Oh yeah, this is just a straight shot back home. Alright. Actually, how are we doing for food? Dogs are doing okay. Because I saw something on the map I'm kind of tempted to go check out whilst we're at it. Yeah, I think I want to check out whatever this facility is here. We've got enough to keep our dogs fed and happy if we do it, so let's go for it. Actually, how much fish have we got? 50. Alright. Eat up, dogs. You're going to be the happiest, chubbiest sled dogs of all time. Alright, which way are we going? This way. Woohoo! But yeah, the body language thing was so brilliant because it was a great... It would end up being the communication language between like players and the gods. And a big part of how people would interact with the system later. But it was hidden in plain sight from the beginning. So much of the Blackout Club used some cheeky little bits of meta-narrative that I'm still so impressed by. And what happened was, when the discovery of the Old Tongue was made, people started going hard and trying to decipher the meaning of all of these gestures as new ciphers were being unlocked. And there was a lot to do. And a lot of people that went through that were like, this was brilliant. And then there was not a big puzzle to solve. There was a story to unfurl, but there was no great big... Huh. Does that look weird to anybody else? Does that look like a weird... locked-in ice cave to anybody else? Well, this might be where we die. Guess I was like, I don't see anything. Oh, okay, so this is going to be another elevator. I forget what we do to place markers in this. I should probably be doing that. But there's some other stuff here. We can do a spot of ice fishing. Is it all ice fishing? To Laria Wind, I say what-ho and welcome. As you have been so kind enough to bring a whole raid in, can I interest you in this slightly used submarine? To Hyper, what-ho and welcome. Laria, how is your Saturday? How are you doing? Tell me your tales. Hello and welcome. My dyslexic ass is not going to pass that, so I'm just going to go with Sat. V3 Locogist. No, we'll just go with Sat. Hello and welcome. What-ho! Hello, hello. Also, both Hyper and Sat, seriously, thank you for the follows. Yeah. Did Laria send you away? Well, good thing I've got a spare submarine for you all. You can crash over here. We're playing Arctico, which, if you've not encountered it, is a gorgeous non-combat survival game. Laria says that their Saturday's been great, working on texturing the protagonist for their indie game. Lovely! I mean, Laria, if I haven't said this already, like, if there's anything I can help with indie games-wise, you know you only need to ask. I'm more than happy to give assistance where I can. And, okay, this game is lovely. It has native co-op. You are given, after the previous researcher passes away, you are given their Arctic station to look into their research and what they found there. You're also given 4 sled dogs and just let loose. It seems to be like a... Yeah, cave systems, elevators must be fixed. All right. It seems to be like a technological future as you're able to kind of like build and construct little bases very quickly. Oh yeah, pirate crew sticks together. it has this traditional survival game elements like food, water, stamina, etc. Base building in a kind of traditional sense, but there's no combat elements. There are no monsters that pop forward and try and eat your face off. There's no, surprise horror mechanics. It's just the stillness and calm of this, this beautiful Arctic environment. A lot of meditations on, how, like, enjoying solitude and things like that. War Behemoth finally at peace, free from the cruel commands of politicians and generals. These stolen metals will return to the earth. They will be cleansed. Got a little scary at the end, but... Oh, but we did get some resources. And some cash! Cha-ching! No, it's utterly gorgeous. And again, this can be played with a friend, so... Yeah, we were just out fishing so I could get enough resources. I'm currently trying to restore some of these elevators. I have no idea what's beneath it. We've been napping about a lot of things. I was just telling Twizzlight about the Blackout Club, but we've been talking a lot about Sea of Thieves today, and just generally how the presentation and pacing of open world games really affects your enjoyment of them. Mostly me dissing on the Ubisoft method of just cram the map full of as many icons and things to do as possible. Your sanity and free time be damned. And whereas with this game, it's entirely happy to just let you be. There's only the most basic of information on the map to start with, and that's usually pointing you towards, necessary resources to start with. Agonanarchy with all checklists all the time, a baby. Okay, set GPS waypoint. Oh, okay, sorry. This is me being a dingus. I could actually go back and set another GPS marker. Hilarious, they do love the Ubisoft method though. Hey, and that's entirely fine. My critique of it often is the additional elements added sometimes draw you away from the things that make their open world games so interesting. I was picking on the feathers as kind of like a hyperbole example, but like, especially with the Assassin's Creed 2 series, everything about them is gorgeous. And when you've been playing it for a while, as you well know, you kind of start getting a bit snowblind to the gorgeous architecture of Venice, because you're focusing on... Excuse me. Because you're focusing on... Second elevator. Because it has you focusing on the acquisitions that you'll need to clear achievements, and not necessarily the architecture. But then again, I'm a very big proponent of don't tell me, let me explore. And for a lot of people, that can be a very frustrating method rather than an enjoyable one. So I do understand it. And as someone who's been playing a large proportion of Destiny 2 recently... Oh, hang on, I need to... Speaking of waypoints, it should just be a straight shot back. Yeah, it's just a straight shot back. Alright. Agonanarchy saying that they hope to see more survival games where socialization is a valid method as an aside to combat. So like choosing to befriend trolls in Valheim, they use an example. I'd be entirely okay with that. There's a lot of factional stuff that I'd like to see taken into more consideration. But again, to an extent, I'm being slightly... I wouldn't say picky. Ooh! Oh, these will sell right good. Get a look at that, researching. Sat says they're from Italy, and Ezio's Assassin's Creed does a great job in the buildings. Yes. I've been lucky enough to visit Venice, and it's gorgeous. And they entirely captured like the. All right. They entirely captured. I don't know what these glowing rocks are. I'm sure it's fine. Hey, Will, how did you get super radiation poisoning? Well, fun fact. Turns out glowing rocks are bad. But yeah, it was lovely seeing them in their full glory and realizing the games have done such a good job of capturing them. Yes, I did go to the Street of Assassins like a great big nerd. And finding out why it was called the Street of Assassins was fascinating. Sadly, friends, it is not because it is the cool kid hangout of a bunch of pro assassins, but because it's where all the rich people would sneak into the red light district to go get their free con. And there was one path from the water to the red light district that couldn't be observed. And so assassins and muggers would just lie in wait in Murder Alley. And, oh, fucking hell. Jesus. That feeling when you nearly drive your sled dogs off a cliff. Alright, so good news, more research material. And we've got enough food that we can keep the dogs fed and warm and happy while we're out here. But I guess the conversation earlier definitely came down to a distilling of what we show users in games drastically changes their experience. And it seems like such a dumb thing, like the choice of whether or not to represent data on a map screen shouldn't be the feature that makes or breaks a title. You know, you'd think the thousands of hours spent on feature development, animation, you know, control schemes, etc., those should be what make or break a title. And yet, and everything we do has the chance of someday affecting someone. Our deeds can outlive and outpace us. And that's some legit tier philosophy right there. And we found a bag of coffee! Yeah! I'm gonna drink snow coffee and it's gonna be so good! Also, Laria, I've been on a massive, sailing ship kicker, games-wise, recently. So, I've been playing Black Wake. We did 2 Saturdays of big multiplayer sessions of Black Wake. I just got into Sea of Thieves proper. I know I'm like the last person to start playing it. But also, I've been really hankering to go back to Black Flag, which Black Flag for me was kind of the swan song of the Assassin's Creed franchise. But this is not a diss on the franchise per se. You know, I'm definitely one of those people that got way too into it. You know, I was there throughout the Ezio. Oh! Fuck! Alright, we're okay. But that was not smart or clever. But yeah, I was very into the Ezio story arc. And I felt its ending was a bit sad. A bit meh. Oh, Kestrel, no, there was absolutely full damage. I just got lucky there. And the American Assassin's Creed title, at least the first one, I felt was very lackluster. We've kind of touched on this already this morning, so I don't want to go back into it. But I felt that it was an example of setting a game in a very interesting, if not exceedingly volatile time in history, and then kind of sanding all the hard bits off, you know? But Black Flag was phenomenal. I've heard Assassin's Creed Rogue is very good. Bit more dark, a bit more po-faced than Black Flag, but definitely good. Oh! According to Ortrazini, the Nintendo eShop is doing Black Flag and Rogue for $15. Nice! Get your Age of Sail on. Oh, Fish and Mail was saying they like Black Flag a lot. Yeah, it's so good. The commentary I've heard from friends who've been playing the more recent Assassin's Creeds has been that they're great games, but should have been their own franchise, and I can wholeheartedly understand that. Larry was saying that Assassin's Creed 3 was a bit rough. Felt like Connor didn't get much of an opportunity for his personality to shine like Ezio did. Yes. Also, starting us off as a very, very charismatic villain, and then giving us Connor, who was definitely a protagonist that needed time to breathe. Again, I do feel they sanded a lot of the edges off when it came to Connor's character, in my humble opinion. Anyway, look, we made it back home! Yay! We can sell our special Arctic coffee for large amounts of money. Jobs are good. This is our heated sled shed. Keeps the puppies all nice and happy. Oh, good work. Alright. Everybody gets food and pets. Everybody gets food and pets. You all did well. Cerberus is already like, I am so done with this shit. Oh, sorry, our dogs are Cerberus, Zeus, Linda, and Cat. Cat's been excitable. But yeah, I felt that Connor would have been a very, very interesting and complex character given time to breathe, but it did feel like they didn't want to engage with the things that made Connor interesting. You know what I'm saying? So... some people referred to it as Raiden syndrome, and I can kind of understand it. Yeah, Cat. It's a nice name for the dog. It's what happens when you let your lovely friends pick the names for your animals. So Twizzlight was saying they'd hoped that Valheim would have more of a social aspect to it. I think we're going to get it. We tried playing it on some larger servers and it was a lot of fun, but it did result eventually in a lot of server instabilities and stuff. Alright. So it looks like this has been doing its job well, which I'm very happy about. So if we have a look at the coffeeometer, oh shit, yeah, we're doing great for coffee beans. Make that good coffee money. Oh, our own coffee plant here in the in our little venue. All right, let's get to studying and let's get to making. But sorry, Larry was saying that they loved Valhalla, but it definitely lost quite a few of the great feelings and story elements that make Assassin's Creed feel like Assassin's Creed. I need to give it a proper shout. The things that I find myself pondering is the way in which they represent British villages is... okay, when you travel through the landscape of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, it's slightly more colourful than the British countryside, but it's not far off. But when you get to the villages, they're these like flower-strewn, idyllic, beautiful places. And I grew up on the south coast of England, and I'm just like, well, that never fucking happened. They'd be miserable, they'd be muddy, they'd be dirty. Oh, we need more resources. All right, but we're up to 3k and 5k in power. So when the time comes, we can start rebuilding the elevator. But, I mean, obviously, you don't need me to tell you that I'm fecking down for any kind of cool Viking-flavoured games. I mean, hell, I even watched the Netflix Vikings Valhalla, which kind of felt like an AI-generated a series of that show. But it wasn't awesome. It wasn't awesome, but it wasn't awful. Sorry, Larry just says, but they're so beautiful in game. Let us dream. All right. And Andorf, what ho, friend? Hello. But yeah, I don't know what's got me on this Age of Sail kicker. It's probably drinking with Tobias and just a need for shanties. I mean, Laria, it's definitely not as exceptional as some of the early series, and it kind of takes it does a little teeny tiny snapshot of history told from a couple of perspectives. Like there are worse things you could put on the background while you're doing other stuff. Like I didn't out and out hate it. So Will's glowing recommendation right there. Yeah, I've got to get blackout curtains on this. I'm sorry, friends. You get my face in shadow. I'm still slowly getting this place up to snap. I've been listening to the Wellerman remix on repeat. Going back to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, there's one version of the shanties with a bit of music and the sounds of the sea behind it, and I love it. I basically had that and Professional Pirate playing quite a bit over the last few days. The Will of Shadows. But yeah, I've always enjoyed, in terms of games, I've always enjoyed the ones where they're quite content to give you almost no information to start with, and then it slowly unfurls. And I guess this is preference and philosophy rather than what is or isn't correct. But if you give me an open world game and tell me nothing about it and let me kind of putz around for a bit, and then slowly tell me like, all right, well, you found your first MacGuffin node. Now you know what MacGuffin nodes are. We're going to start showing you those on the map. Well, okay. I felt State of Decay was pretty good at it. I should definitely go back to State of Decay again. Although it is interesting how State of Decay's co-op definitely takes a lot of the challenge out of it. It's another thing I've kind of been pondering. Maybe I just need to play the first one again to get a vibe for it. Oh, Twizzlight was playing that earlier today. Oh, lovely. Now, I've always really enjoyed State of Decay and how it... I don't know, it really felt like out of a lot of that first wave of like zombie game revival, it really felt that they looked at the human level elements of it. One thing they didn't carry over to 2, which was in the first one, was having to take the walk with people. That when you get someone who's not getting on with other people and is starting fights and causing trouble, you take them out for the walk. And it's up to you on that whether or not you bring them back to the community. Like whether you exile them, kill them, or bring them back under threat. God, I'm going to have a ton of data to sell by the end of this. How much more have we got? One more after this. Jesus, we're up to 18 gigs of data. Brilliant. Oh, so Twizzlight, what's the new difficulty settings? Because I've done a couple of runs of State Decay and had a lot of fun with it. We managed to clear it not too long after launch. A good friend worked on it, so... Actually, I think I've got 2 friends working on it now. Larry was saying that they think that they treasure story too much. I wouldn't say too much, but I know what you're saying. That Larry can't really get into games like Breath of the Wild that just throw a big world at you and not really any like story or quest markers. Hey, that's completely understandable. You know, one of the great things about video games is they are very, very subjective, despite what conversations on Twitter would tell you otherwise. Oh, we're gonna get a lot of money. Look how much cash we got. 1,500 money. That was totally worth it. And we got some more coffee beans. do wonder if there's a more efficient way of working out how to do these. Because now we have a silo. Yeah, see, we're guaranteed to pick up all this farming. And so the water plant system, we can get 2 more going here if we build another construction arm. Sorry, I'm I'm thinking out loud at you all. So we'll put an arm there. Yeah, turn that into a crop collector. And then put a coffee pot there. And we put another coffee pot there. Okay, turns out we need more seeds, so we'll come back to that. Sorry, jumping back in. So, on the state decay difficulty, so it's like saying they have super easy, normal, dread, nightmare, and now lethal, but you can adjust combat, resources, community management independent of each other. Yes, love it. So super hard zombies in a resource plentiful map with a huge amount of community stress. Interesting. Or super easy zombies but hardly any resources to find. That's kind of cool. I mean, Fish and Mailed, in absolute agreement. Now, I'm not dissing on teams that do the easy, medium, and hard, because difficulty settings are, I'm going to say difficult. God. Hi, my name's Will. I'm going to say contrite things on the internet, in real time. Come with me now on a journey through obvious statements. Sorry. Dynamic difficulty is, like, incredibly complex to deliver on. Very much worth it, but incredibly complex. And one of the discussions that people have had sometimes is it's very hard to know how to flavor to taste until you've played certain games. I'm going to pick on XCOM 2 because that's one of the ones I know the most. XCOM 2 as a game is very hard to know what you should play it on settings-wise or how you should play it, because the only way you'll know is if you've already gotten stuck into it. Do you know what I mean? I think I can't buy seeds. That would be very useful. Oh, I haven't got much in the way of... Okie dokie. Yes, difficulty settings are an exceedingly large amount of work, and giving players the knowledge to know how to change the experience to suit them is difficult. So, a player may not know that they want easier or harder zombies but more difficult resources until they've had a crack at them. And I'm not... sorry, this isn't dissing, this is just kind of like musings. Now, in an ideal world, we'd almost litmus test users. So, in an ideal magical world, what you would do is you would take a user and you would drop them in a mock environment and just let them run loose. A small, tight focused...
When I was just a lad looking for my true vocation, my father said, now son, this choice deserves deliberation. Though you could be a doctor or perhaps a financier, my boy. Why not consider a more challenging career?
Hey ho ho. Shh, do you want to get us all sued? Yo, we can get a lighter and quicker sled. And a better fishing rod. Oh, this could be right handy. Favor6, thank you for not only 200 bits, but also giving me an excuse to reference my favourite Muppet song. Carry me upstage, lads. This will be my only number. Twizzlight was saying that another problem with difficulty setting is finding the baseline experience you expect your players to have already had with the genre technology. Games literacy is a very real thing. Someone who's picking up their first 3D platform with any controller that they've never used will have a much harder time. Yup. So yeah, in a magical, money no question, budget's not a problem, team as size as you want, dropping a user into a mock environment that gives them a little bit of everything, and either quizzes them as they're doing it, or silently analyzes their playstyle, and then gives them enough info to understand what they either do or do not like, or have dynamic difficulty to an extent where you can tweak things behind the scenes. Because the thing is, difficulty is this incredibly challenging sweet spot that doesn't apply to every game, but sometimes... Okay, I'm going to use more hyperbole examples, and again, I'm sorry to Longship regulars who've heard this like 8 or 9 times. So we played through Control, and it was fucking brilliant. And we turned off damage. Now, I did that because my goal for the no damage run was more about being able to show people the world rather than being about... yeah, we need to go get some more seeds soon. Actually, how's our character doing? God damn it, I haven't had a cooked fish in ages. I think there was some up on one of the roof bases. Definitely some mushrooms. We turned off damage while playing Control because my goal was to show people stuff about the architecture and environment of the game. The goal was never to get into it, but Control ended up being even better than my expectations, and we kept going on. Oh, okay. Laria, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you kindly for throwing us a lurk. And thank you kindly for bringing your crew over here. I really appreciate it. You know what? Let's get a faster sled. I think that's going to help us out a lot. That way we don't have to churn through so much food when we're out and about. I'll save the rest of our cash for trying to work out what we're going to need next, but... I mean, anything that helps the puppies, right? Now, in theory, there's like a little rooftop village abandoned over this hill, which is where we're heading. So yeah, we played through Control, difficulty turned off. Sorry, I should say damage turned off. So we still had to kill enemies. And, you know, damage was still affected by upgrades in the ilk. But we could not be killed. And not only did it work really well thematically, it actually accented the story they were trying to tell much better than I think anyone had expected. No, actually, Twizzlight, that's a really interesting thought. Twizzlight saying that someone said video games the only form of media that you can end up buying something and not have the ability to see what you've purchased. Yes. Now, I do believe that's why a larger portion of our genres are defined by the type of interaction rather than the thematics, as to give a clearer picture of what it is you're getting at point of purchase. But I also promise I'm not going to do the genre conversation again. Because again, these lovely Mother Hubbards have had to hear me talk about genre until the cows come home. There are cows now. There are so many cows. If I keep talking, it'll become more cow than person in Seattle. Sorry, I'm going off on some weird tangents today. But if we go back to the thing we were talking about earlier, about how with some games it's hard to know what you should do to get the best experience from them. When you throw like difficulty and sliders into the mix as well, it's like how confused are poor users trying to work out how in the bloody hell they're supposed to play their game. Because another game that has been on my brain a lot recently, because I'm hoping to do some video content on it, is Rain World. And Rain World is a game that does narrative subversion with its difficulties. So you start playing Rain World, and it says, do you want to play this on the regular mode? Do you want to play this on an easier setting? Or do you want to... or if you finish the game, you get to play it on challenge mode. And a lot of people go, oh, cool, I want to play that on the easier setting. I mean, right? There's nothing against them for that. we just got a bunch of seeds. Nice. Might be able to start planting some things that'll get us seeds. Slowly get that passive increase income up. But the thing with Rain World is that the difficulty settings are an obfuscation. They're not different settings, they're different characters. And to play through the game as the monk, oh darn it, I don't have enough coffee. I stole all our coffee and we can't make it now. This is the voice. Alright, but there's definitely some more seeds up this way, so I'm going to hoover those up. But yes, to play through the game as the monk is a different character. A story which, whilst lovely, is best experienced after you played through the game normally as the survivor. And then to get to play as the hunter, the challenge mode, the hunter's story, arguably one of the most heartbreaking that we've encountered in so long. Okay. Wait, so there's the ice block we went to. I missed a whole ass henge. Now, was that the boat Camille was talking about? Sorry, pirate boat questions. Oh! God, I forget how massive this map is. In certain parts of this world, you can catch an updraft. And thankfully, your parachute will keep you from dying, but fecking out. But yeah, there's no way to tell users going into it that actually you need to choose one of the more difficult settings to play it through first. Because if you stick with it, the story will be so much better. Anyway, I don't want to go too hard into the discussion of difficulty as a whole. The reason I was bringing up XCOM, by the way, is because for me personally, to get XCOM 2 where I wanted it, I actually had to enable some mods. So I added the no turn timers mod, and I also added, what was it? You can extract your whole team at once. But I also played it on Iron Man, so that whilst I was able to go more... I was able to trundle through the game in a more careful manner, I still had to take into consideration... Oh, that's it. We were going to go repair the... Ooh! Cool thing. Maybe I shouldn't have made this lighter and faster. Alright, well, the dogs are fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Fuck, sorry, I lost my train of thought as we careened down that. No, whatever it was, it's gone right out of my head. Good work, Will. Good work. But yeah, I've taken to using the term flavour to taste when discussing video games because I can't really think of any other... If you think of the whole, like, food as art, it's about the only other artistic expression that has as much reliant on the individual's taste as anything else. And that sometimes we need to take the experiences that we've spent money on and tweak them in such a manner as to make them what we want. Kind of like house rules with board games and things like that. Also, I have no idea what's under the ice. If we've got enough to do the repair jobs on this elevator... I just want to get the research materials before I forget. Because each of these is money. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of Shut Up and Sit Down over the past few months because I needed things in the background in the evening to keep myself from going do lally tap. And it's been interesting to hear those discussions about when users start cheating at board games, when users start making up house rules. Like, a very, very good friend of mine used to say, like, if you want to get into video games, you've got to study board games, because they are the purest form of design without... Oh, shit! Alright, Twizzlight, alright. Twizzlight says we got to roll. Alright, D20's out. D20's out. Okay. Obviously, you have to post your results. See who goes first. 5. Fuck my life. Why do I always roll like trash? Oh, was that not what you meant, Twizzlight? Did you not mean actually roll? Alright, the cave's elevator system must first be fixed. Do we know how to do that? Because I can build an elevator, but I think that only takes us up. I don't think we have a repair tool. Okay. Sadlin rolled a 3, so alright, I'm not last. And Caffeine rolled a nat 20. Of course you bloody did. Oh, okay, so Twizzlight was trying to say, like, you know, is it going to be water, more ice, yet more ice, or Lovecraftian horrors? You know, roll the dice to see outcome. And we're all here like, no, alright, throw down. Twizzlight rolled a 4. Wow. Like, I feel a kinship between most of us, because we're all rolling like shit today. Alright. So how do we repair this? Let's have a ponder on it. If we have a look, okay, so if we have a look at the map, so we're here at Cool Elevator. Oh, sorry, wrong buttons. So we're here at Cool Elevator. Appears to be some kind of crater over there. That's an ship, certainly. Now, where did we find? Oh yeah, so second elevator was up here in this cool spot. There's a big old question mark there. Did we encounter these? Oh my word, I keep forgetting just how much map there is. Something big and busted over there. We've got enough food that we really can go on a journey. And our base will keep making coffee that we can sell when we get back. God, this whole thing's huge. That might have been the spaceship that we found crashed. Sorry, the satellite, I should say. Alright, so let's hit here. Oh no, so that's the observatory. So I'm still going to hit there. And from the observatory, we're going to try and head to the other kind of like island section. Oh, Caffeine saying if it continues tomorrow. I feel bad for the party they're DMing for. It's understandable, really. It's very understandable. But yeah, we'll check out the night sky, get some data from that, and then yeah, see where this adventure takes us. And friends, I hope I'm not sounding too preachy with all this natter about open worlds and nonsense. You know, as I am known to do, I get very excitable about the deconstruction of games and how we put them together, because I love video games so much. And what that means now is so different than what it meant years back, and I still love it. No longer do I have to apologise to people at a feckin' birthday party when I start talking wildly about 16-bit era games. You know? Yo, is that me or are there two suns? Yo, are we in a two-moon situation? Are we... Is that... I don't know if we need to worry. God damn it, fake moon. Damn it, Moon. And the other thing that's so lovely about being into video games is we're not living in the shadow of what came before. Like, okay, 1 million people have deconstructed Mario 1-1. It is an exceptional piece of clever design. But the very medium by which we share games with each other, the very... Sorry, that was a nonsense sentence. Let me have another run up at that one. What I mean is, we haven't even finished creating what is the canvas for video games. So the discussions and deconstructions around them are incredibly valid. And I love that. Like, your thoughts and feelings on the discussions we've had today are incredibly valid. And you can't really say that about a lot of mediums. You know? That's something that makes me really excited. Like, our conversations and banters and ponderings on video games here may be a little snippet towards translating the beautiful medium that we love into something transcendent. All right, I think it's the music making me all arty farty. I think I might need to make another coffee, but I'm definitely in full wafflemancy. But you can see what I'm saying. And so, Agananiki, I see what you're saying. You know, like, Vanta Black does change certain aspects, but it is a darker black. It is a more accented version of an existing element. Like, in our lifetime, video games have changed so drastically and are still continuing to do so. Like, we're so far from the top of the mountain that it really does make me bloody chuffed to be a part of it all, you know? Miyaki Sakura, I've not found the berry yet. I know it's packed away. I made sure it's packed away safe. But in there you can see the... Oh, how the puppy's doing. The puppies are doing great. In there you can see the problem. That. Alright, there's a big old blimp over that way. Alright, hang on. I need to see if there's a place we can cross. Appears here is the only spot, so that's what we've got to go for. Trying to... Ooh! I've got to stop doing that. Just putting petal to the metal. But yeah, that's why I get so arty-farty about all of this. A lot of other mediums have some fascinating articulations on themes and try new little twists on old stories. And here we are, like, still inventing the engine. God. Sorry, I just, Twizzlight and Pepsi Dash, like, venturing...
Slow down the lead foot. This isn't Death Stranding after all, smile.
It might be. It might be. Excuse me, is your Death Stranding? If it is, you might need to call this number. And Bacon, thank you for the 200, friend. No, I was just going to touch on... Because both Twizzlight and Pepsi Dash had mentioned VR. And, like... We still don't know how to tell great stories in VR, and we're still learning. I mean, holy crap. Half-Life Alex. Holy crap. Oh, is probably going to be able to make it. Oh. Might struggle to get back, though. Alright, well, it's cool. We've got enough fish. We'll go check out that blimp. Maybe we'll build, like, a blimp base. Oh, and there's definitely some stuff over there. Cool. Alright, pick up the pace, puppies. Yeah, and Pepsi Dash, what was so incredible was how... With Half-Life Alyx, it wasn't just that it was a good game in VR, it's how it actually looked at VR as a whole and did some incredible storytelling from there. I did a really good video on it with McElroy Films, and I'm still fucking proud of that. But sadly, because very few people played Alyx, nobody wanted to watch a video breakdown about why Alyx is so good. I mean, it's spoiler-free, and it's just me kind of gushing about the medium. But God, there's so many brilliant bits in it. Oh. I might be able to make it across here, hopefully. Otherwise, we'll have to go the long way round this big fish skeleton, I guess. Twistlight was saying they'd much rather have something a bit jank that explores a new idea rather than a new game that fits inside a mould. Very same. And I do wonder if this comes from just how I've grown up with games, where I've always been chasing the new idea, the new concept. With video games, we've had so many... We've had new genres appear. We've had new ways of looking at things. And technology has allowed us to do things with video games that just weren't possible before. And it's like... That is one of the things that I seek out so much. It's one of the reasons why I get so excited with, like, you know, digital distribution doing as well as it does and other parts of our industry taking off, because... anything that enables creativity to be financially successful is a fucking winner. The pisser with video games, of course, is that to create them to a standard that consumers, I should say general consumers expect, costs a lot of money. Like, you can make a weird, quirky itch.io title right now, and hell, I'll probably bloody play it, but for it to be a financial success, or I should say commercial success, will probably take... I guess we're going to need resources if we're building... Actually, I wonder if I can automate the drilling process. That would be very useful. Feck. Okay, I apologize that I lost the beat of where I was taking that point, but my general... my end goal location, the Wendy's to this point of nonsense, was that one of the reasons why I'm so in love with the business of video games as well as games as an art form is that the easier and cheaper it gets to make games, the more people can make them, and thus increasing the amount of new cool shit we get to play. Yeah, and Twizlight, while that does make me laugh, I did promise I wasn't going to do the genres conversation again, because I've inflicted that upon everyone so many times. So many times. Wait, did I already raid this? I think I did. Pepsi was saying the other thing I loved about Alyx was just how it looked. Like, being able to just pick up bottles with liquid in them and the light would shine through. Yeah. Actually, Polygon interviewed the person who did that, which is, that's a whole fascinating video. It's definitely worth your time. And one of the really cool things is that as we move towards standardized engines, the chance of that being a viable thing for other games increases. Because, like, the person who made that for Half-Life, it's feckin' fascinating. For those of you who don't know, it's not actually liquid in the bottle, it's a shader. It is a skin around that bottle that gives the facsimile that there is moving liquid inside. If you've not heard the term before, It's the same kind of tech that lets all of the new Spider-Man games have these detailed interiors without it killing your systems. Oh, okay. This magical enterprise to fly this enormous beast, to move in the ship's own good time through the skies. Ha! It feels like you're flying a cloud or a piece of the heavens that was always destined to soar. As we look at it now, it very crashed. Oh, look, we found some fancy objects. Oh, aye. Boop, boop. What's the last thing you thought you'd see before you die? Oh, I don't know. It's a really deep question, man. Oh, it's blimps. Turns out it's blimps. Hey, in my defense, it's been a very long time since I forcefully quoted Hellsinger Bridge at you all. I feel less guilty than usual. But yeah, so Pepsi Dash, the video I did with McElroy was specifically about the lobby in the North Star. Was it the North Star Hotel? Yeah, it was. Follow the Northern Star. And the reason I wanted to do that is because the North Star Hotel's lobby is an incredible, like, snapshot example of why Alex is so brilliant. And the fact that it spends its entire time thinking about you, the player, how you're going to be in that space, what you're going to do, rather than kind of talking at you. As some VR games, at least the early ones that tried to do narrative, were very much like, we're going to yell exposition at you, and we're going to have you do some very basic things and go from there. Or the story we tell at you is separate from what you're doing. I think No Time to Die is a very good example of that. That what you're doing is kind of like an escape room puzzly game, and the story of spies and shenanigans is told at you whilst you're trying to escape these life and death situations. Which is, I'm not dissing on that, but just trying to highlight why Alex's evolution of that space. The evolution is so powerful. But again, not everybody can play VR. Not everyone can afford to have it. Like, I was only able to do it because I got lent a headset, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's another conversation unto itself, which is that the video games becoming easier and cheaper to make. We also need them to be more accessible in terms of, like, the cost of, because it doesn't matter diddly squat. Alright, we're already good for resources. Sorry, we're already good for stone. Oh, look, it's a burb. Oh, cool, it's going to be a broken spaceship. Hang on, let me check this little area and then we're going to have to look at that. As our medium improves, I'm hoping that the reliance on the absolute zenith of technology is going to decrease. Because, like, right now, if you want to play Half-Life Alyx, that's not a cheap endeavor. Like, if you have no kit, and you're like, I'm going to play that Half-Life game, from zero to start menu is a large cost, and may not be viable for you at all, dependent on the space of your house or, like, what you have access to. Alright, what have we got here? Drill... and a bit of crystals. Oh, and there's a little home tucked away here. Oh, this is real cute. Alright. We've got enough to feed the puppies to keep them happy. Good puppies. Good puppies. I think I actually just fed Cerberus twice. I should probably feed him like 3 times to be thematic. Oh, wow. Okay, we just got like a shit ton of food and seeds. That's very going to help us when we get back. I'll see if I can set us up like another planting area, you know? Yeah. Well, Pepsi, like, to get the full index experience, you're right, it is a very expensive endeavor. But the other thing that's worth talking about is, like, right now, to go from naught to being able to access, like, median PC gaming is not cheap either. There's still a a large cost barrier coming in. Twizzlight's rocking a Rift 2. Yay! Good old Rift 2. Makes you look like a mech pilot from bloody Ghost in a Shell. I love it. Yes, sorry, that's also a very good point. That there are people that just cannot play VR games due to motion sickness and things like that. Like, no doubt. Also, this is a lot of fucking data. We're gonna get paid. The guinea pigs have strong opinions of this, by the way. My favourite memories always take place in my childhood home, not me, in that rural yellow house, bursting with plants and dogs and family, sitting just high enough to afford a view of the distant mountains. Our memories are invaluable guiding lights. What did we get? Telescope blueprint. Oh shit! That means we might be able to build... I am afraid of this disease. Interesting. It might actually mean we'll be able to build the telescope. That's simulations blueprint. I've got a bed we can sleep in. I might actually take a quick nap here. Dogs will be fine. Now, I will say Twizzlight, because Twizzlight was saying it's like, if only mobile gaming had gone in a different direction. It is fascinating that people haven't had huge success making, aside from a few standout examples, but people haven't had monstrous success making, like, engaging narrative titles for mobile. You know, we've had games like Reigns, which did gangbusters, and a few... Ooh. Hang on, let me get the sled, we'll take it around. And a few other, like, little examples, but there haven't been that many bangers. And I don't know, I don't understand the mobile gaming market as well as I do others, so I would only be hazarding a guess. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I guess we'll get some more resources. We'll probably need them. Okay. Oh, so Caffeine was just saying that they have an OG Rift, but no room to use it. Yeah. Hobby chill. Anyway, again, this isn't like dissing on VR conversation. It's more just... Alright, you kids can have some extra breakfast as well. Considering that, one, we're stocked for fish, and two, we're pretty far out, I'm happy to keep the puppies well fed. What was I saying? Oh yes, not that this isn't a dissing on VR. It's just when we look to currently the most in-depth experiences that we can deliver, there is a very high barrier to entry. That is kind of where our medium falls down. Like, if we take subscription services out of the conversation just for a second, if I start raving to you about a film, I'm like, okay, you've got to see Maflamf 2, The Rise of Maflamf. What do you need to watch that? An internet connection and a television. Perhaps an additional piece of hardware, depending on your setups. I don't want to get bogged down here. Just drilling for crystals. Just want to test to see if these are standard. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Catherine was just saying their tower is in a different room from the living room. Future domicile hope to consolidate it all into a single room. Not a bad shout. Actually, how are we doing for fish? Because I see a buoy out there. We've got 33. That'll be enough to get us home, right? Yeah. Right, so there's the blimp. What the heck is that? Orientate through this one. Oh yes, I was saying like DVD player and a TV, also valid. But the barriers to entry between like now and observing a film or watching a TV show is much lower than video games. And whilst I am the first one to sing the praises of video games as a medium, that's still a thing that we're trying to solve. So far, no one's come up with a good technical solution for that one. A lot of people are very, very keen to get streaming games working, which would be fecking grand. Though a lot of the people that are putting that forward are being very, very naive about it. And there's only a couple of companies I've seen that are thinking about the end user experience rather than just trying to fit a business slot. But that's not a kettle of monkeys altogether. I mean, the one that really got me thinking about the barriers to entry was like individuals in like South Korea, Taiwan, Japan as well. Countries that still have very, very strong... Ooh, cute bug. Guess we couldn't get away from the age of sail after all, huh? Let's go explore. Countries that have either very small standard accommodation or like low income, things like that, where users tend to hit internet cafes and the like for the primary amount of their PC gaming, which means in those regions, like account-based games, the ones that really succeed. Oh shit, treasure! Fuck yeah. That's some cool treasure. We're not bringing it with us, because, you know, we live a simple and modest life. But we found treasure. But yeah, in those regions, the popularity of MOBAs and other subscription-based games is due to the barrier of entry for them for getting in. Like, in some of those countries, it's just not feasible to be able to buy your own PC. In others, it's not feasible to have a space dedicated for a PC. Again, real easy for me to sit here and be like, what are you talking about? Of course we've got PC dedicated spaces in this streaming room, which still needs a lot of work. Fuck you, the sun. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Where's my brain going on that one? Oh yeah, it's something interesting to think about. You know, we as a culture, I should say, rather than as a group. But as a culture, we're real guilty of focusing just on English language territories and then the access that those territories have to video games. Not that, okay, you know what? Not that it's something that directly affects us, just a thing to ponder. It also means that we're all going to get to laugh maniacally when the artist formerly known as Facebook eats shit trying to supplant everybody into a budget version of Second Life. I mean, Jackie Fox, I think that's a valid concern, but a lot of those companies will need to solve some huge, huge technical hurdles before that's viable. So I don't think it's a thing that you have to worry about in the immediate, but I do hear what you're saying. I don't want you to think I'm just dismissing your comments outright. Like, the possibility of one game service kind of taking over, of it all becoming one very, very homogenized, like, single service info. Oh, this is bad. Oh, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Oh, you got it, puppies! Oh! That did not get us all killed. Sorry, saying they have a small bedroom and they're trying to make room for stuff. Something like a PC tower does take up space, and trying to have less stuff is a thing to think about. Yes, absolutely. Where was my brain going? Was that previous conversation? Nope, it's lost. It's another one lost the annals of time. The time animals. Oh, is that our little base, or is that somebody else's? No, I think that's somebody else's. Ours is way over there. We'll go explore this in a second. Oh, no, the streaming services. Yeah. Alright, Baller, you're entirely welcome. Lone Sails was a gorgeous game and entirely worth people's time. Unlike this old-timey camera. What have we got? Oh, more coffee. And I want to bring back dreamlike images for the whole world to see. I want to capture these immense calm horizons. I will show them to everyone I love. He said, dying. Sorry. Spoiler, Mr. Photographer did not make it. But yeah, the challenge of streamed games is still a technical one rather than an intellectual one. Actually, I'm about to careen off across the snow and I have no idea where I'm taking us. Why am I like this? Oh, we've still got a long way before home. So I guess we could head down towards... Yeah, let's head down towards here, grab a little bit more fish, and then swing up around, because we haven't really spent much time on this coast here. Sorry, Miyakiri Sakura was just throwing back a story from yesterday of how upset little Miyakiri Sakura was when they updated from Windows 7 and none of their old games worked. Yup. As a person who used to have a monstrous boxed PC game collection, they are now very, very colourful anti-storage solutions. And... God, I remember when we tried to do Die Hard Nakatomi Plaza, and for love, money, patching, and the ilk, we could not get it running. So grumpy. So grumpy. Alright, there seems to be something out there, so let's go check it out. Oh, actually, this might have been where we were intending to head. Ah, yes, because there's a fishing spot on the other side of this, I think. Just like night fishing. Sorry, I just skimming over. Twizzlight was just saying that the game that got them into gaming proper. Ooh, typewriter and some very dead butterflies. Oh, and some resources. What does it say? After over 7 years and countless rejections, it seems I will never get published. But I still feel I could write something that will light the imaginations. Something I must say about the things I find beautiful, dies. So Twizzlight, my first video game credit is on black and white. I promise I'm not making this up. Oh, we went right past the fishing. Alright, feck it. Let's just set a beacon for home. Use some of the resources we've got. So I might be able to build a telescope and some other useful things. Yeah, no, sorry, that made me laugh a lot. Way back in the day when Lionhead Studios was still a functioning thing, they would offer beta testing as a kind of like a work experience thing. And so you could sign up, do a week's testing, come back, and that's how I cut my teeth on games industry stuff. Yes, Twizzlight. A small sliver of it, but I can definitely take a couple of rice grains worth of blame for your lifestyle choices. So, Jackie, jumping back to what you were saying, I've been a community manager for a very long time, and the cost of banning someone from a service is so much more than just removing them. The cost of banning someone from any online service or community, like, you have to be bloody sure. And one of the things we've seen on Steam has definitely been the choice to forego a large proportion of enforcement over allowing more users on the platform. Valve does not aggressively moderate, and when it comes to like product forums and product places, they put the opus onto developers to keep bad consumers in line. Yo, okay, environmental storytelling. Big sea monster skeleton. Plane. What are the chances this plane got eaten by a fish? Do not be discouraged by my shattered plane. You can go further. You must remember, flying is not a cursed dream. No dream is cursed. That's a lie. Your dreams are holy. Some of them. No dream is cursed. This was written by a person who was never on the internet. Oh, so Jackie, the rest of this conversation wasn't going to be like Netflix aren't dumb. Netflix do a lot of dumb. But more when it comes to games platforms, the consolidation... tread softly for you tread upon my memes. No, if we look at how Valve and other teams have done their moderation, it's very far from that level of brutality, and there's a very good business reason why. Like, it sucks. Shitty people shouldn't have a guaranteed space on a platform, but... Oh no! Jackie, I completely understand. We're talking about the theoretical, and I'm not holding you to that opinion. I just wanted to give you my thoughts and vibes on it from someone who's come from a community management standpoint. Like, someone's really have got to have fucked up for you to get them off a platform. And a lot of the aggressive Netflix bans were dumb, but mostly due to people sharing usernames. Ooh. Oh wow, we are way closer to home than I thought. Oh, I get to do some building. Friends, I might make either a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. I'm not quite sure. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so ill-advised coffees could be a thing. Oh, and Lyris, thank you for filling a pint glass and all. But yeah, the good thing, Jackie, about the video game space as we see it now is that, unlike with film and television, there's a viable way for just anyone to make and pop out a game, which makes me very happy. Alright. Pets and food for the doggies. They did feckin' good. I mean, they've been running for like 2 days. Alright. Let's go get some power. See how the farm's doing. Feckin' yo. Man, we're making a mint on coffee right now. I might build one of the... Yeah, the Sabina plant should be in range. Yeah, there we go. How far out does the water go? Alright, we might need to do another grid real quickly to have a little bit more of them plants. I like them plants, they're right good. Oh aye. Woohoo! Alright, so what were some of the new things we unlocked? We unlocked an old camera, an old radio, neon lamp, a fucking cannon! Yes! How many seeds have we got? Oh, we've got so many. Darn right, we're gonna get some more coffee going. I mean, yes, our poor character is going to be living mostly off of caffeinated beverages and... Ooh, we can get the simulation CPU. We'll pop that in here with our workshop. Ah, that'll be right fancy! Wait. Ooh. It's time to build a computer. Data will be ready tomorrow. Oh yeah, we can build ourselves a little server farm and everything. Turn power into data. Sign me up. Yes, please. Thank you. So Jackie, I think what's going to be interesting is to see how Xbox Game Pass affects the independent scene over the coming years. Right now, Games Pass is great. Indie teams get paid a lot of money to put this stuff on there, and the studios that Microsoft's been buying up, they've been really good too. Will that continue in the future? I don't know. But I think that that's going to be the one that gets it. I don't think... It's not necessarily about streaming, because streaming will hit users that aren't currently involved in that ecosystem. Streaming services would have to be better than having it yourself, and entirely widely available to get users to transition from it. But okay, you know what? It's a good pondering point. I think I definitely need to go get some caffeination, because we're getting into the good smart people talk, which I've heard tale of. Now, what is a hardware welder? Because I thought I knew what it was. Like, is it just more of the same? Damn it, I did the stupid. Yeah, so it's just... Oh, there we go. It's just one that we can set to work on. So we get more resources for these than prior. Alright. Look, I'm learning. And see if Mr. Fabricator has anything else useful for us. An auto drill. Ah, feckin' glee. Move you outside, sir. Out you go! I may have fucked up. Not gonna lie. I don't seem to be able to interact with it now. Ah, here we go. Oh, okay, this has got a very large radius. So we can pop this here, and this will mine goodies for us for every day. Lovely. Just some nice ambient equipment. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get myself either a soda or a coffee or something, because as you can tell, my banter topics have fallen right off a cliff. But I do think it is worth discussing, like, what will happen as our industry becomes more and more accessible. You know, mobile games certainly haven't put other titles out of business, you know? Here's me growing more coffee. Oh, is it out of reach? Yeah, it is. Alright. Put another one here. This is certainly not an efficient way, by the way, friends, to build your coffee growing farm. But here we are, friends. Here we are. How I Became an Intergalactic Coffee Mogul by Will Overguard. Yeah, okay. I officially declare it tea time. Or coffee time. Haven't decided yet. So let's feed our poor character. Oh man, let's cook them. What can we cook them up? Oh, we're out of potatoes. Nice mushroom soup. That'll warm your bones. Let's go from there. Well, I do want to say, I'm really enjoying this. Like, getting to hang out in a calm game and just natter about, well, I mean, the things that I love. This is real cool. So I hope you're all having a lovely Saturday, and I do hope that I'm doing a good job of being some background noise. Right, tea time. We'll be back in a sec. Don't go anywhere. To be continued. Oh, helps if I mute the mic. Oh, hello. Right, tea has been made. Let's see how our data's processing, see how the dogs are doing. Let's continue having a little natter. There's me dramatically coming back and then the conversation going. Quack. Right now we're just, for the moment, we're just going to be harvesting coffee, selling it, processing data, going through it. Lovely. Get this welding stuff. We're about $5,000 worth of stuff. Lovely. Twizzlights on a lovely blueberry tea. 2 cubes of sugar. It's Italian sweetness. Lovely. Oh. I mean, I'm still a sucker for just, some good black leaf English breakfast. We've got a lot of fancy stuff. And Clank, a good afternoon to you. What, friend? Oh, bacon. Not a shadow of a doubt. Our Antarctic world is powered by coffee. I have the feeling that things like these little water plants and stuff, they're using X amount of power per day that's coming just from our general reserves, that there isn't any kind of like power grid simulation here. Got our little coffee operation that's going rather well. Oh, okay. So okay. So it does seem that there's actually a rotation of value for the different fruits and vegetables. So we need to wait till coffee's more valuable on the market before we sell it. Very smart. Very smart. Caffeine say, wait. So if you're in a polar region using solar power, what's your plan for the other half of the year? Thinking I'm just going to die. No, you can build solar panels in this, allowing you to keep generating even throughout the evening, which would be very useful. We've got a little server farm going, which is just generating us goodies. Could sell so much data. It's gonna be great. And this is our little indoor coffee plant as well, which we grew before we could even collect it. Dogs on treadmills. Hey, it helps keep them healthy. I've seen a lot of friends that gotten treadmills for their cats. To which I'm always intrigued that people can make their cats do anything. Sorry, I'm just highly amused by the guess I'll die. Alright, so we're out of those. Alright, so we've got plenty of data to sell. Man, we're getting through this good. Look at that. Decide if we want to... What have we been doing out in the field? I guess... fishing a little. Faster sled has helped a lot. And I wonder if we need a larger building for stuff like the telescope, or if it's just something we can place on the roof. I'll have a ponder on that.
This home we shut the kitchen door.
Did she get into the garbage?
No, he got into her shit.
Alright. Okay. So, as an aside, friends, Twizzlight were just asking, as they've been getting into VR, does anyone have any recommendations for it? They're always looking, but most of what they find is tech demos or early access. God, that is an interesting one to ponder. There are a couple of shootier gun bangish ones that, I mean, outside of the obvious, like, you know, Pistol Whip, Beat Saber, Half-Life Alyx trilogy. God, I have to have a look. Because there's a few bangers that Steam keeps recommending me, and I keep being like, but I have no space. Why would you taunt me with things I cannot play? Yeah, I think it's Into the Radius is the one that keeps being posted at me. But that's very kind of like, what if Stalker in VR? And I never got my feet for it, but supposedly Boneworks is very, very good. To excuse me while I'm getting some coffee in. I've also been advised that Aperture Desk Job is worth your time even if you don't have the Steam Deck. So I'm definitely going to give that a try over the weekend. Twizzlight was saying that Ragnarok was the last banger they found, and Bacon was just adding that Ragnarok doesn't need a lot of space. I mean, friends, it looks like I have more space in here than I currently do because of how the shot is framed. It is just enough for one person in here currently. What are we lacking? Oh, we're lacking in raw materials. Okay. Bacon Avenger, that's a good point. Elite Dangerous does have VR support in the ship. That was my first interaction with the Oculus Rift, was Elite Dangerous. And I was still very impressed because they had the stations laid out the same as the cockpit of the demo ship. So it really did look like you were looking down at your more chiseled spacefaring self, which I thought was very impressive. Maybe a bit of potato variety might not be a bad shout. We currently don't have any potatoes growing. Wait. We'll create more if placed underground. How do we get underground? Alright, this is multiple times now this game has alluded to there being an underground. How do we ruddy get there? How do we feckin' get there? Okay. Average daily production, 11 coffee beans, 63 power, 2 gigs of data. So, dark matter detector. Study dark matter. Elevator. An elevator to build a vertical base. Cool. Workshop to upgrade things. Wind turbine. We still haven't found the glider. That will be a lot of fun. Telescope to enjoy the night sky. Now, is the telescope something we can just pop up? Because if so, we can have a lot of fun with that. But I don't think it is. I think we have to build a building specially for it. So I guess we need another little heated building. We can pop it up here. Can be our little observatory over the rest of the base, you know. What do we need? Need more Vespine gas. They tried to warn us. They tried to warn what we needed. We didn't listen. Oh, 600 for 5k? Get out of my house. I'll go pick up those resources myself. By the 9. I'll cook up some fish grumpily and have a snooze. Actually, as an aside to the VR question, did anybody get a chance to play the Eve? I think it was called Eve Valkyrie, the dogfighting VR only kind of like squad v squad game, because that was one that I found very, very interesting. Mainly because it gave you a sense of scope and scale in a series which famously suffers from a good sense of scale. Let's go pick up the data. You're just gonna... No, you're just gonna slowly do your thing. Okay. Well... I am fan of automation, what can I say? Get someone else to do it for us! That's the survival game way. No, God, what is with me this afternoon, friends? I'm so sorry. Guess just gotta. No, we're clear, close to enough. All right, puppies, we need resources. So, saddle up. We're going for a ride. Oh, hang on. I wonder if there's another facility out there somewhere that teaches us how to get below the ice. I wonder. Anyway, hi-ho puppies away! Actually, what am I doing? I'm about to once again lead these sled dogs off on a careening mission without thinking about in the bloody hell which we're going to be going. Alright, so... I guess we kind of explored there. We didn't make it as far down as here. Oh, we got to the second elevator, but we never made it to whatever that is. So let's give it a shot. We need to pick up as much in the way of just raw minerals as we can. So I guess we'll hit there and then head on up and round from there. Alright, cool. Got a plan. Yeah, I'm sorry, friends. My mind keeps wandering to real world nonsense. And while there is a gorgeous and beautiful calm to this game, it's probably not the best to fight off one's own brain spiders. Another great thing I can say for video games in the complementary category is that when you absolutely positively need to not deal with something for a little bit, and the idea of drinking yourself blind seems ill-advised, video games, they got you. God, and Vampire Survivors has been brilliant for that one. Okay, this is a horrifying monster fish with what appears to be someone's life raft in its gob. Tonight in the open sea the stars are shining the brightest, the Milky Way reflected below my little wooden raft. I find myself sailing over our galaxy, a proper astronaut. I am no longer adrift and afraid, no longer scared to die. I am now exploring the stars. Well, as we well know, sometimes a little bit of fear is rather healthy. Might have stopped you getting eaten by a sea monster. Who knows? Sorry, I saw what Twizzlite was saying about they've heard good things about No Man's Sky and has been on their never purchase because of how it was marketed. I have come to put my personal biases to rest on that game because it is very good, and what Hello Sky, what Hello Games have done on the whole as taking all the money they made from launch and just pouring it back into the title with no additional paid DLC to my understanding is something that I can really admire. Now, for a long time, I was mad at No Man's Sky, like really mad, because what they did is they took the potential of allowing like a AAA marketing campaign behind an indie title. They took that and kind of poisoned the well. And that left me fuming for so long. Because as someone working in that space, someone who desperately wants to see video games become more and more successful. The idea that we could market indie video games to a huge mainstream audience and have it be a success was great. And No Man's Sky disaster on that one was feckin' awful. But it's not Hello Games so much as it was whoever it was Sony side that was running the campaign on this one went too hard, too fast. Like, you know, what's his name? Murray was on feckin' late night TV with American talk show hosts talking about this game. Like, it was ridiculous, the level of campaign it went through. But we're at a point now where it is entirely possible for indie games to do gangbusters. I mean, pick your favorite indie breakaway hit of the last year, 2 years. You know, it seems weird to say, but what was Among Us if not a teeny tiny indie title that exploded in a good way? I had some coffee. It's very good. Was it worth using a stash of our coffee beans to make that? Fuck yeah, it was. So, the Twizzlite, I feel at this point, Sony as a whole and the marketing behind it is so divorced that it's neither here nor there, but it's definitely something to bear in mind in the future. I mean, it lays bare the AAA hype campaign of marketing and how detrimental it can be. You know, hype marketing is essentially success, but at any cost. You know what I mean? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah! Oh! Friends, I appear to have broken physics. It's fine. Soviet, I wouldn't necessarily say that The Last of Us was a breakaway commercial success because they already had the Uncharted series, which had successfully marketed banality to a large audience for 3 games. Sorry. I'm just having to accept that I dislike Uncharted as a franchise wholeheartedly. I think me and that game series are just diametrically opposed. But it does seem like they used the same kind of campaign they would have used for a Naughty Dog game, but for this weird, quirky indie title. Oh, bit of research, don't mind if I do. Lovely. Okay, so here's a thing I want to experiment with. Misc Fabricator. Right, here. Auto drill. Now, we should get 3. So there's 1. It's 2. And we'll hoover this up now. Now, if during another day we get more from that auto drill just from it, like, ambiently, that will be fascinating. Because, I mean, we can start placing these little, like, research spots, like, out on the snow. God, I forgot about Jak and Daxter. Soviet, thank you for reminding me about Jak and Daxter. Anyway, so there's big block ice. There's some weirdness here. We're going to keep heading this way. Weave through this bit as best we can. Oh. Because, yeah, honestly, if we can start placing these around like this, like, we'll start getting resources coming in every day. especially with our power farms generating so much electricity. All right. There we go. So we'll have research and raw materials coming in on the daily. That'll help us. I think each of those needs, like, I want to say, like, 5 charges of power to make them work. But, yeah, our solar farm generates vomitous amounts of power. And more if we really wanted to. Like, we have the... Oh, piss. I was going to say, we have the raw materials to make it happen. Doggies, no! Puppies, I'm so sorry! No! Alright, let's get him in here. Alright, puppies, I'm sorry. Everybody gets extra rations. Everybody gets extra food. I'm sorry, Linda. I'm sorry, cat. There you go. God, cats are lovely stupid. See, the leaf blower of vengeance has shown up now. Curse you, leaf blower of vengeance! God, I can build like a couple of wind turbines out this way and everything. Okay, thankfully no one seems to have noticed my poor driving, so I'm just going to quietly pretend like it never happened. That's the Will method! We have a lot of coffee. We've got a lot of coffee. It's slightly cheaper than an average, but let's get paid. Twizzlite was asking, what is a game series you'd like to see a comeback? I'm a bit snowblind at the moment because right now we are basically eyeballing the potential of seeing a return of Armored Core, which I will be very happy. Like, actually, I'm gonna upgrade our drill. There we go. More minerals, less time. Sign me up, friends. But on the same breath, I am vehemently afraid of the restarting of Front Mission. That is absolutely scaring me. As so far, Square Enix has handled Front Mission as a franchise with all the art and delicacy of lobbing a brick through a window. So, won't lie, not feeling very confident on that one. What about your good selves? I mean, okay, magical problem solved. Money, no question. Magical problem solved. I'd love to see No One Lives Forever get another proper run, but I think it's because I can't buy it or play it proper. So that's definitely where I'm at with that one, you know. Actually, can we afford another one of those? We can. Sorry, just so we can increase the speed at which we've got this stuff going. Because we've got our little device here. go. Dueling Science. Baller was saying Max Payne. God. There does seem to be this thing that we're seeing a lot in games media where people are revisiting old, very questionable quality games and trying to present that no, they weren't terrible, they were actually misunderstood. And I've seen a few people try and do it for Max Payne 3, and I wonder if there's any value to it. Do you know what I mean? As personally, you know, I was another person that was very, very, very impressed by Max Payne's kind of gritty John Woo film noir over the topness, and 3 was definitely weird. Dustin's were Perfect Dark, Blood Rain, Kaji the Heartless, Nightmare Creatures. Yes, Nightmare Creatures for sure. Now, Perfect Dark, what would you like to see of that? Because, I mean, I'd put forward that Perfect Dark wasn't so much a game as it was a really, really good sequel to GoldenEye. I'm not saying that for hyperbole, it's just, like, that's my feels on that one. I mean, like, no irony, I'd love to see a continuation of the Castlevania series. The newer ones really did do some interesting stuff. And, I mean, solid third-person action with a really good reveal. When you've been doing a series as long as Castlevania, it's hard to articulate in that space. But Konami don't make games anymore. God, I'm trying not to be the fucking negative Nancy today. I do apologize. Because I keep thinking of, like, bad examples of the conversation topics. So, like, if you'd asked me a few years ago what I'd love to see, I would have said the Contra series. I'd love to see a direct sequel to Contra Hard Corps, which I would personally argue is the pinnacle of the series. And they did that. And it was bad. It was a fun co-op twin-stick brawler, but it was not Contra by any means. Alrighty. Ha! 6.9 gig of data. Nice, nice, nice. Give our character another snooze. I still gotta apologise to the Degs. If I have the resources to do so, I might have to start working on a... Hang on. You don't even go here. You're going over here for the people that actually make power happen. There we go. Much better. Much better. Now we can have a wee snooze. God. Do you know what deserves a large proportion of the loving either reboot treatment or remake treatment? Golden Sun. What a glorious piece of creation from the old Game Boy Advanced era. That is a series I'd love to see get some real love. Said love twice. You know what? I think it's deserved. I'm just gonna inhale my tea now. Fuck drinking it. That's for nerds. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, so we got an extra K in raw materials today, which we can weld up. Oh yeah, gotta get that good lung flavour when you're going for the good tea. Oh boy. Oh God, it still does make me smile that we are in a time where we've actually gotten a full-on like 3D open world Pokemon game that's a legit and not either a not quite enough for a heated facility. Fine, I'll bloody buy it. Got my drills working overtime. Fine. Sorry, J-Post saying, wow, good lung flavour. That's going to stick in memory. Oh, I don't make the rules. But this little outpost here, you are supposed to be on that little dais. I'm very confused. There's a whole underground network of caves, and I do not know how to get down there. And the puzzle of it is intriguing me greatly. If we're just going to have another... Okay. Okay, upgraded facility. You can place lab and other objects inside. Advanced heated facility. Comes with some trading terminals and can be upgraded into living quarters. I wonder if that's what we need to be going for, you know? And Zeke, how are you doing, friend? Yeah, I guess I could do that. Just start digging down. Let's see where it leads us. Wow, we use up a lot of power per day. Yeah, friends, I might need to start working on another power farm, you know. Okay, yeah, here we go. We can start building this out. Because whilst my idea for creating drill bases around and about was a good one, it came at a cost. An expensive feckin' cost. Definitely going to need more resources. Total Annihilation called, by the way, and they want their nonsense back. Zeke stayed up late, way too late playing Codenames, so it's lacking sleep but good. God. I feel like I've been so long without a decent amount of sleep as to no longer remember what it is to be with good sleep. Do you know what I mean? We've basically been cornering the coffee market.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo, J-Post, that's feckin' kind of you. Thank you, friend. Dustin, you've been tagged. aside from my cornering of the coffee market and current levels of nonsense, yeah, we've been playing this today, and it's feckin' lovely. Not that you'd need me to tell you, obviously. But we still haven't worked out how to get into the underground. But we've got a few like automated stations that are generating research materials for us. So currently we've got a pretty good line on generating data, generating cash. It's just finding the cool new stuff. Oh, sorry, Zeke, I completely forgot. Zeke is unfussed by our command of the coffee industry as Zeke is not a coffee drinker. Understandable, friend, understandable. But do not worry, for I'll drink enough coffee and booze for the both of us. I think I'm funny. But yeah, this has been our little sled dog operation. The dogs are currently mad at me because I ran them into the water by mistake. Which I feel very guilty about. It wasn't intentional. I'm still sorry, puppies. Yeah, I wonder if we need to build like a glass dome on a building and go from there. I feel like I really should be checking instruction manuals at this point. Hatter, welcome back. But yeah, Zeke, nothing desperately interesting to report over here. My weekend's become very, very clear, so I'm trying to decide what to do with myself. Fiona's working on improvements to the guinea pigs' living quarters. I really want to get more done in here. I've been challenged to get this place all sorted without asking for help. And I guess there's a few things that I can definitely get to without friendos. But I got to get some blackout curtains there. And I guess more of the foam up. And hopefully the blackout curtains will start solving the lighting problems, but I'm sorry, friends, here I am just whinging to you about my problems. On the good side, Vampire Survivors and Destiny have been keeping me sane on my downtime. Although, as I've said to these lovely Mother Hubbards a bunch, I'm also very lucky because I get to... Oh, we did our samples for the day. I'm very lucky because you know, all my cool, weird, interesting indie stuff is stuff I play with them. So, you know, very lucky in that regard. God, these server farms are... Sorry, these solar farms are very, very powerful for acquiring a shit ton of electricity. And as Caffeine said, we'll probably be in trouble once it gets to that part of the year where, you know, there's no longer light because of that whole month of darkness. We'll probably die. God, I wonder... Because the other resource is crystals. And so each day we could slowly be accruing more crystals as well, which could be very powerful. See if the puppies have forgiven me for my terrible driving. Because we were trying to get up to this corner part of the map. That's like here. And I must have hit the water banks here too hard. So I think I've got to aim for there and just head through. Probably because I was faffing around on the way, knowing me. See, because I'm not... I can't unhook him. Alright. Let's try once more. So this should take me to the pass. And from there, I'll be able to thread between and see if we can explore. Well, Zeke, again, considering as I drove them into the water, I feel a little bit of a... I feel a little bit like if I let them loose, they're just going to be like, "Ha-ha! We are free! Fuck your couch!" Because I would. I'll check out this ginger asshole that drove us into freezing water. Knobhead. God, I'm just looking forward to, like, my Gundam station, getting the VO stuff back up. It's gonna be right good. Fiona's been working on the garden at the moment, and it looks gorgeous. So that's probably where my jealousy's coming from a little. You know, garden looks real good. I want this base to look good too. Also, your painting stuff has been feckin' exceptional. Friends, if you haven't seen it on the Discord, Zeke has been doing a whole bunch of faux Imperial seals, which have been very rad. Alongside some really cool like Necron painting and things like that. And while personally I don't think I'll be getting back into miniatures of 40k, it doesn't mean that I don't still have like an appreciation for it, you know? You spend so long kind of being in that space that it doesn't really leave you. Oh, also, it is 2 weeks today. Zeke, if you're interested in joining us for the Gundam Challenge, we're going to, air quotes, draft teams on the 19th. And then we'll have until roughly what would have been E3 time. Alright, now let's have a look at the map, because we should be at the pass. Yeah, see, this doesn't show the breakages in the ice. So let's head towards second elevator, round this big old bloody puddle. And then hug the wall up into that question mark area. Well, I should say hug the wall, hug the map. Oh, for those of you curious, when I'm talking about the Gundam nonsense... Yeah, E3 Propol is dead. Long live E3 Propol... No, long live G3. Because it's the Gundam challenge. Alright, now is that a clear through, or am I hallucinating? Let's find out! Don't slow down, puppies! Do not slow down. Alright, here we go, much better. It was one of those big ice bleps that we crashed into last time. G3 Propol! Fuck! God, E3 Propol is just a gift that keeps on giving. Because, like, in the past, a regular sporting event decided who won E3. But we're in the future now. We're in new times. This is Neo E3 Propol for the Neo games industry. Oh. Looks like we've found something. Alright, you puppies gonna be alright? Yeah, you'll be okay for a bit. Huh. Bit more to the glider. Fix the cave's elevator. 5k in hardware. Alright. Okay, so cave party. Right. We need a shit ton of resources. So I see a bunch of strewn stuff there, a buoy, and some kind of house. So let's hoover up everything that's not nailed down. We need 5,000 in resources. And while we could put some drill bits up, I don't want to have too many. I love the idea of doing all the silliness of G Gundam to decide who is the ruler of the games industry. And because we'll be drafting teams, there's no way to know who's going to win. Annapurna might rule the games industry for the rest of 2022. Or like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a really, really weird... Like, Sock Pop. Sock Pop might be the rulers of the games industry. And it was chatting with a friend who suggested that we move it from a blind draw to a draft so that people have a chance to pick games companies they know. So, like, how much are we getting in raw materials? About a K. I mean, with our automated drilling system, we could just drink coffee in our base and feck around for a couple weeks. Probably get enough there, but... lazy enough as it is in the real. Yeah, I need to start contacting some friendos. Also, friends, we'll definitely have like either a bevies or caffeine-based sit-down of what teams should be in the G3 draft. I mean, Dustin, I love the team names, but for this one, so you have the... Yo!
Humble store purchase made for $24.98.
Okay, I don't know who that was, but feckin' thank you. Y'all have been getting a whole bunch of stuff on there today, and I really do appreciate it. Like, shit. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not going to turn this into a pity party. Friends, thank you. I know it's a pain in the arse going through, like, the extra links and all the faffermancy that comes with it, but I am very grateful. Ooh! 2 gig of data on that. Lovely. Sell that data for right good. Lyra's just bought Arctico and Wolfstride. Yo, I don't know which one you should start. Like, if you have someone you know who would enjoy Arctico, bully them into playing with you and start that. If not, and then start Wolfstride, because God, Wolfstride's so good. Just, you're going to meet a robot. That robot is going to be obnoxious as all hell. Just soldier through. I did, and it was worth it. I will admit, I came close to going, feck this game, and just throwing it on the ground, and I didn't. I didn't. And for that, I was rewarded. Man, I found like kind of deserted mining facility going on here. Oh, friends, and if you haven't heard of Wolfstride, it is the game that I described as, it's like doing a line of Bebop off the back of a Trigun box set. It's so anime, it hurts. But gameplay-wise, it's one part like voice-acted... Oh, bathtub. Voice-acted bathtub. Yeah, I'll take that cash. Dear Mother! I know you still think I've gone mad, but this is the only place where I can breathe easily. I do work hard every day. I'm disciplined, and, in full honesty, I can attest to the happiness that my toilful days reward me. I find pride and joy in what I am doing. By now, if I do end up striking the gold I embarked to find over 7 years ago, I'm not sure I'd go back. For here, working and breathing the purest air, here I am happy. Fuck you, Mother, signed, George. I don't know why I said that. I was trying to think of a name for our character. Oh yes, Lyris, thank you for reminding me. If you're not sold on Wolfstride, turn-based mech combat with a voiced visual novel element, and it has the most gorgeous, striking, like, monochrome art style. It's fucking impressive. Oh, that's useful. Extra big chunk of raw, untapped resources. Which is exactly what we need right now. Shit, we're up to 6k in ore. Let's see how we would go about getting back. God, we just head straight down through the fields. Navigate this feckery right here. Alright. And away we go! Sorry. Apologies. I'm going into my own head there. But no, I am looking forward to this little Gundam challenge. And honestly, even if just a couple of us do it, I don't know. I'm looking forward to... I'm looking forward to, like, experimenting in that space. Like, I've done builds, and I've made some things that I'm really proud of, and that I've really enjoyed putting together, but I haven't had that kind of, like, can we build it camaraderie. I was very, very into the kind of conversion scene when I started with 40k. Mainly because my first foray into those tiny, expensive little bastards was the original Space Hulk. And it will shock you not at all to know that as a young lad, I thought that the Space Marine Terminators were the coolest Mother Hubbards in existence. I mean, they've got a whole what's not to like. The chunkiest power armor, the biggest weapons. You know, they are the very last word in high-speed murder. But what I noticed was on the box art there was one gentleman with his helm off, so you could actually see his face beneath the power armor, and the rest of them were all right. Puppies, out of here! Go on, out of here! Sorry, what was I? Oh yes. One of the box art characters basically had their helm off. And I was like, that's kind of cool, but I don't know, minis look like that. So I sat down, kind of pulled apart one of the Terminator captains, and did like a little custom job. God, it's really hard to tell where we can and can't ski. I think we're through the worst of it. Yeah, if I can navigate through this bit. Here we go. So yeah, from that point onwards, and it might have been because I kind of came from the early, well, actually not even the early days of Warhammer in the fucking 70s. Yes, hello, River. You have strong opinions on Warhammer 40,000, I understand. It's okay. You are the bestest. But I'd kind of call that like second wave of Warhammer. You know, the move into more plastic miniatures, more of the standardized stuff. There wasn't as many ways out the box as you could create interesting units. Like, Plastic Space Marines were these, like, two-part molds with the guys like this, and that was it. You know, the tactical setups and the cool designs would come later with the fancier printing. Alright. Let's get the puppies put away. Oh, cat's at it again. Cat the dog officially has too much energy. Amos, give her a break. You farty monster. God, and then after that, the next like Warhammer title that I get really obsessed by was fucking Gorka Morka, and that game screamed out for conversions. So yeah, it's something that I've really enjoyed in the Gundam space, it tends to be referred to as kit bashing, which sounds more like you're thoroughly annoyed than having a good time. But yeah, the idea of getting everybody together and having a crack at this makes me real smile. Numbers. This is Arctico. I don't know if you got the chance to see it before, but it's that kind of modular build and survive, but with no combat, no threat. It's just you and your sled dogs, you know, making food, building facilities, and discovering mysteries. And it's real cool. Yeah, Subnautica with sledding. It's not a terrible way of putting it. But it's not like Breathage where there are, you know, potential... Oh, this is going to take a long time to get. Yeah, it's not like with Breathage where there is things that will murder you out of nowhere. Aside from being a poor sled dog leader and accidentally, very accidentally, running your dogs into the water, it's very hard in this to... It's very hard in this to lose any progress. Alright, we're up to 1,000. We need 5,000 to open up the cave system. Origin, yes, kit bashing. The act of taking 2 or more kits and bashing them together until you have a good-looking result. Yes. I mean, considering that, at least in the Gundam space, like, there are... I can't remember how many different sizes there are. 3 or 4. But the standard size, 144, that's a 1 to 144 size scale, like this little Mother Hubbard. It's a standardized... It's standardized across, so you can pop the arms off of one and stick the feckin' arms on of another. Oh, farty boy. Oh, no. Bear with me just a second, dear friends.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arc villain Shredder.
Chair train away.
You lovely Mother Hubbards! Fucking thank you! Oh, shit. Who started this No, I take it back. I take it back. J-Post, Earl and Jinx, you're all arseholes. Fucking... Terrors, the bloody lot of you. Yeah, I see, Lyris. Won't be thanking you in a minute. Okay, so to J-Post, Lyris, the Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerer, Halo Jinx again for throwing in like 10 gift subs, which did hit a few of our regulars, you know, Scotty Doggy, Rakami, EXO, Titan's Advocate, like, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. And then Earl, like, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Like, friendos, I cannot say this enough, like, bits and subs are what keep us going, and we are fucking grateful. Unfortunately, in this whole cacophony of arsehole tier maneuvers, J-Post, Earl, and Jinx have thrown in 4 dabs. So now I've got to make a monstrous tit of myself. Leave the hype train up, because you all have busted through the first 3 levels. Feckin' terrors. The lot of you! Not so sturdy Kiwi. It is a surprise to have a level 3 train to return to. It's the 3 dabs that I take umbrage with. You bastards. And I got a... This room is so small. This room is too... Like, hopefully once I can get these unpacked and things. Alright. By the old gods of the new. Feckin' grumble, 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 grumble! Wow. I was about to. I leaned back and I'm like, yo, Agadanaki's counted. Oh, cool. I only have to dab to... No. No, Halo Jinx says no. I'll play a lovely game with a bunch of lovely dogs. What am I? I'm cheap jester. I was a professional. I made video games. I was a person. I can't even say it without laughing. Alright. Thank you lot. Ha! Ha! Shaw! What did I just knock over? I get to be embarrassed in real time. Fuck you lot. Grumble, 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 grumble. Oh. I guess I should keep making... No, but okay. Aside from the you're making me make a tit of myself, seriously, thank you for all you're throwing in right now. I'm exceedingly grateful. Just gonna keep throwing goodies in the machine. We gotta rebuild that fucking base and all that. We need cash to do it. Oh yeah, you get your floaty, rotatey dabs. And Scotty, how are you doing, friend? How goes it? Alright, we're halfway of our goal to 5k building resources. I'm awake now. The only thing I can be smug about is since secret Discord's become very quiet, I don't have to worry about the same like concern, like 5 combo destroyer. The Octo dab of past was definitely something to be feared. Dustin with get that cardio. More importantly, Dustin, sell that coffee. Camille, I assume Camille, you're just waiting in the wings. I actually think it might not be a bad idea to buy. Oh wow. That stuff is very expensive. Lyra says, remember the 20 dab during the turtle stream? I do! And I'm not throwing shade. I'm not attempting to fish from your good selves or otherwise. Like, you're just throwing enough to, one, promote Earl to your new Jarl. So, Lyris, your reign was calm and icy and smooth, but the Jarldom now belongs to Earl Koenig. Pop those off. No, seriously, friends, joking aside, thank you so much, alright? And, like, I understand. Communities change, things grow. I'm not dissing on anybody or trying to pick a fight. The era of Secret Discord was hilarious, and I think what got me thinking about it was I was going through clips last night from back in the day, and the reveal of Doom Be Upon Thee popped up, and oh boy, that was a whole thing. I think mostly because I've been pondering, I've been talking a lot about Elden Ring and the ilk. Man, we can hoover up resources. Oh yeah, I gotta sell the feckin' the data we farmed. Right, for those of you who weren't there for Doom Be Upon Thee, Secret Discord in combination with a Memnull plot point came together, and for a whole week post GDC, everyone was messing with me, and I kept getting like little alerts coming through, like little bit messages or donation messages, and it all said like Doom Be Upon Thee and those of your ilk, and I was like, huh? And it was subtle at first, and so I assumed it was either a game reference that I didn't know or a pop culture reference I was unaware of. So I just kind of went, oh, okay, yeah, you know, Doom Be Upon to Thee too. And then it started happening more, and I was like, is this like an America thing, or is this like a thing? So I Google it, and the only result came back was a a weird translation of an old Bible passage, and I'm like, that is too esoteric even for this lot. So it's like, all right, what's going on here then? Now then. Oh shit, we can make some bread. Fresh baked bread. Anyway, it would turn out that this was an upcoming point in Memno. That one of the big reveals, and when it dropped, oh boy, I lost my shit real time. Now, I didn't get to hear the cackling of everybody involved. I only got to hear Baron's cackling on that one, and to this day. Dustin, there is a clip. I think it's still one of the... If you go by clips and just look for top viewed, the Doom Be Upon Thee reveal, I think is just easy to find. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted you all to make sure that you didn't think I was like fishing or trying to start shit or anything like that. Friends, thank you so much for throwing in for a train. Like, I really, really appreciate it. I really do. Oh yeah, Lizzie's like, but yeah, there is no quiet secret Discord, Will. Certainly not now. There never has been. Fucking yo. Alright, so we get about 0.5 in resources a day. That's not bad. Oh, it's still coming in. Alright. Cat the dog is still freaking out. That's okay. Oh wow, yeah, it's already up to 1k in resources. Oh, Lizzie said there is no quiet secret Discord. Okay. When I say quiet, I mean that I have not felt the wrath of secret Discord in a long, long, long time. No joke. I am not allowed in secret Discord. I don't know where it is. I don't know what it is. My involvement is completely removed. Well, I can't even say removed. I was never there in the first place. No, Camille, like I said, I wasn't challenging anybody. I wasn't starting nonsense. I'm just here in my little Arctic base, selling my homegrown coffee. Just how my little person makes their cash, apparently. But yeah, I am exceedingly grateful for any and all things your lovely Mother Hubbards chuck in, alright? Did I eat the bread? No, I made some fresh bread. Did not snack down baguette style. And I will say, friends, the amount of times when Fiona has been on her phone and I've kind of been like, oh, what you looking at? And she's just turned the phone away from me and grinned. That has not stopped being funny. Oh, and Dustin found the revelation of Doom Be Upon Thee. That was when it dropped. And the thing is, you can see from some of the earlier posts of it, just the confusion on my face. Yeah, Lizzie, that's the thing. I'll never know. And yes, it could be y'all are playing the longest long game. Liz is like, and you also bring this up before April Fools. It's like you want Wums in your house. Oh, the day the Wums took Seattle. Feckin' hell. Like, we could try and explain that to people, but that's a concept and a half right there. And then feckin' sorry, yes, Camille. That's the old fearless numbers problem. Yeah, Camille. The day the Wums took Seattle. I've still got the poster. I had grand designs of getting it printed like a big style, but I've had grand designs for a lot of things. Like right now, what Fiona and I are looking at is trying to get trying to do a resin pour on top of the diamond art that you did for us. So that I mean, there's no reason it should, but since Amos has come into our lives, I've wanted to make sure that precious things are either sturdy or reinforced. He's not a chewer or a destroyer, but he wants to move around like he's a little dog, and he is unbalanced hench beef. I love him. I love him with all my little heart, but I watched him run into the stairs the other day. He tried to go up the stairs enthusiastically, and because his little back legs are not... his little back legs are tiny, and his big front paws are massive and swole, he just kind of went bump-a-bump-a-bump, but into the stairs. Oh. Alright. We're at 3k of raw resources. We've got a lot of cash. But honestly, I wonder if just upgrading our drill and going out on another expedition will get us more resources for tomorrow. Like, that's what I reckon. Alright, drill to level 2 should help. I'll actually do the fishing rod while we're here. Because, again, we've been doing pretty good for the puppies, but, you know, the dogs like fresh fish, and the dogs get what the dogs want. I might be in the Arctic, but my my pet philosophies have stayed very much the same. Sell that data! Woo! Data into space! Plus, as you can tell, friends, Cat the dog is still rearing to go. Bless him. Alright. Might hit some of the rooftop spots. But now we know where the... now we know where the elevator repair system is. That means we can start opening up the underground. Oh. One of the things, friends, I am looking forward to for GDC is something that I've gotten to experience in the past, which is when I explain to people that don't know you lot the actions of the Longship, and the quizzical to confused to downright chortle-worthy looks I get from people is hilarious. Like, if it wasn't entirely self-aggrandizing, I would record a series of Will tries to explain the Longship to people, just so you could see the reactions to stuff like Doom Be Upon Thee and The Forbidden Snack, the days the Wums took Seattle. God. And Camille, I'm so sorry we haven't had the chance to hang out proper. One day, we acquired a puppy who requires a lot of constant attention. And I'm sure you have no idea what that's like. God, there's so many friendos in the Seattle region that I have not had the chance to see. I think that's what we'll do. Like, I'll do GDC, And then obviously I'll do quarantine post that. And then if after a week or so we're not dealing with any new variant flavors or bad times, I think we'll organize like another like a long ship get together, probably again at the dog bar, just because it means more people can come hang out, and alongside getting to catch up with Seattle friendos, it means that Amos can run himself tired, and then we don't have an arsehole puppy in the evening. Okay, Camille was just saying that it's not all on us. They are working a 60 to 8 hour week. Okay, was just, and I'm kind of, it's one of those things that, and I'm sure you understand this as well, that you tell people that you've got shit going on, and they go, no, we understand. And then when stuff happens, everyone's like, oh, I can't believe this is going on. This is definitely the year to, like, throw yourself into, not you directly, Camille, but all of us, like, to throw yourself into, like, work pets and fam, you know? Excuse me, I heard there were some potatoes over here. I say potatoes. Alright, so just trying to remember those numbers. I've got a lot of seeds I need to use. But as busy as it is, Camille, I hope the new stuff's going really well. Because you've done a lot of stuff to get there. And it is most certainly deserved. Right, so we're at 30 crystals. How many crystals do we get for level 2? Oh, I don't think I can do much with crystals. We get 3 per, right? Right, I'm sorry I'm kind of dragging you all on my little journey on this game today, but I need to find out what's in the underground. I gotta find out. So for that, we need 5,000 pieces of processed materials, which is not a small order. Though it's been interesting to see how they've paced this game. Like, for those of you who played Subnautica know that the pacing in that game is based mostly around depth. Like, how far can you get into the water before your ship just goes pop? As a way of rationing... Oh, actually, no. Rationing's the wrong word. Subnautica does it to stop you from getting lost and going way out of your depth. Actually, that's our base. We want to head around this way. I'm skiing a little dangerous here, but it's fine. So far, the poppies have been very excitable when going downhill, but they've been fine. But in this game, it does seem to be, it's mostly... Ooh. Oh! It's fine, everything's fine. Actually, we'll hit this sub-entrance, because I know there's some goodies here. It's basically food acquisition is what slows you down from just hoarding all the resources immediately. Oh, an iron imp. What-ho? You're right, Scotty. The Leviathan stopping you from getting lost is very abrupt. And depending on what game mode you're playing with, very costly. I'm going to get some more fish as well while we're here. But no, there's, because we talked a lot about open world games today. Subnautica's way of stopping you from getting overwhelmed, excuse me, is still one of the things I think is one of the most clever. Like, when you start playing Subnautica. Okay, these things are still 1 for 1. When you first start playing Subnautica, you think it's just an open-world survival game where, you know, kind of like this, go anywhere, do anything, as long as you've got the resources to go there. But it's such a carefully constructed experience that really does, it goes out of its way to stop you from getting lost. I fucking love it. Scotty says it's brave being doing a pilot on a permadeath run. See, on permadeath, I wonder if I would go very far. I've seen a lot of build videos online of people who, to overcome that, build these long tunnel structures through the map. Sorry, like I said, friends, I'm just going to go over here and do a spot of fishing. Iron Imp, are you on that Elden Ring? Are you having a good time? Tell me your tales. But it's kind of fascinating that while Subnautica is a very carefully curated experience, it doesn't feel like it. It does feel like you have like full-on freedom to do whatever the heck. And the reason I bring this up is thinking back to like Breath of the Wild and stuff like that. Breath of the Wild is like, yo, you get this one area until you get the glider. And then when you get the glider, knock yourself out, go for it. If you want to go punch Ganon in the face to start with and win, you can. It's not going to be easy, but you can do it. Oh, Sophie Muscati was saying they've known people call Subnautica an aquatic survival horror. I think that's entirely fair. Like, it has an incredible ability to induce masses of fear. And that's even for people like who aren't afraid of both sharks and the open ocean like I am. Oh, that sounds lovely. No, just Iron Imp saying that they won't be spoiling anything, but Elden Ring's been the first game for them that's made their jaw hit the floor. Sorry, I just need to get some fishes for the dags. I spent money on better fishing gear, and I'm still getting 2 fish a time. What the hell? God, I'm just... I know I've talked to you all about this multiple times, and I'm sorry I keep looping back to it, but, like, my want to return to Subnautica is weird. Like, there's a part of me that kind of wishes that you could do like a Cyclops only run of it, you know? Like, I wonder if that's even possible. But there really was something gorgeously rewarding about that late game of having your own little Mobley base. God, I loved it. Quasi, I do have plans for Elden Ring. I'm going to stream the full adventures, but I'm going to be waiting until like the Longship crew as a whole has kind of had their fill. So it probably won't be as long as it was between Hades launch and us playing Hades, but similar kind of thing. Because I know so many people are really enjoying the aspects we're talking about, exploring Elden Ring, finding these things for themselves. And while I'm looking forward to that, you know, I'm also looking forward to hearing your stories. Well, okay, so Sekiro was different because Twitch were offering a bounty on it. So what I did is I only played it 1 day a week. Yeah, Quasi, I know what you mean. I've had to avoid so many friends' streams in the ilk because they've been doing nothing but Elden Ring. I'm really happy they're having a great time with it. I ain't dissing, it's just... Although I will say, I think Fearless was the first one who shared it with us, but I don't know the origins of the meme. But there's been a great one doing the rounds, which is like the Don Quixote. I don't know how to beat these first 2 giants, and it's 2 windmills hanging out. And And I don't know why, but every time I see it, I laugh like an idiot. There's just something about it that cracks me up. Well, Quasi, I'm really excited to hear everybody's stories from Elden Ring as well. Like, I got to play the OG Dark Souls intermittently. Dark Souls 3 was a special one for me because I kind of played it almost like a talk show. Like, I played that game on 3 different continents with wildly different groups of friends. It was feckin' awesome. And especially since we were doing, like, the class of 2020 Dark Souls run, which is still valid. Oh, Kestrel, welcome back. We've almost got enough resources to repair the elevator to the underground. So we might get to see some really cool shit before we call it. I don't really have an ETA, so I'm just... Sorry, friends, you're stuck with me for a little bit. Do you mean Santa's workshop or Satan's workshop? Because I've been to both, and let me tell you, very different experiences. Now, I am sorry that you have to hear about this every time we have a conversation, friends, but, actually, this is the 3rd time I've brought this up today, but, yes, I am stupidly excited that FromSoft may be very seriously returning to Armored Core. And there's a part of me, albeit a slightly sadistic part of me, that is very much looking forward to seeing what the Soulsian lore hunters make of Armored Core. Because, my friends, the Soulsian franchise is famed for its kind of... Actually, food for Degs, because we can get some more food down there. The Soulsian series, as you well know, is famed for its kind of esoteric storytelling, with a heavy focus on environmental storytelling. Armored Core is a heavy focus on robots that look cool, and stories that genuinely make no batshit sense whatsoever. And it's going to be like handing a group of puzzle solvers a random number string and telling them to find the answer. Like, it's completely nonsense. Matrick, what ho and welcome. How's it going? Is your lifestyle of family throw fish to your nearest and dearest as you run them across the tundra, occasionally stopping to look at the stars? Look at this star data. From software, what light through yonder armor core breaks? Ask not for who the armored cause, for it cause for thee. Now, one thing that I didn't know until recently, I did know that the mecha designer behind the OG Armored Core mechs was the same person that designed the iconic Macross transforming plane, whose name I always forget because I'm a terrible nerd. But I didn't know that was the same gentleman who designed Optimus Prime back before Transformers were Transformers. So, for those of you wondering why Armored Core is awesome and why Optimus Prime is awesome, because together. But yeah, the Dark Soulsian fandom is not ready for Armored Core's story. They're going to ask questions like, but what does it mean? Who's this faction? No. Robots. Just pay attention to the robots. Just keep looking at the robots. It's fine. See, Soviet, I'd love to get excited about the possibility of more Chrome Hounds, but I'm pretty sure Chrome Hounds was very Sega. Because it's easy to forget. FromSoft was always a sturdy, reliable developer. Like, you get them to make a game, they make a game. It works. Narratively, it's usually a mess, but it works. But it's only since the success of Demon Souls that they've become known as a big powerhouse developer. And by my understanding, Chromehounds was slightly after Demon Souls, and before it really took off. And I think that one lies with Sega. Sorry, I don't mean to... Soviet, I'm sorry, I don't mean to just be dunking on fun ideas. I'd love more Chromehounds. Chromehounds had some of the feckin' coolest like multiplayer mech battles to date. Cases. Anyway. Once, if we do get an Armored Core 6... or an Armored Core reboot, or what have you. I'm going to get to wax lyrical to the new school FromSoft fans about so much nonsense. I might just stop making shit up about the lore, because no one's gonna fact check me. There are like 3 people out there that actually know the story to Armored Core, and 2 of them are sick of it. I mean, personally, and I know this is a little bit heretical, Armored Core for Answer was still my favourite. And White Glint, the gorgeous transforming... White Glint is my favourite of the Armored Core series, so I guess I'm a little biased there, but taking on these, mechs the size of cities, these huge, gigantic walkers, so good. Like, the sense of scale they were able to convey back then... Matrick, this game is pretty much like all of the hardships of actually keeping dog sled dogs and living that lifestyle all completely sanded off. We're living purely in fictional fantasy. We feed our dogs fish, they sleep in a heated barn, they need no additional attention other than pets and food, and that is it. Like, I'm catching them fish for dinner as we speak. I think we just need to get a few more raw resources. But you do get to hang out with Dags professionally, which is lovely. Like, friends, I was nearly late to stream today because Amos was just being feckin' cute. Just kind of lying next to me while I was in bed being adorable. And I'm like, you're making it real hard to get out of bed on time, dude. And then I was feeling all kind of bleh. And so as I was saying earlier, I totted my ass into the kitchen and there was coffee waiting. I did the Baby Yoda grabby hands. Nearly cried. Sometimes it's the small gestures. Like Baby Yoda grabby hands. That's a very small gesture. Whee! Ooh. Some ice research materials. Iron Imp, it would be so funny. Just, sorry, the Vati Vidya or whatever, however you pronounce his name, the Dark Soulsian Lord Gentleman, to do that for Armored Core, like dead-faced, like same kind of smooth voices and slow panning shots for Armored Core, and just make shit up. I also realised I don't know where I'm going. I think we should start... Yeah, we'll start heading back to home. So, alright, the compass is already set. Cool. Because basically, like, Armored Core's got a general kind of, military-industrial complex is bad. Oh no, the world is... all the resources are gone and things are bad. And the corporations are paying people to kill each other. It's bad. But look at these robots. It actually kind of suffers a little bit from the cyberpunk problem, which is that Armored Core inherently believes that you know giant robot media and the references that they're taking from, and it doesn't take into consideration that you as a user might not, that this might be your first robot game. Because, and again, I'm sure you all know this, but I think I like talking about it. Like, the series Mobile Suit Gundam is vehemently anti-war. And especially the Amuro and Ray the Amuro and Char saga. Man, Amuro and Ray, that's... Oh, it's quiet people and wet blankets together. Amuro and Char together are both vehemently anti-war. By the end of it, at the beginning, Char's very much the hotshot pilot who wants to, you know, win at any cost and kick ass, and he's the Red Comet. And by the end of it, you know, Char has decided that, you know, war is very bad. It helps and serves no one. But he's willing to go to military extremes to end war, whereas Amuro is more of a traditional pacifist, more reactionary. Yeah, or Chizini, Gundam is a show about how absolutely terrible war is. Like, and while I joke about it, they have no qualms in showing some brutal scenes. In, I want to say it's F91, and if it's not F91, it's like Zeta Gundam. Oh, more research, don't mind if I do. There's one bit where there's fighting inside a colony, and it's brutal. And it's just a small scene where one mech is just unloading a clip at another, and one of the shells, the size of a small car, just lands on a woman and her baby. Now, it doesn't show you them getting squished like an ultraviolet 90s, but there is no mistake. Her neck goes like that in the last part of this frame. She ain't coming back from that. I highly doubt the baby was okay. Like, they have no qualms in showing the horror of war. Like, Gundam Thunderbolt, one of the newer series, if you want to look at the subtext on that one, it is one side suffering the physical cost of war, and one side suffering the psychological cost of war. Like, fucking yo! Oh, Baron, fucking bring the thunder. Now, Baron, do you need an actual poll, or do you just want to get a feels vibe? Oh, wait, cool. That's getting answered. Iron Imp, that's fucking rad. Alright, I think Lizzie's lurking with us. So, yeah, if you want to ask, if you want to DM them the poll details, I absolutely do not mind you using these lovely Mother Hubbards as a sounding board. But yeah, the reason why I bring up all the Gundam stuff is because when you play Armored Core, there's very much a war is bad undertone to it that, if you know Gundam, makes a total sense. But if you don't know Gundam, it kind of seems like a bit of a juxtaposition. They keep showing you how fucking cool mechs are. Like, and they go to great detail, especially in the latest cinematics, of being like, huh, mechs are awesome. But the same thing is like, oh, the cost of war is bad. Oh, people making money on war, oh, that's bad. And it's not that it's poorly thought out or not considered. Again, it assumes that you have a level of understanding with the source material that you genuinely might not. Man, I really could have stand to put the dog sled bay somewhere better. Okay, so Baron, I'll give our lovely little team a sec, and if peeps are busy, I'll throw it on. But Baron was asking people's thoughts. Coloured rings around the bases of minis to help you as a player keep track of your enemies. Is that a good thing, or would it be distracting? What do you think, Sled dogs? All right, you're still happy and fed, but you're getting pets. Okay. Sorry, this next bit's going to be a little bit boring, friends. So if you want to Alt-Tab or make a cup of tea or what have you, now's the time. Because what we've got to do is now take all the resources that we've been out drilling up and convert those into... Oh man, coffee's still selling great. I don't know what it is. People seem to love our feckin' Arctic coffee. Sorry. We need to take all of what we've made so far and turn it into building materials from raw materials. And that's going to take a while because we've currently got 3k and we need 5k. I mean, Baron, could you do magnet bases? So, like, an additional base you stick onto with magnets just to differentiate between the two. Alright, buckle up. We've got a lot to weld. But then again, having been a 40k person, using magnets to swap out arms and war gear always makes you feel like a fucking cool wizard, so... Yep, let's get welding! But yeah, the reason why I called it the cyberpunk problem was, and I don't want to rehash too many of the same conversations that we always have, but it was something that I talked about a lot around, like, Johnny Mnemonic and properties like that. Things that assume that you have an inherent level of knowledge with the thing. Ah, right! We've got enough. So we're going to finish... We're going to finish chores around the base. We'll bake up some bread, we'll have a snooze, and then in the morning we're going to go to the underground facility. So this is going to be some very new stuff for us. So, like... Oh, we've got a lot of data to get through. Yeah, so if you'll want to go... well, I mean, at this hour, you can crack a feckin' beer if you fancy it. But yeah, now is the time to go get beverages before we do interesting game stuff. But yeah, jumping back. A lot of cyberpunk media has always assumed that you've read the Sprawl trilogy. A lot of people recommend Snow Crash to individuals looking to get into cyberpunk media, and I'm always against that idea because Snow Crash is an incredible parody if you know cyberpunk. It's great. Like, I'm not dissing on it at all, but it comes with a lot. And the thing is, giant robot media is kind of the same. Gundam's such a massive force in that space, as is, like, Battletech MechWarrior, that a lot of people spend a lot of time trying to articulate from those without giving users what they need to be a part of. Baron ran a short D&D campaign that died due to scheduling, but it was just post-war, and basically all the NPCs had PTSD. Yo! Thought it was going to be too heavy for the players, but they loved how real it made the NPCs feel. Yo! God, here I am thinking about who we're going to throw into the labyrinth of mystery. Yeah. There were a lot of points at Memnol where I'm glad we got to have a bevy. What I would say is, especially the stuff with, like, Hannah's mum and things like that, it never felt cheap. It felt like it came from a very genuine place, and it definitely fit the world and the thematics. The thematics being very much about, you know, found family. Which none of us could have any idea of that. But Yeah, it definitely. I don't think those people were out of line to say the "Are you okay?" messages. Jumping back in, Orchazini says if they were going to be making a mecha-based space opera, they'd focus more on the utility of mechs outside of war than the way they were weaponized. Indeed. I mean, Pat Label does a very good job of setting that up, and there was a... Oh god, this is going to be another one of those Will can't remember the names of things. There was an animu about a flotilla of ships, where a mech pilot and his mech get thrown back, essentially back in time. Is it back or forward? Time travel's weird. Anyway. And it's very much... There's only spatterings of parts of the mech being used for combat. In the whole series, I think there's only like 2 or 3 battles. But the rest of it is the pilot trying to come to terms with his uselessness and trying to understand what it is to be a person outside of conflict. Because this is an individual that's always defined themselves by being a pilot, being a warrior. Yes, I think it might be Gargantia of the Blue Worlds. And so when they become part of this flotilla, the flotilla's philosophy is that everyone pitches in. And his robot has limited functionality via its AI. So it can lift stuff, it can build stuff, the damn thing hovers, it's a power supply, like it's super useful. And it doesn't need him to be useful. So what is it to be a person outside of war? And it's fucking fascinating. It was a really good, interesting one to watch. I don't know if I could say it's good, but it's one of those that I've kept thinking about after the fact. Gundam shows hit hard because they highlight how, why, and that people function differently under conflict, war, and stress. Yes. And it doesn't shy away from showing what the cost of that is, you know? Alright, let me just go collect the last of the afternoon power. See if the coffee's come in. Oh, good coffee money. And I think there might also be something to say about how the Gundam shows focus on how cool the mechs are, but then show you the cost of war. So we're not asked to look at, you know, chiseled jaw McPunchhard. We're not asked to look at, I don't know, Hero McBlando and go, yes, this white guy with a buzz cut, we want you to relate to him. Because that's very difficult to do. Bob McJohnson with a chin of steel. It's like, great, cool, he's someone's self-insert fanfic character. Alright, great, I guess. Man, we are doing great for cash and food. Once we finish construction of the elevator system, we can actually start building on the base, start doing some dark matter research and shit like that. Yeah, grim growly man, what growls grimly. God darn it, I can't even say it. Blah. But yeah, that kind of protagonist can be very difficult to emotionally relate to. You would have had to have gone through a very specific set of circumstances to watch The Bourne Identity and go, yeah, no, I relate to that. You know what I mean? Damn it, it's Jason Bourne. But the difference between the mecha design and the mental and physical frailties of the pilots, there's more to relate to there, you know? I mean, I don't think... Like, I don't think we actually stamped on anybody with Ortos Legacy, but I did think about it. Oh. See, Kestrel, I know what you mean. I spent the entirety of the introduction, of everything that happens before you're allowed to just go explore by yourself, of Red Dead Redemption going, I don't care! I'm a cowboy, but... Or our family's been betrayed by other I don't care! Stop talking! Oh, one of our other grizzled cowboy boys is now on the mountain. Let's go, cowboy, get him. Oh, let me go! I don't like any of you. die in the snow. I just want to have an adventure. Sorry, Kestrel. Brought back a lot of memories. Though, I know I said this before and I will say it again. As a sandbox for generating stories, Red Dead Redemption is still incredible. It was the intro that never ends. It goes on, my friends. If you can struggle through it, it's very good. And the world does react to you. Plus, they do some cute little, like, UI choices that I am still enamored with. Like, whenever you buy clothes or weapons or equipment or food, you actually look through an old-timey catalogue. Like, physically on a table looking them through. Shit! Baron, you're right! Like, the few times where Thicma Runfast actually did a murder, it was in person. We didn't use the mech to stamp on anybody. We were gonna kill that party clown, and then we felt sorry for him, because we gave him a reality check that he was not ready for. Alright, how are we doing for food? Doing good. I'm gonna cook up some more bread, just for tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to the elevator. We're going to find out whatever this cool thing is. So help me. We do need to come up with a catchy name for the mystery dungeon. Mainly because not this Friday just gone, but the Friday before, after we were playing Sea of Thieves, I was just chatting with Kyle, and I mentioned to him, like, you know, how much fun we had with Oak Hollow back in the day, and I was like, well, you know, there's this dungeon thing that might potentially have some mischief to it. And he was very excited by the idea of it. I didn't promise anything. I didn't I didn't put you forth for more work without asking. Oh man, it's just coffee selling so good. People really want whatever the feck it is that we're growing. I hope it's coffee. Alright, so here we go. Cave Party is our next location. We've got enough food, supplies, the whole shebang. Might spend a little bit of cash on upgrading the sled. Just to pick up some speed. Ultrazini was adding that in a sort of contrast, Emberlin's very much been a burn them to death kind of guy, taking full advantage of his fire while ignoring using his axe his goddess gave him. It's there when we need it. I don't know. Now I think about it, I don't know if Emberlin's actually hit anything. Okay, I need an adult. As Dustin says that they've put Vicks Vapor shower tablet into an inlet reservoir of their humidifier, and I'm now hotboxing Vicks Vapor Rub. Is that safe? Do we need to worry? Yeah, that does sound intense, right? Oh, Lyra says either we've missed with the axe or it's been blocked every time. Yeah, I mean, Dustin, if it's helping you breathe, if you're feeling better from it, like, yo. Oh no, CMC, this is an origin story, so after we find a strange alien artifact buried in the ice, and 3 of the dogs get merged together, that's when we get Cerberus. Lyris is also saying, as far as they can remember, Emberlin's only used it about half a dozen times. So there is that. You know what they say? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it use an axe. When you fall off that horse, you dust yourself off, you get back up, and you eat that horse. Oh, there's got to be a t-shirt of that. Oh, shit. I need to look to see if any friendos have got really good t-shirt designs. Because I need a few shirts for GDC. And I need ones that aren't gaming particular. Aside from, I think I managed to get an Umurangi Generation t-shirt on sale. That's the only t-shirt I'm wearing from a game. Because, yo, that game slaps. I managed to get the... what is it? Leave me out of your non-fudgeable bullshit. And I've been trying to find some other, like, anti-NFT shirt designs, but surprisingly difficult to find. Oh, actually, this was where we had problems before. Alright, puppies, back it up, puppies. We've got to go the long way around on this one. Because I tried going across here, and it went badly. Baron was saying they could do like 200 hours of podcasts and talk shows just about Memnol player interactions. Yep. Can't quite make it across there. Yeah, we really do have to go like near the ice base and then round. Alright, but we're nearly there. We've got enough resources to rebuild the elevators, and what that's going to lead to, I have no fucking clue. But if this does suddenly become a survival horror game, then, well, it won't be dull. Through here safely. Sorry, friends. Last time I tried to navigate this part of the ice, I accidentally ran the dogs into the freezing cold water, and they did not forgive me. They were not happy. All right, here we are. Alright, puppies. You wait out here. Alright, we'll just make sure everybody's got plenty of food. Just in case we end up having to come back. Oh, yeah, so in case you haven't seen them, our dogs' names are Cerberus, Zeus, Linda, and Cat. I did not choose these names. Alright, fix the cave's elevator system. Alright, system's online. Let's go. Headphones in just in case we're suddenly like under attack or something. Whoa! Fuck, that's cool! Yo! No map! Actually, Baron, I would really love that. I would really love that. I don't know if I have time to do the edit for something like that, but I would love to do that. But yeah. Big fish. Jesus, this fish is massive. Alright, let's check this out. Some like serious sciencey shit right here. It's all the sparkles. Oh man, this is fucking cool. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright. This was the perfect place to isolate my experiments from cosmic rays and background radiation. So I took advantage and built my most complex projects, a particle accelerator and a dark matter detector. This is a functioning base here. So that's a bit of the glider. I prefer to work quietly while in the caves. I really do not want to disturb the silence. The water, the minerals, everything here, stalagmites, crystals, everything seems to possess a delicate perpetuity that must not be disrupted. Blech. Nearly ate shit trying to say that. 2 gigs of data. 4 gigs of data total. Sign me up. Oh. Well now. Check out my particle accelerator. Sorry, I don't know what to do with this. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, Orchesini, I think it is like beneath the solid parts of the ice. Just hoover up this nice research while we're looking at cool particle nonsense. Cool particle nonsense is, of course, my comedy ska band. Now, we discovered dark matter research, so I guess we've got to look into building a base down here, maybe. Perhaps that's what it wants of us. Please don't eat me, giant fishes. Please don't eat me in my boat. Yeah, please do, Baron, please do. You know what? We've got a lot of fish. I don't need to catch any more fish. Those bastards creep me out. So we found some more stuff for a glider. Possible particle accelerator down here. Now, what have we got? Crystals. Yeah, we're going to need a bigger boat. Fucking dynamite. Okay. I'm not going to harvest all these crystals just yet because I really don't understand their full use. But, oh boy. What is that? What is that? Well, you know what they say. Science. It's what you do when you lick stuff and record the results. Yeah, Kestrel, I'm sure you're right. And I understand that it's almost... Oh, I think these are... Oh, okay, no, they just count as one. I was getting very overexcited there, but no. Yeah, this is gonna get weird. Kestrel's saying that maybe I should introduce myself before I start licking. Whatever, nerd. Guess. Hello, I'm Will. Guess. Sorry, sometimes a dumb meme strikes you in a way that you're not prepared for, and I don't believe in radiation. Oh no, you held a glowy rock and now you feel ill? Grow up! I don't know why that keeps making me laugh. I think there are other facilities out here. I'm a little worried about leaving the dogs up top. But that is clearly a big bout of something. Oh yeah, there's a something over there. Yeah, whatever is down here, we're going to be riddled with it. Oh, there's another base over there. Alright, let's get licking. Agonaniki's like, it's obviously a natural formation. Nothing to worry about. Oh god, I just had a very dark thought. What if we're one of the, like, the tiny robots from Soma? This is just our little imagination of the seabed floor. That's fine. That's not full of ghost particles. That's not gonna ghost murder us. It's fine. Looking at the bad stuff. I can't actually tell if these resources are getting us more or less than usual, but only because we've got some auto systems currently recording goodies for us. Alright, so that's an elevator back up. This appears to be a submarine. An old-timey submarine. A bed and everything. Today marks over 4 months since the start of my expedition. Apparently from Yorkshire. And today I have even more hope of finally finding this beast. 2 days ago, I spotted a whale fall, and its body had clear traces of a recent encounter. Multiple suction scars. I feel I am getting closer than I ever have to reaching this lifelong drip dies. Me and my ship that live forever have no chance of failure. Alright, I'm just going to pop my head up top to see where this drops us. Okay, cool. So I know where this is. Problem is my dogs don't. Yeah, you're right. It's just a giant crystal. Nothing to worry about. Research for days? Research for days. And down we go. Alright. So, that's the hauntingly obviously bad asteroid. Here's the live forever. A lot of shrooms. Alright, let's go explore some shrooms. Alright, now was that where we were earlier? Possibly? Maybe. We'll go for a paddle around, see what we can see. For some reason my brain is now playing Welcome to My Parents' House, which I'm not sure if that is hilarious or worrying. Oh, those are some big-ass mushrooms. You all want to take glowy mushrooms and get weird? Big fish. Huh. What in the bloody hell is this? I don't mean the fish. I mean, is this like an old-timey boat? I guess so. I don't know how you managed to sail it underground, friend, but well done. Thanks for 200 cash. Sorry, 2,000 cash. Finding 2,000 in a lunchbox. Oh, this was their note. I guess this person's also from Yorkshire. I've followed my ambitions and to the confines of the world. I met pain and fear with dignity and character. In the solitude of the open sea, I got to know and make peace with myself. Today, as I write this letter, today I face the inevitability of death, and I sink grateful for all my adventures, while also wishing for a last one. It's actually very sweet, and I kind of regret reading that in a dumb voice. Anyway, more glowy rocks. If we're not riddled with radiation by the time we get back, then I'm doing it wrong. Alright, so there's something we need to be researching. Like a combination of the dark matter... So a combination of the dark matter research and something else. If we combine those two things together, we might be able to work out like what this research was about. Because I have a theory. I have a theory that there's like a... Ooh, what's this? That there's a disease or something. Something that's been affecting the world. I refuse to let go of me. I've lived a full and happy life. I deserve ownership and knowledge to every bit of it, so I choose to remember. Yo. Why does this feel like the saddest thing of all? What? Fuck. We'll have a nice calming game, I said. We'll play with some dogs. It'll be great. I'm going to eat glowing mushrooms until I don't feel anymore. Fucking yo. Let's get our little kayak going. Okay, in theory, I think if I follow the water round to the left side, that should lead us back to where we were. Oh boy. Yes, we shall sail down on a river of mushrooms. It was at that point the caterpillar said to Alice, "Oh fuck, shit, I'm tripping balls. Oh fuck, shit, fuck." Alice said nothing as her hands were melting. God, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to that. Like, that little laptop statement is very much a, you know, those, yeah, very personal, very heavy words. So just as an aside, I don't know if we have enough to do so. We do not. But just to test a theory. Okay, so we can build down here. Oh, we're just going across here. So perhaps when they were talking about the dark matter research and things like that, we do actually need to build an underground facility. Ideally, we go back up, hang out with the dogs, get back to base with the full crew. I'm sorry I left you alone, puppies! Oh man, Linda does not look happy. Oh, they're fine. Wonder if we can... We've not used quick travel yet. Fast travel to this garage? Yes. Woohoo! You know, usually, friends, I'd be vehemently against quick travel, especially in a beautiful game like this. But, like, I want to get back. I want to do some basic chores and just kind of digest what we found. Because, sorry, the thing I was half saying is, it feels like the person who was here before was doing research into some kind of virus that was wreaking havoc, which may or may not be affected by the stars. It seems the data and samples we're sending up do seem to be biological samples. So, I don't know, there's a story here that's unfolding. And frankly, I'm intrigued. God, plus we've got 5k in resources to manufacture. Ooh. Oh, yeah. So, dear friends, what are you planning for the rest of your weekends, if you don't mind my asking? I've got like, what, 3/4 of a bottle of wine to destroy in some capacity. And not one of those little bottles as well, like one of those, like, feck you tier bottles. But that's really about it. I mean, obviously I'll be looking after puppies this evening, so I'll be intermittently busy for now until midnight. I'm trying to decide what to do with myself. Maybe start a Gundam build, perhaps. I kind of half-started Char's Zaku, which would be a lot of fun. Lyris says this is the last day of their weekend, so it's bed for them very soon. Then back to work very early. Early bad. Kestrel saying that Little Bear and themselves are going to have lunch with Mother tomorrow. Besides that, probably veg. I don't know if time spent with the extended family... I don't know if time spent with the family is a good or a bad thing. Agonaniki's on cleaning and going for a stroll. Working on the Sassy Reptile game. Yes! People don't know that they need Sassy Reptile game. But they will. How much... Oh, God. Can we sneak another... Can we sneak another lab in here? Maybe if I... God, if I jam it in the middle of the room, sure. Alright, this is going to get... Oh, this is going to get awkward, friends. Welcome to Awkward Town, starring me. Okay, Lyra's saying, so Sunday's the earliest day of the work week, but it's very early. You have to be in work at 6:15. Fuck! I think at that point I'd just stay up through the bloody night. I think at that point I'd just be very much into saying heck that nonsense. Sorry, I'm just gonna pop that. Both. Here we go. So this one is an upper glass dome. Expando size. Yes, please. I mean, not enough cash. I'm bloody loaded. Oh, we haven't sold the data yet, so we're just shy. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So if we expand the size... Woohoo! It's just stretched. Feck. Now, do we get our resources back? We got cash back for that. Alright. But we did not get our resources back. Fuck. Oh well. We'll get paid. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, Ultrazini, well, that's lovely to hear. That is lovely to hear. Oh, and Agonaniki was spent last weekend working on code for an unrelated thing, which happens to also be something planned to do for the game. So it's a win-win. Yeah. Using other projects or game jams or things like that to experiment with stuff you can add into your main game is very smart. You know, what's the old thing? Work smarter, not harder, right? I am processing data like it's going out of style. Little server farm making us all the good stuff. Although, sorry if I mentioned this last time we were playing this, but there's a part of me that also thinks that this might be like a wholesome version of the comic series Arcadia, about a civilization of individuals whose consciousness gets uploaded into a server in exchange for finding a cure for a virus. It's heavy stuff, but very interesting. We can probably just boost our solar panels. Get the old big data numbers crunching. Job's a good one. So our little army of solar panels follows them around. How's the coffee going? Wonderful. Okay, coffee prices have started to dip. But we're not desperately in need of cash right now, so it's fine. 11 more to work through on the research data. So we sit in our little base and enjoy. No, I find myself at a loss this weekend. So, I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to help with guinea pig flavoured stuff as much as I can. And yeah. If I've got the wherewithal to do some cool building stuff, that would be feckin' rad. Or to work on this place, that would also be feckin' cool. God, I find myself so brain dead in the evenings now. And I whinged about this at the beginning of the stream. Like, in my downtime, I have only been playing very stupid games. Okay, stupid's a bit of a unfair analogy, but definitely not like the usual weird and experimental stuff that I'd kind of usually faff around with. You know what I'm saying? Making so much money, selling off so much data. God, I gotta admit, friends, the mystery of this game now has me intrigued. Like, what is it we're missing? What was the underground facility and the dark matter research for? Oh man. We're pulling in research from our different drills faster than we can process it. Oh no, we're making so much money so quickly. However, will we cope? Crystals for days. But yeah, so far we found the dark matter detector, which allows us to study dark matter, but that doesn't appear to be a MISC building. So I wonder, again, I wonder if it's an addition to something so far, you know? So I tell you what, dear friends. Here's me getting thoroughly distracted by this gorgeous game. So let me give it a quick save. And then I think I'm going to roll credits and pass your lovely selves onto someone else on this twitch.television. Sorry you're going to have to put up with a lot of thank yous. But I would be remiss if I wasn't saying nice things about your good selves. I know how exceedingly lucky I am to get to have these days. And some mornings like this morning, I worry, like maybe this is it. Maybe it's all coming to a close. And then we have great days and I realise that it doesn't matter, you know? what's important is the days like today, the ones we get to spend together. And if these are our last days, then I want to have them with no regrets. This game is beautiful. The conversation today has been excellent, and I mean, it helps. I had like a nice little intermittent Dick's hamburger break. That was lovely, you know. So thank you for all that you do, the time that you put into hanging out here, hanging out with me, and the cash you put into keeping my fucking dumbass alive. I cannot say enough thank yous, friends. But what I can do is say thank you specifically to these lovely peoples today. Before the mystery of this game consumes me and I'm just a drooling mess staring at the screen, ignoring you all. So yeah, as Earl is popping up on the bit list, again, friends, bits are a huge help. So like, sincerely thank you all. Earl, your current, and I should say end of week Jarl, Lyris Dragon, Bacon Avenger, Shackle Draconis, J-Post, Favor 6, Shohata, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, and 7, the Viking, for when you need more than 6. All of you, thank you so much. To Lizzie and Rhymes and Moose, but also Caffeine and Tile, fucking best mods I could ask for. Thank you all. It's Sat Vocalist, Hyper and Diego Propri. Thank you for the follows, and I hope we get to hang out some more. And I will absolutely not be thanking a shark or another shark, but I will thank Hindle, Karma Camille, Compliment Cap, Dust in Your Eyes, Queen Vegan, Wearing Orb, Ronald Shepherd, Sheep Lord, Titan's Advocate, Immortal Allen, Eeyore, Exo, The Rikami, and Scotty Doggy. Most of you were like 41 months, and the rest of you were wonderful gifts from House Carl. Like, how feckin' rad is that? And to Lara, Wind, and Flip, thank you both for bringing in your raids today. Like, I hope I did a good job of being at least vaguely entertaining. Vaguely. Just shaking me into action there, Lyris. Thank you for the extra 100. Right, you all know I'm terrible at ending shows. Well, there is literally one person I can pass you to. So I'm going to pass you over to Sapiens. Rick. Rick is an old school games industry legend and is currently doing.
Thanks for making it a great weekend, Will.
Oh, you're welcome. And I do want to say, like, friendos, if you're up late tonight, the chances, if not tonight, then tomorrow, that myself or other people will just be chilling and illing in the Longship Discord. Come on by. Mostly going to be fecking around on, I want to say, Vampire Survivors or something of that ilk. But who knows? Maybe the Jambuti will claim us once again. But no, Agnanically, seriously, thank you for 200. But yes, so I'm passing you over to an industry legend and Lego enthusiast who's currently working on the 1970 Ferrari, which I'm sure if you understand cars is very cool. But yeah, friends, if you want to come hang out in Discord, like I said, I'll probably be on much later. But that's about it from me. Maybe I will build a Gundam. As much as I want to say, you know what? No, tonight I'm going to kick my ass and make a YouTube video and get some editing done. I know what's going to happen. About 15 minutes after I leave you lot, I'm going to be a brain-dead potato. But yeah, friends, I hope you had a lovely feckin' day, because I did. Yeah. My Gundams stare at me from behind, unloved. Where is Char? Char's over there. I could Char. Could you Char? I could Char. Though I don't think I'll do a time lapse because the amount of time I'd have to leave my phone on for it would probably overheat. into a hot, melty nuclear mess. Yeah, poor Gandams. They don't even know. They don't even know. Alright, friends. If I don't see you on Discord, have an exceptional rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Tuesday. Good night.